everyone, welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this course, Analytics, ROI and Evaluation, we will be learning how to measure whether a digital marketing campaign is actually working or not. Because running ads is very easy, but knowing what happened after the ad was shown, that is where real marketing decisions begin. Did people see the ad? Did they click? Did they stay on the website? Did they buy something? And most importantly, did the campaign bring profit? And that is exactly what we'll be understanding in this course. We'll start by display campaign metrics like reach, impressions, engagement rate, conversion rate, and impression share. Now, these help us understand how visible and effective a campaign is. Then we'll be moving into Google Analytics, where we'll be learning how websites collect data and how to track important metrics like user sessions, page views, average session duration, bounce rate, and exit rate. And after that, we'll also understand traffic segmentation like mobile traffic, organic traffic, paid traffic, and the direct traffic, so we can also see which audience is performing better. Next, we'll be looking at ROI and e-commerce analysis. We'll be learning how to measure revenue, track the customer journey, and understand whether a campaign is giving a good return. We'll also explore post-campaign optimization, where marketers review CPA, adjust bids, pause underperforming ads, and improve future campaigns based on data. Then we'll be covering audience targeting, heat maps, UX analytics using tools like Microsoft Clarity to understand how users behave on a web page. And finally, we'll also touch on website optimization and search diagnostics, including mobile-friendly design, Google Search Console, XML, sitemaps, robots.txt. And by the end of this course, you will know how to read campaigns, data, measure ROI, analyze user behavior, and make smarter digital marketing decisions. So let's get started and learn how to measure success in the digital age. Also, if you want to become a digital marketer, I highly recommend you checking out this AI-powered digital marketing certificate program from SP Jain School of Global Management and Simplilearn. This is a 5-month online course that will teach you everything you need to know about modern digital marketing, and is designed specifically for the AI era we are living in right now. The best part is you'll be learning how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, SEMrush, along with other 50 other marketing tools that companies are actually using today. This isn't just theory, you'll be getting live interactive classes with real-world professors from SP Jain Global, work on 7 hands-on projects, and mentor support and study over 15 real-world case studies. The course covers everything from SEO, social media marketing, to email campaigns, analytics, and automation. What really makes this course stand out is that you'll be getting free Meta and Google Ad credits to practice with, so you can run actual campaigns and see real results. Plus, they have Job Assist, their career support program that will help you optimize your profile, prepare for interviews, and connect with top hiring companies. I'll drop the link in the description below if you want to learn more and enroll. So hurry up and enroll now, the course link is mentioned below. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which metric helps us understand whether a campaign is profitable or not? Reach, bounce rate, return on investment, or page views? Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
Web analytics, guys, again, no need to mug up the definition, but in a simple way, you're just trying to measure, you're trying to analyze the data, and you're trying to report the performance of your campaigns, okay, or basically the data, okay. Any digital campaign that you're doing, if you measure it, you analyze it, and you report it, okay. It's like a process that you are doing, right? So when we say web analytic, it is nothing but it's a process where where you would measure, you would analyze, you would report the data, okay, for your understanding and to optimize your future campaigns as well, okay. So we don't just see the data, okay, like I mean, it's not that, okay, I'll capture how the campaign has performed, and I'll analyze, and that's my job is done. No, the reason why you're doing this entire process ideally is to optimize, okay. When you understand, okay, let's say, but you don't optimize, okay, let's say you don't learn from your mistake, you keep on running the same thing, you keep on doing the way you work on the same similar manner, there was no point of doing the project, right? So it's the same thing. Web analytics, people think, okay, it is only about analyzing the data. So first is obviously capturing the data and then analyzing it, but what after that? Okay, you have to take that data as a learning, and then you have to optimize your campaign. When I say optimize, the word optimize would mean that you're making it better, okay. And to make that better, you should have some data, you should know how to read that data, and that is all we do in web analytics, okay. Now, what this would help you achieve is obviously you will you will be able to achieve whatever your campaign goals are, because you're getting that insight, okay. And you will take a lot of data driven decisions, okay. So digital marketing, You can't assume that things would work. I think I've said this in the past as well. You have to do a lot of hypothesis, you have to do a lot of A/B testing, right? So when you use all this analytical data and you see the numbers, you make your decision after seeing those number, right? Hence we call this as a data driven decision. You are just not randomly saying that okay, 18 to 25 performs well or something on those lines, right? And obviously once you make any data driven decision, it will have a clear impact on your performance as well, overall digital performance. So that's what we mean by web analytics. Okay, now what exactly we do in web analytic is basically you work on different dashboards, I would say. Okay, and what are different element involved when you are creating any. So now when I say creating an account in web analytics, this is for any platform that you're working on. Okay, like obviously I'll show you practically as well, but the process starts in a way that you would set up some filters, you will set up some views. Okay, then you will do some basic reporting, you will read some basic of your reports, right? You'll try to also set up your dashboard where you will do some when I say dashboard, you can create a lot of customized dashboard. Okay, so all this Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, all these platforms help you to create your own customized dashboard. Okay, when I say customized dashboard, I mean see, when you do data analysis, guys, it gets very confusing at time. So what people do, people create different dashboards, okay, for different requirements. They don't just like go to the tool and they figure out things. Obviously at start you'll figure out to understand what is the data that you should see, what are the data that you don't want to see. The data that you want to check, you can create a custom dashboard for that, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, and you can do some basic fundamental analysis. You can set up your goals as well. Goals as in on analytical tool you can let's say you want to track how many leads you're getting on your website, so that is like you're setting up a goal. Okay, so you can do that with the help of the analytical tool, and obviously overall you're tracking the performance and recommending some changes. Okay, so there's a lot of customization involved, and obviously when we'll go through the tool in and out, you'll get a better understanding. Now this is like we got call as buying funnel. I think I've already taught you in the paid campaign thing. In case you might have forgotten, we can revise this again. Buying funnel, as I said, it's a basic concept where we try to understand the uh, consumers interaction before they make any purchase, right? So and there are three different stages. Okay, we call this as acquisition, behavior, and conversion stage. Okay, and at each stage your customer would show a different level of engagement. Okay, with your brand, with your product, or with your company. Okay, so there are three stages: acquisition, behavior, and conversion. Okay, again it's in the same way that um you know let's say even if once you acquire a customer, okay, how they tend to behave. Do they stick with your brand? Are you able to retain that consumer? Okay, once you retain them, when I say acquisition, okay, let's make it in a very easier way. Let's say you want to buy a flat. Okay, you're thinking to buy a flat in nearby your area. You're going on Google, making some search queries. So you will go on the website and you will give your details if you come across any advertisement, or let's say you even come on the website through social media. The first thing is obviously in such kind of businesses you can't directly get convert. So when I say acquisition, you will go on the website, you'll give your detail. Okay, once you give the detail, how do you behave? Because obviously there'll be a lot of team who will follow up with you. So what is your behavior pattern, like what went wrong if you're not able to convert? And lastly, when we say conversion, like you have ended up buying that flat. Okay, so this is like again you can understand such kind of patterns as well with the help of analytical tool. Okay, now ideally in web analytics, guys, I think with respect to the benefits of web analytic, I've already mentioned this in brief, but if you want to break it down further, first thing, whatever audience targeting that we do in our paid campaign. Okay, so you might have seen when we were doing all those meta pay, we were setting up some campaign on Meta, we did some campaign set up on Google, if you remember, and I was adding some targeting, if you would have observed me. how, again, this analytical tool gives you the performance of your overall website, and it tells you that overall, okay, I'm not just saying people coming to the website to paid campaign, I'm saying irrespective of from wherever people come to your site, it gives you the performance of the overall website, whether the user is coming from social media or search engine or some influencer or some affiliate. Okay, it tells you that what kind of audience are landing on your website, from which source they are coming, what is their interest, what is their gender, what is their age group, right? So in analytical tool, it benefits, it will help you guys to get a better audience targeting. Okay, so whenever we do any audience targeting, we usually go and check our analytical tool like Adobe Analytic and Google Analytic to get this insight, okay, that whom should we target. Again, for the e-commerce brand, they can understand the customers shopping habit. Okay, and I'll show you how we can understand this. I'll show you probably after in some time that how exactly one can see this habit. Basically, analytical tool also reveal that what kind of products are getting sold off, okay, from which region, what gender, what age group. Okay, so when we say that you understand the customer shopping habit, you can see that, okay, what kind of age group is buying what kind of product, what kind of gender is buying what kind of product, they're coming from which location, right? So that helps to create a great selling strategy. Why? Once you understood, okay, what your customer want or what different age group or what gender wants from your brand, don't you think you can make it customized? For example, if analytical tool give you this data that, okay, in Mumbai location your t-shirts are getting sold off a lot, but from in Pune, your bottom wear category is getting sold off a lot. Okay, and this is a hypothetical example. Don't you think you can do a lot of inventory management based on those insights? So with the help of analytical tool, you don't just make marketing decision. Trust me, there are many brands who take a lot of inventory decisions as well. And when I say this inventory decision is only respective to for the e-commerce brand, because e-commerce brand need this kind of insight that, okay, from which city what kind of products are getting sold off, so that you can keep that inventory ready. What kind of overall inventories are getting sold off a lot, so that you can keep that stock ready. Okay, what are the products which are not getting sold off, which are not creating that hype, so you can give that in discount, or you can give it in like buy one get one offer, or like as a free thing. So again, there's a lot of inventory management that brands do by with the help of this report. Okay, and again, as I said, you can track your campaign performance, and again you can also make a lot of decision with respect to how should you design your website. I'll tell you why. Because there are a lot of tools like which will let you know, okay, the user is spending like on, because it's an entire website. Okay, so there are tools which will let you know, okay, the user is spending in what section they're spending a lot of time, where where they are scrolling a lot, where they are clicking. Okay, there are a lot of these tools are called as heat map tools. So that also gives you this kind of insight. I mean, and then you can make a decision, okay, what are the things that you need to correct on the website, and how what a basic structure one should create. Okay, now, in analytical tools, guys, you have, as I said, there are many tools in the market, okay? But I would say the most popular, the first ranking goes to Google Analytics. So, if you know GA, trust me, you will know how to use Adobe Analytics, how to use WebTrend as well. Kind of, okay? Because at the end of the day, in all three, you're doing some data analysis. It's just that the dashboard would differ a little bit, and to understand the dashboard, it won't take much time. Probably even if you spend a week's time to be like very best on it, you will be able to catch it up quickly. Okay, so we would be majorly focusing on Google Analytics, guys, because as I said, that is the OG tool of web analytics, and your caption is also very much related to this particular tool. Okay, now how would you learn this? So one roadblock, okay, one major roadblock of people who want to learn web analytics is that to learn Google Analytics, guys, ideally you should have a website, and that website needs to be connected to your for that website you should ideally create a Google Analytics account. Okay, now let's say you don't have a website and you still want to learn Google Analytics. How one can learn this? Okay, so I always recommend to those folks is there's something called as Google Analytics demo account. Now, what is Google Analytics demo account? Okay, This is basically Google has their own website called as Google Merchandise Store. Okay, so there's a website called as Google Merchandise Store, which is owned by Google, and here they sell all their merchandise, like all their products. Okay, now what Google has done, for let's say people like you guys who don't own a website but they still want to learn GA, Google has, because it's their website, they have set up Google Analytics. By the way, every brand should set up a Google Analytics account, okay, to understand how the website is performing. So Google has also set up a Google Analytics account for this website. And that access, like, the Google Analytics account access of this website is given free for everyone in the market. So basically, the demo account is nothing but Google has set up a Google Analytics account for this website, and they have given access of that G account to everyone. It's free. You can see how this website is performing in and out within that demo account. Okay, I hope you understood what do I mean by demo account. So for those who don't have a website and they still want to learn GA, the best way possible for them is refer to Google Analytics demo account. The demo account, again, I'll reiterate, it is nothing but Google's own website, which is Merchandise Store. They have given, they have set up a Google Analytics on this website, and the access of that G account is free for everyone. Now you guys can also access it, obviously, because it's free for everyone, and we would be and that's how I'll be teaching you Google Analytics with the help of the demo account, because it has a lot of data to analyze. Okay, trust me, a lot of data. Okay, so what you guys have to do, and this is something that you guys can also do. So if you want, if you can follow the steps with me as well. Okay. Okay, Ada and Manoj. Acha, okay, you're saying new. Ada, what about you? You are not new to the tool, you have gone through it before. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Okay, so what you guys have to do, please, and it's better you follow this along with me, okay? Search for Google Analytics demo account, guys, and the first link that you see, demo account analytics help, go over there, okay? And scroll down, and you will see this link. Once you open that, you should see something like this: Google Analytic Property, Google Merchandise Store Web Data. This is the demo account that we'll be referring to. So you just have to click on it, and you should see an account like this. Okay, and see, first time when people check this tool, it feels very overwhelming because it's all number, if you would see. Okay, for those who are coming across on the tool for the very first time, it will be new, it will be a bit overwhelming, guys. You don't have to be scared about it. Okay, the more you practice, the more you learn. Okay, now just understand the basic of GA. Okay, and then later, so I'll try to go deep dive later on. Okay, let's just understand the overview of GA. So, first thing, as I said, the most mandatory thing for anyone is to set up the Google Analytics for their website. Okay, I'll show you the in-depth setup in the in the next weekend. But just to give you a very basic idea on how does a Google Analytics account get set up, I'll try to create a dummy one. I won't do end to end. I'll just give like few details just to show it to you. Okay, please watch my screen. Don't follow what I'm doing, because you can still refer to the recording and you can follow the steps. Okay, so for now, just concentrate on what I'm doing on my screen. Okay, so here there's a section of admin. Okay, and even if you are, you can, by the way, you can create multiple Google Analytics account. Okay, if you have a multiple website, for each website you can create multiple Google Analytics account. Whenever you want to create a new Google Analytics account, guys, um you can come over here and you can say create. Okay, and you can say create an account. Okay, when you, by the way, each website should have a different Google Analytics account. Okay, so here I'll say account, and to create a new Google Analytics account, what it requires is your account name. Now, what is exactly an account name? Your business name is the account name. Okay, so let's say your business name is Simplilearn, then your account name should also be Simplilearn over here. Okay, so right now, because I'm creating a dummy, like I'm creating a dummy account, I'll just write some dummy name. Okay, so let's say it's travel with Jigisha. Ideally, this shouldn't be the name of a website, but let's say if this is okay. Now, obviously, Google will ask you about the account data sharing setting. Basically, to maintain and protect the service, they're just asking if you are okay to let to collect all this kind of data. You can say yes, they won't disclose, so don't worry. You can say next over here. Now property name again should be your business name, so I'll say travel with Jigisha. Now this one, reporting time zone should be, guys, as per, let's say, by the way, okay, most of the brands, what they do, um they usually also create, let's say, for a very global brand, okay, like, and you have, let's say, Zara dot in, Zara dot us, anything on those side, and for every country you have created a separate website. Then again you should have a separate G account, okay. Now let's say your business is majorly focused on India as a location, okay. Yes, you might be giving, you might be selling globally as well, but as a major of your businesses of India, then here your reporting time zone should also be India, okay, not any other country. Because based on what reporting time zone you would choose, accordingly you'll see the data as well, okay. Again, the currency should be INR, because as I said, the major businesses in, uh, if it's in India, okay. Obviously if it's in another country, your base is US, then choose US. If the base is London, choose London, whatever you want, okay. And we'll switch next over here. Now here it will ask you like what is your industry category, like for like your business falls into what category. So mine is travel, so I'll say travel, okay. Then it will ask you for your business size, like what's the size of your business. You can just say as per whatever size you fit it into. And then here it will ask you, okay, what is your objective behind creating Google Analytics account, okay. So you just have to tick, okay. So let's say you want to generate lead, then say generate lead, okay. You are doing this, if you're in e-commerce you'll say I want sales. Probably if you're lead generation you'll say, okay, I want to generate lead, I want to also understand I'm getting traffic from where, I also want to understand some engagement. Let's say you don't fall into any of this, then just say other business objective, okay. And you can say create. Now again you have to choose over here India. You just have to accept the terms and policy, okay. And this is where your setup, so this was like a basic account setup, and we the setup is still not completed, because you have to link your website or app to the GA, okay. So let's say if I want to link my website, what I have to do, I have to go here to web, I have to give my website to URL over here. And when I give my website over URL over here, guys, the next step is the platform will give you a code. That code needs to be placed on your website, and after that the data collection gets started, okay. Does this make sense? Just to show you that code part, what I'll do in the demo account also, by the way, you can see the code part of the demo account as well, okay. So let me just, by the way, you can skip that particular part. Now if you would see my, like, this is my this is the account that I created right now, travel with Jigisha, but it won't capture any data, it won't show anything, because my website is still not linked over here, right? So linking the website and then putting the code on your website, that will start capturing the data, and you'll see numbers over here, okay. Otherwise you can't learn GA. Hence the reason you guys also referring to demo account, because you want the reason, what, why do we do Google Analytics? It's all about the number crunching, data analysis, right? You even if you create a Google Analytics today, let's say you have a website and you create a Google Analytics account today, it will take a lot of time to get that kind of data and to do that kind of analysis, right? Right, let's say you'll say, okay ma'am, I'll create a website, dummy website today, and I'll set up a GA on it. Great, you learned how to set up, but how would you do data analysis? Because until unless you are a very popular website, it's another case. You will get a lot of traffic, and you will get a lot of numbers to through which you can analyze. But let's say that's not the case, then how would you do data analysis? Hence we are referring to the demo account for the data analysis part, because the demo account, it's a very old demo account, it's Google's official website, Google Analytics account. So lot of data to analyze, okay. Now if I'll go back to the demo account just to show you that code part, okay. So by the way, for any Google Analytics account, whether it's your client's Google Analytics account or whether it's a demo account, if you want to see how does the code part looks like, you can go to the admin section over here, and there's something called as data stream, okay. If you go over here, see this. Can you see here, if I zoom in, I mean, I'm not see, can you see they have linked their website, shop.merge.google, right? So you also have to, whenever you set up your account, there the step where we stop, where we had to link our website, we have to give our URL. Once we give our URL, we have to go within it, and we get something called as view tag instruction. Now when you go over here in the view tag instructions, This is the code that you get. Okay, now this is the code of Google's merchandise store website's Google Analytics account. Okay, similarly, when you will set up a Google Analytics account, you'll also get a code like this. By the way, your code would look exactly like this. The only thing that would change would be this part. Okay, this ID is different for every G account. So you have to put this code on your website. Again, guys, if you are working with a very big brand, they would have already set up. In case if they ask you to set up, ideally you don't have to do setup. You just have to give this code to your web developer. They will do the setup part. Okay, because you are not a web developer to do. If it's a coded website, no one will ask you to set up. Okay, either they'll have a web developer to whom you have to give the code with the instruction that, can you see, it needs to be there on every page of your website, so give this instruction and give the code to them. Or if you are at a higher position, you will be using this tool called as Google Tag Manager to set up this code. Now let's move towards the main part, which is our analysis. Okay, I won't, okay guys, we'll go very slow on this. We won't rush with respect to GA, so we'll go slowly. Okay, let's just first so okay, before we go to the platform, guys, let's just understand why one would want to what exactly, what are different things that one can check in the Google Analytics account or any analytical account. Okay, so guys, one of the major thing that people want to check on the Google Analytics accounts are these four things. Okay, page view is nothing but what exact pages people are checking. Okay, how many unique visitors you are getting on your site. What is the bounce rate? Bounce rate is like the number of people who are coming to your site, how much of them are getting bounced off as in like they hardly spend some time on the website, they just like drop off, right? And then the time on the site, basically how much time a user is spending on your site, or probably on which particular page. Okay, so these are some unique metrics that an organization would want to track. And by the way, you can see all of these metrics on Google Analytics as well. Okay, now with Google Analytics, as I said, it helps you to measure not just your website performance, guys. Google Analytics is also for apps. Okay, so for app, the setup is something like similar. And by the way, for app you have to set up separately. For website you have to set up separately. Okay, so if you are a business owner who has a website, please set up a Google Analytics account. Like once you create your website, it's mandatory. The first thing you should do is to set up a Google Analytics account. Okay, and if you have an app, you can do it for the app as well. We have seen, right, it was giving me three option: website, app for Android, app for iOS. So you have to do, if you are a brand, a global one, ideally they would have set up. You never will come across a global brand who don't have a G account, as per my experience. But yeah, now, um again, why one would use GA, it's the same thing: to understand the number of people who are visiting the site, the time they're spending on the site, the pages that they're checking, or the device they're using to access the site. Okay, trust me, there's much more than that, but this is like basic use case of GA. Okay, um again, the whole point of using GA is for them to create some great marketing campaigns with the insights that they get from the GA account, and to make a informed decision, right, with respect to how they should create the website. Okay, because GA will give you a lot of insight with respect to your website as well, like how, like what, which page is performing, how much time one is spending. That gives a very basic idea that you know which page needs correction, which is like which page is like all good, you don't have to tweak it. Okay, um now I'll just take you through Google Analytics, guys. Okay, I'll give you an overview. Okay, let me just close the, okay, I won't close the PPT. I'll directly go to the analytics account. Okay, be there with me. What I'll do, I'll again open an Excel sheet, not an Excel sheet, but a Word doc to write down the pointers. Now, what are different, how Google Analytics is divided? The first major part of Google Analytics is its reports, guys. Okay, you would see a section of reports. Okay, so if you hover around to the report section, that's like, how should I say, we check on a very frequent basis is this section, the report section. Okay, and now it might be very confusing for you guys that what exactly is this. Okay, so I'll try to explain this in a very easier manner. Now there are different reports, and I mean the major one, or all the reports that are, which is the first one is real time. Okay, Then you have acquisition report, you have engagement, you have monetization, you have retention, and then the last one is user report, which also gives you what should I say? I'll just write this way only. So it's basically divided into two part: the user attributes and the tech part. Okay. So, like, how should I say? These are the reports that give you overall insight of your website. Okay, like in-depth insight. You would have never seen. You might have never seen this kind of insights in your experience. Okay. Now, one thing is that, see, when you're working with your client, okay, there are many clients who want to know a lot of data and all. Probably GA is an account that you might be keeping on 24/7, okay, or whenever you're working, because you never know, client might ask for what kind of data. Now, obviously, no one would guide you that, okay, let's say if I'm your client, I'll just directly ask you a question like this. Say that, you know, Ada, can you tell me, how was performance of gender 18 to 24 in FY26 compared to FY25 January month? Like, compare this Jan and last year Jan, and tell me what was the difference of this particular age performance. So you don't know where to go and check that, right? Like, with the name, obviously you are not able to understand. So you are being bombarded. See, your client would always get on a call and they'll ask you questions like this. They'll ask you to do a lot of comparison. Again, once you answer that, they'll ask more. They'll try to deep dive into it. Okay, no one would stop there. I'll give you an example in much more detailed way. The whole point is, you should know, first thing is that what each report would show you. Like, what is the use case of each of this report? Okay, so first is your real time report, and the use case of this report is it will show you last 5 minutes and 30 minutes website performance. Okay, this is the only report which shows you real time performance of your website. Okay, last 5 minutes and last 30 minutes. Okay, rest all report will show you past performance or today's overall performance. Okay, so this one will show you past performance or today's overall performance. This acquisition, engagement, monetization, retention, user won't show you last 5 and last 30 minutes. It can show you today's entire day's performance, but it can't give you like, okay, this was last 5 minutes, like this was last 30 minutes. That data you can get only over here. Okay, that's first thing. So real time is the only report which shows you real time data. Rest all of this up for past performance and like for today's performance overall. Okay, now which report you like, what is the importance of each of this report? Let's understand this. Acquisition report would tell you which channel, platform, campaign. So it will show you this performance. Okay, let's say your client want to know, is social performing better than search, is affiliate performing better than influencer, is meta performing better than Google, right? Let's say you run an influencer marketing campaign and you run an affiliate campaign, which is performing better. So basically, any question with respect to channel, platform, or campaign performance, you have to refer to the acquisition report. Okay, engagement report will give you pages and so all your website pages or a specific landing page performance you want to check, you refer to the engagement report. Okay. Monetization report is all about your product performance. Okay. Product performance. And by the way, first thing, monetization report is very specific to ecom. Okay. In ecom, it will show you the product performance. It will show you overall user flow performance. When I say, how many people did add to cart and how many people went to the checkout, payment, purchase, the entire stage basically. Okay. Retention report is more about checking the LTV of consumers, of customer. LTV is nothing but lifetime transaction value. Basically, how well you are able to retain a consumer. Okay. Lastly, your user attribute will show you data like, if you want to see age performance, gender performance, city, etc. Any demographic, okay, any demo or geographic performance you see under the user attribute. Okay, whereas tech, the name says tech would show you any information related to tech. Okay, like your browser performance, device performance, phone model, anything, etc., etc., etc. So this is what you have to mug up. Okay, let's say I ask you any question related to platform or anything of that sort, you have to go to the acquisition. If I ask you anything related to page, you have to go to engagement. If I ask you anything about the product or user flow, you have to go to monetization. Right, so you should know this. Now what we'll do, we'll go to each of this report, okay, and I'll show you how to read it, what do they mean. We'll start with real time. Okay, now first thing guys, for real time, you can, this is like the only report snapshot is like a overall website thing. Okay, you can ignore this thing. Okay, no one would want to check the report snapshot. The first thing is your real time report, which you see in the real time overview. So when I say real time, the only section of real time that we refer to is the real time overview. And sometime if the client asks, we'll also see real time page. Okay, what is real time overview? It gives you the overall performance of your website. If you could see clearly, active users in the last 30 minutes, active users in the last 5 minutes, active user as in like number of people on your site. So if it says 42 as active user, that means 42 people are there on that merchandise website. 9, so 42 were there in the last 30 minutes, 5 users were there in the last 5 minutes. Okay, this map thing that you could see and the dots that you could see is basically it's trying to show you the user has came to the website from which location. Okay, so if you could see, one is from Ahmedabad. If I speak about India, okay, I'll go back, mistakenly I clicked. Then there would be, there's one from Kolkata, there's one from Chennai, there's one from Bengaluru, there's one from Pune. Pune was me because I was checking it out. It could be someone else as well, but I believe it was me. In the last 5 minutes I was there, in last 30 minutes also I was there, so it's still showing it up. Okay, obviously if you want to go further, let's say you want to see, okay, the Pune one, like you can click on the Pune one and it will show you that the user came from where and all. Okay, so it will give you more further data, like okay, the person came to the website, the Pune folk who came to the website, that person came to the website through Google. Okay, like likely they searched on Google. Okay, and let's just understand this. Okay, now I'll go back again. If I scroll down, let's just refresh again. Okay, so right now here, first thing is it is showing you the user sources is basically again from which particular channel they have came to the website. Right now it is just showing Google, but they might show other channels as well, like social, affiliate, YouTube, depends if they have that kind of user count. Okay, this is basically what kind of audience they are are they non-purchaser, or they active users, or they are the one who have scrolled. Now this audience thing is something that a brand customizes. Okay, this is not default audience type. Okay, this is something that the person who's handling the Google merchandise stores website performance, they have customized it. Okay, this is not standard. When I say customize it, they have divided audience into different buckets. Okay, like okay, all users, non-purchaser, basically how many of them are non-purchaser, how many are active users, how many have scrolled 75%, right? So this is something you customize it, guys. This is not default thing that you'll find in GA. Okay, this is something that the website has customized for their GA account. Okay, here you would see how people are spending time on which particular page, like is it home, is it merchandise shop, is it apparel, is it campus, so on and so forth. Okay, then here it is event. Now event is nothing but what interactions they are doing in GA. Interactions are called as event. Okay, so there's something called as event and there's something called as key event. Event would mean any interaction that you do on the site is called as event. Key event is like the important interaction that you do on the site. When I say important interaction, okay, let's say if I go to Mintra's website and if I just scroll, that is also an event. But if I go and check one product and add it to the cart, that is called as key event. Okay, so when I say event is basically any interaction that you do, whether you purchase, whether you do add to cart, whether you click, whether you scroll. But in key event we only check major interaction that the user has done, like impactful interaction that the user had done on the site. Again, event and key event is something that the brand has to create. They have to customize it for themselves. There's no standard list. So this audience, event, key event, these three things is something you will customize it for your brand. Okay. Now, second thing, when, okay, what do you think? Do you think every day one would go and check the real time report? What do you think, guys? We would check this real time report if we have a major sale or offer coming up. So if you are having Black Friday, you are having Diwali sale where you see a lot of sales coming, you see a lot of traffic coming. We usually check this report to see if things are all going or are going all well or not. If you launch a new product, right? So any offer, any launch, any discount, heavy discount coming up, that's the time we usually check this real time report, just to see that everything is going all fine or not, just to see are we getting that kind of traction or not. Let's say I launched my Black Friday campaign right now at night 12. Let's say today's we are doing Black Friday. Ideally this is not the time one would do Black Friday, but hypothetically. So I would want to see, are people showing up on the site or not? How would I understand? With the help of G only, right? Where are they coming from? So there are many brands during this offer launch period, they check this real time report. Otherwise no one is bothered to go and check the real time report. So only on this kind of special occasion for a brand they would go and check it, just to see, like, are you getting that traffic, are people showing up on the sites or not, because that is the period where you get a lot of business, right? So their brands are they are on their toes, and one of the way to keep on checking, seeing if it's impactful, is it working, is it not working, they check this on the GA thing. So I want to see, okay, I've launched a new product, I want to see, okay, what is the response? And let's say I've launched a product for 1 rupee and I want to see how people are reacting to it. So, like Black Friday, FOMO sale, all of that time, brands keep an eye on this. Okay. Because they again make a lot of decision. They're seeing that, okay, there's a lot of traffic coming from Mumbai. Then they would want to keep that inventory ready for that location, right? Again, if they're seeing a lot of traction coming from social, they'll launch more campaigns on social to grab more attention. Again, there are a lot of strategies that are created, guys. Again, I'm saying analytical tools are not just seen to create good marketing campaign, it also gives you a very great business insights as well. Okay, you make a lot of business decision, business call by seeing these numbers as well. For e-commerce brand, their inventory management, their cross selling, their upselling heavily relies on seeing such kind of numbers. Okay, so we are clear with real time report. Now in real time report as well, if you like, there's one more section of real time pages. Basically user are visiting what kind of pages, you can check that as well. Okay, to understand. Now again, most when you see one slash, that means it's a home page. Okay, so now how many active users are there? There are 40. How many views they have got? 37, right? Again, there are people who are on different pages as well. Okay, that's the only use case of real time report. Now we'll go to the major report where we spend a lot of time. Okay, and when I say we spend a lot of time, there are brands, there are people who check it on daily basis as well. Okay, if not daily, at least weekly. Okay, now let's start with the acquisition report. So now guys, if you would see, the acquisition report has a lot of section. I won't take you through all the sections. So each report now will have a lot of section. I'll just take you through the important part of the section. Okay. Because this is a demo account, guys. This demo account is not able to capture all the data. Okay. There are some loopholes in the demo account as well. Now, can we fix the demo account loophole? No, because we haven't set up this account, right? If I would have set up the account, if I'm the one who's putting the code, I can still rectify that loophole. But because this is a demo account, obviously, and the owner is Google themselves, they are the one who can look into it. We can't look into it. So I'll take you to the important part of each of the reports. Okay, there are some sections I would skip because of it would be too complicated for you guys to understand for the very first day. I might take you through it towards the last of our session, like towards the next weekend. Okay, now, guys, for each of this report of acquisition, engagement, monetization, retention, and user, don't check the overview part. Okay. Basically, overview we check when we are in lot of rush and we just want to see one glance. Okay, but for you guys, overview would be pretty overwhelming because you won't understand anything. So it's better to check this overview report into different breakdown instead of seeing just all of this in one glance. Okay, so you can skip the overview part. Overview part, as I said, we only check when we are very much in rush, we just want to see the data very quickly. For you guys, I would say no for now, because it might seem daunting as well. Okay, so you can, by the way, whatever there's an overview is there on the other report as well. It's just like this is a summary that you would see. So every report has a summary tab. Like, okay, let me just show this to you. So this is like a overall summary. Now if a person sees this kind of summary for the very first time, they think, "Arey, kya chal raha hai? You know what's going on over here? We know we are not able to understand anything over here." Hence, I would ask you to skip this particular part. Okay, we will go one by one into each section and we would see it. Okay, so hence I won't show you the overview part only. Okay, now let's understand each of these reports under the acquisition part. Now we will, you have, we'll go to the user acquisition report. Okay, and by the way, whatever filters, whatever sections I'm showing you right now is applicable for all the other reports as well. Okay, so it's not that what we are seeing, what the filters that we are applying for user acquisition is not applicable for other. What I'm trying to show you right now is how to check this dashboard, like how to navigate it. Okay, now let's say when you come to user acquisition, first thing you should know is a date range, very important. Okay, your client would ask you for different date range, so you should know to choose the right date range based on your client's question. Okay, let's say your client would ask you that, okay, tell me last month performance. You have an option to select last month from here, or you can check from the calendar as well. Like you can click on one, you can click on 31, the last month is selected. Okay, there are some by default one created over here, and you can customize it as per your wish on the calendar. There are times when the client would ask you to compare the data. That's when you have to enable this toggle. Okay, and when you enable the toggle, basically you can choose a date range. Let's say if I tell you guys, compare Jan 2026 month to Jan 2025, so how would you do that? Okay, so here the date is correct, it's Jan 2026. Here I have to make it Jan 2025. So either you can type it or you can again select from the calendar. I recommend to type it because when you select from the calendar, especially when you're comparing the data, it gets very difficult. I'll show you how. Like sometimes the platform works, acts very weird. Okay, so let me just show you. Okay, here if I'm trying to choose Jan 1, and here if I'm trying to choose Jan 30. Okay, right now it has worked, but there are time when this toggle thing gets very annoying. So in case it gets very annoying, guys, like see now, can you see वो Feb ऊपर चला गया? I wanted Feb to be here. So if it acts bit weird when you're choosing from the calendar, especially for the comparison thing, you can type it as well. Okay, so let's say I want Jan 2026 over here. I can write Jan 1, and instead of 2025, I can say 2026. Here also I can say Jan 31. Okay, and I can say apply. Make sense? So please choose the right date range. Okay, from here, compare it if the client is asking you to compare it. Okay, right now I'll turn off the compare toggle. Now, this is something that is used to show it to the client. Now, imagine, guys, you are my client, you have asked me a question, and I'm showing you this table. It is very boring to show your client the table. There are many clients who won't understand the table. So, the best way to explain them is with help of this graph. Okay, let's say this is a better way of presenting, right? You can show them, okay, in Jan month we have seen a very good spike. In what, Thursday on 22nd of Jan we have seen a good spike of our users, right? And the most deep, like, which was a date where we have seen a very major drop in our traffic. I believe it was this point, right? 11 Jan. So this is how you can explain things to them. Okay, which is a channel which is giving them a lot of traffic. It's direct, if you could see there, it's organic search because this pop-up is coming up. So this is more for the explanation part. Okay, don't show your client this table. They'll find it very boring. They won't understand it. It's difficult to explain them in a table format, hence we refer to this part. Make sense? Again, you can use different filter. You want to show it on weekly basis, like how week on week performance was, so you can show it in this way. Like week one was very deep, then again the traffic got better in week two. In week three there was little bit of spike, so you can show it in that way. This way is what I'm trying to say. right? You can add some filters over here as well. When I say filters, okay, what specific section you want to show to the client? Do you want to show them some gender kind of thing? So okay, you if you want to just show them, it's not able to give you that breakdown. But yeah, you can add some comparison, guys. It's up to you. Okay, let's say you want to show them. Let me just show you. Okay, paid traffic and organic traffic. What is paid traffic? Traffic that comes through ads. Organic traffic is that traffic that comes organically. If your client asks for a comparison like this, you can just like do it in this way and you can show it to them. So don't show them this table then. Show it over here. Now let's go to the next part. Like, so this is all for your presentation perspective. You can add some filters to go over here. You can change the date range over here. It's up to you. Okay. The main part is this. So let me just cancel this because this comparison will show in the same table as well. Let's just see this. Okay. Now, if you remember, I told you that this acquisition report will show you performance of either the channel or the platform or the campaign. What you're seeing right now is channel performance. Okay, direct is a channel. What do I mean by direct? If I directly go to mintra.com like this is called as direct. Okay, so there are two ways I can go to Mintra's website, right? Either I can go on Google, search for Mintra. Okay, then this is ads. Okay, but this is SEO, right? If I go from here, and one way is I directly tap for the exact URL. So when a user type the exact URL and they directly land on the site or not and don't come from Google or social media, that is what we call as direct. Okay, so direct is the user directly search for exact URL and they landed on the site. Now organic search is people coming through SEO. Paid search is people coming through search, text ads. Cross network is like they're coming from multiple channels, referrals, email. Unassigned is something again, I wouldn't know because this is a demo account. What they are calling as unassigned, I would never know. Again, this is you customize it, right? Organic social is your social media platform, organic shopping, organic video. Okay, so this is what we mean by channel. Now, what is platform then? So we are seeing, let's say, organic search. Okay. When I say organic search, I mean people are coming through SEO. But from which platform? Are they coming from Google or are they coming from Bing? The channel won't give you that insight, right? Where, okay, your client would, you tell your client, okay, the second highest traffic is coming from organic search. Then your client would ask you that, okay, can you tell me what platform of organic search? Are they coming from Yahoo or Bing or Google? Where? Where are they coming from? That's when you don't have to check the channel performance, you have to check the platform performance. Okay, now how do you switch it? How do you switch from channel to platform, guys? Here there's a toggle to change it. Like, can you see this primary channel group is something that we have selected right now. If you want platform, you have to search for platform over here in the search and click on this first user source platform. And now see this. Okay, wait, you, or let's just do one thing, you can just search for first user source. One second. To change from channel to platform, search for first source. So here what I've selected is source dash medium, first user source dash medium. Okay, I'm giving, writing down over here as well. Okay, so this will show you the platform level data. Now how, what do I mean by platform data? Platform level data, can you see now they are breaking down organic into Google organic and Bing organic, right? Now they are not just saying paid search, they are saying Google slash CPC. Okay, if I increase this, by the way, the reason they are only showing you 10 result is because here the row per page is 10. So whenever you do data analysis, guys, there's a lot of data. Can you see that total 97 platform performance? We are able to see only 10 because we are on the first page, and for the first page as well, the row per page is only 10. So whenever you do see the data, please extend this to maximum. And then here also in the corner, see if you're missing out on any page or not. Right now we are not missing on any page, so I can every data is seen over here. Okay, so please make sure to check these two settings whenever you're seeing the data. Okay, now here if you would see, okay, let's just show you, let me just show you this. See, can you see for organic there is Yahoo organic, there is Bing organic. So now this gives you the data that from organic as well, people are coming from what platform. Make sense? So what, so after date, this is for your client view. Okay, always check the row per page, and here the pasting. Now let's say if I make row per page 25, I have other pages to check as well. Can you see 1/25? I'll have to go to other page as well. So always make sure your row per page is set to max, and if there are any other pages to check, make sure you check that. Don't miss out on checking other page, because your data, your answer would be on the second page as well. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So, and then how to change from channel to platform. Here, if you want to go back to channel, search for channel. If you want to see campaign level, guys, same, search for campaign over here. Okay, so now when I switch to campaign, it will, can you see all the campaigns that this merchandise store is running? They are showing me all the campaign names over here. Okay. So based on what your client is asking, make sure to switch it from here. Okay. Now, first thing, next part is, guys, this is what we call as dimension, and this is what we call as metrics. Okay. Again, this is applicable for all the reports that we'll be checking. This is called as dimension, this is called as metrics. Now this is called as primary dimension. Your client, so now when your clients ask you to, every time they ask you to break down this number, okay, let's say I'll ask you that, okay guys, I can see that from direct I'm getting good amount of audience. I want to know they are coming from which city now, right? So my client, the client is asking to break down this further, that okay, they understood direct is the best performing channel, but exactly they're coming from which city? Is it like a specific city which is getting this performance? Okay, so then your client is asking you to break down this further. Hence, you put a secondary dimension. So this is a primary dimension. Now if your client asks you a deep dive question, you have to put a secondary dimension. To put a secondary dimension, you have to, again, you have to click on the plus sign, and whatever breakdown they have asked for, let's say they're asking for city, gender, age, search for it over here. So now I'm asking for city, right? So I'll click on city, and this data will be breakdown further to cities now. Can you see? So now it's a very big data. Can you see there are almost 10,107 pages. Okay, how should I can't navigate all of them, right? It will be very tedious for me to check so much big thing. So what you have to do is, let's say your client have only asked for direct, right? They have understood direct is the best performing channel, and they just want to know which city is giving good amount of traffic for direct. So use the search bar. Okay, the search bar will filter down lot of lot of numbers over here. So if the client has only asked for direct, search for direct over here. If the client has given you specific city name, like they want to know, okay, from New York, okay, like New York as a city, the people who are coming from to the website from New York as a city, they are coming, what are the channel that they are using the most? Okay, let's say they are this New York is their best performing city, let's say. So I can search for directly for the city name over here and see this. Now what I'm able to see, this is the city, and from this city people are coming from which all channel. Again, for New York as well, direct is the best performing channel, then organic search, then paid search. So use this search bar. I'll just give you a recap again. Date range. In date range, one has to compare. If they ask for compare, this is used to show the client the numbers like in a better format instead of showing them the table. This is called as dimension. This is primary. This is secondary. You only apply secondary dimension when the client asks you to break down the number. If it looks very overwhelming, the table looks very overwhelming. Whatever query the client has asked for, you can just search for that specific question over here. Like when I not question but the keyword, if the keyword is New York, if they're asking for a specific city, or they're asking for a specific channel, right, or anything, age, gender, it could be different thing, right? The client don't ask you vague question, they'll ask you specific to something. So put that in the search bar if you are finding it very difficult to read such big table. Always increase your row per page count, always check other pages as well. Okay, if you're not able to check other pages, one thing what you can do is you can filter from highest to lowest. Okay, so here for each metric there's an arrow sign you would see. Okay, so if you click on it, it will filter out things from highest to lowest. Right now if you could see, it's not in a proper arrangement, right? 30,000 is at top, then 11, then 20. It is not arranged properly. Can you see? It is not in highest to lowest or lowest to highest. So what you can do, you can click on the arrow, see this, and automatically it will come in a better sequence. Can you see? Now this is highest to lowest. So now you don't have to go and see other pages, because this is applicable for other pages as well. Now these are metrics. I'll just explain you each of this metrics, and guys, let's just understand each of this metric. Total user is number of user. Now this is for Jan month, Jan 2026, this website performance. Okay, merchandise shops website performance, how was for the month of Jan 2026? We could clearly see they have got total users of around unique. When I say users, these are like unique people, like people. Okay, 43,291 users were there on the site. Out of those, 31,774 were new people. When I say new user, that means they are new to the site. Returning is like they have visited in the past. Again, they are giving you breakdown for each channel for all the three metrics. Okay, then this will show you how much time they have spent on from each channel, and overall how was the time spent. So in Jan month, overall the time spent was around 1 minute 33 second. Okay, wherever you see a very less time spent, for example organic video, the time spent is very less, that means there's some problem with the channel performance in general. Okay, cross network is a very good channel for them. Email, why people are coming from email, they have spent a good amount of time. So the more the time you spend, better is for your brand, right? Okay, now average, this is engage online session per active user. Basically, you know how much engagement they have done on the site. I'll explain this in detail in the next report, so ignore this for now. Now here, I told you, right, event, key event. Okay, now what is, as I told you, event would mean all the event. Can you see? So when I click over here, this is what they mean by event. Any action you have done on the site. Can you see first visit, checkout, add to cart, everything is part of event. Any activity. But key event would only consist for, because this is an e-commerce website. Merchandise store is an e-commerce website. So for them, what is a key event? How many people bought the product, how many people added the product to the cart, and how many people have just checked the product. This is an important event for them, right? This is customized event, and key event is customized. So under key event, for this brand, they have chosen this three as a key event. You can customize as per your brand need. Okay, not necessarily you have to follow what the merchandise store website has done, right? Now if your client asks you that, guys, can you tell me how much purchase, like when we say, see, this is not purchase, no, because this includes all the action. Your client just want to know, okay, how many purchase you have got from direct. Then you have to go over here and you have to click on the purchase sign, and now we can see from direct we have got 545 purchase in the month of Jan. Make sense, right? So always don't forget to see this. If your client is asking specific to an event, please go and select it. Okay, let's say my client is asking me how many people have done add to wish list, then I'll have to go over here and hover around it. So there was around like 409 add to wish list. If my client asks me that, okay, can you tell me how many people have scrolled, so see, so make sure to change this as per the question again. So we have understood the user acquisition. Now we are going towards the traffic acquisition report. Now, guys, the first thing is, okay, let me just turn off the toggle because I don't want to see the comparison data. Now, what is the different? The first thing is, like, see, both the report will show you channel performance, platform performance, and campaign performance. Okay. Then what's the different? In which situation you'll refer to the user acquisition, and in which situation you'll refer to the traffic acquisition report. Okay. Because the dimension is the same, right? Here also you are seeing same dimension, here also you are seeing same dimension. So then what one should refer for? Okay, first thing, traffic acquisition report would show additionally the revenue. Okay, so here if you would have seen in user acquisition, we didn't had any metric which was showing us revenue. Max we could see was how much purchase we have got with when we put a key event filter as purchase. So we can see, okay, how much purchase we have got. But let's say if we want to see the revenue that we have generated, we can't see it over here. Hence traffic acquisition report will show you revenue, like at the end if you would see there's something called as total revenue. So that's one thing. Next, see, in traffic acquisition, instead of user, we have something called a session. Okay. Now, what is the difference between both? Okay. User would mean unique people who are there on the site. When we say 42, 463, that means this were the number of users who were there on the site. But in traffic acquisition, when you see your session as 52,893, this doesn't mean that there were 52,893 people who visited the website. This is like, how much total traffic you received on your site. Now, when we say session, it could be one person visiting your site multiple time as well. So basically, user acquisition will show you unique users who have visited your site, whereas traffic acquisition report shows you overall traffic that you have received on the site. This is not the unique user count. When you see session as 52,893, that doesn't mean 52,893 users were there on the website. That means this is the amount of traffic you have received on the website. Now, it could be one person has visited multiple time as well. Okay, whereas in user acquisition, when you see your user count as whatever we were able to see, what was the number, 49 or yeah, 42,463, this means that this were the amount of users who came on the site. Okay, this is the amount of traffic. Now when I say traffic, I mean a one person might have came multiple time as well. Ideally your use this will tell you total traffic, whereas your user acquisition tells you unique total users on the site. Does that make sense, guys? So if your client asks that we want to know unique users, then you have to refer to user acquisition. But the client asks we want to just know the overall traffic, irrespective if the person came once or twice or multiple times. Then you have to refer to the traffic acquisition report. And secondly, if the client asks you any question related to revenue, that is also the time when you'll refer to the traffic acquisition report. I hope you understood the difference between both. Again, the same navigation is applicable in the traffic acquisition as well. Put a secondary dimension, use a search bar, increase the row per page count, go to other pages, change the date range, right? Again, if the client asks you specifically for purchase, now see, can you see this revenue number? This is not correct revenue number. Why? Because this is for all event. Okay, if I make it purchase, then ideally this number would change. So let me just show this to you. First I'll filter it from highest to lowest. Now we are able to see direct has got a revenue of 51,000. Let's see if that changes if we make the event to be purchased. Sorry, not here, but here. Right, so the purchase count has changed, but yeah, our total revenue remains same, so that means the number is reflecting correctly. Okay, there are times when this number also gets changed when we change this key event, but if this has not changed, that means the number is correct, the revenue number is correct. Okay, so I hope you understood in what situation which report you'll refer to. If the client asks for unique user count, refer to the user acquisition report. If the client want to know overall traffic and revenue number, refer to traffic acquisition. Okay, now here in the traffic acquisition report, guys, there are some new metrics that you could see. Okay, the first one is your session. Now what do I mean by session, guys? Okay, let's just understand. There's something called as click, there's something called as link click, and then there's something called as session. Okay, you would always see click is higher than link click, and link click is higher than session. What do I mean by this? Okay, when I say we have got clicks, clicks would mean anywhere they have clicked on your post, on your ad. Okay, when we say link click, they have clicked on the URL. Okay, but not just clicking on the URL doesn't mean they have landed on the site. They might have bounced back, the internet was not working, so they didn't landed only, right? But session means that yes, they have landed on the site and they are spending some time. Okay, so you will always see that there are many people who clicks on your ad or any of your posts. Out of that, only some people will click on the link, and out of that, only some people will actually spend some time on the site, right? So session means that this user, like, when you see session as 52,893, that means they have spent some time on your site. Okay, and this is also one of the reason brands want to check GA, because the session number is much more better than checking clicks and link clicks count. Okay, now how does this session gets calculated? Okay, now let's understand this. So like, what will make it one session, what will make it two session, three session, is we'll try to understand. Okay, the first thing is the default setting of GA is one session would end after 30 minutes of inactivity, or if the user comes back from another channel or platform or campaign, whatever it is. Okay, what do I mean by this? Okay, have you guys ever experienced this when you go and try to do any net banking? Let's say you go to HDFC Bank, you logged into your net banking, and even like for few minutes, if you like, you don't close that tab, but you keep that tab open and you go to another tab and you come back to that HDFC net banking site, and let's say even in next 2 or 3 minutes, it will show you an error which says the session has expired or the session has ended, and log in again. Have you guys ever experienced this? The same is the meaning of session in GA as well. Okay. So in Google Analytics, when you set up the Google Analytics code, it will calculate the session. Now, what will make one session end? Okay. So the default GA setting says after 30 minutes of inactivity, one session would end. But do you have to keep that? See, you can change the setting, and ideally you should. Why would you give 30 minutes of time period for anyone to come back? Don't you think it's a very long time period? Right? Like, even if it's not a banking site, still you're giving 30 minutes of time period, that even if the user stays 30 minutes inactive, their first session will still continue, is what the default setting says. So your job is to first go and change this default setting and make it customized for your brand. Okay, you might have experienced this as well, that there are times when you keep one website open for a very long period, and once you go there, it would refresh on its own. Have you ever experienced this? So if you keep one particular website on for a very long period and you come back on that site, it will refresh once. Have you ever experienced this, guys? That also indicate that the first session has ended and now your second session will start. Okay, let me show you an example of this. Okay, so let's take an example. I'll open Mintra's website right now. Okay, Mintra website has a Google Analytics code added. Now imagine they haven't changed the default setting. Ideally every brand will change the default setting, they won't give such big time period. 30 minutes is a very big time period. Okay, but imagine, let's say if they haven't changed it. So what is the scenario? Okay, right now if I just went on the site, right, it was 9:50 and non 5 9:50 I came to the site. Now imagine I'm doing some time pass on other tabs that I've opened over here. I'm on my G account. Okay, now if I go back to Mintra's website by 10:20, my first session will still continue. Why? Because I came back to the site 30 minutes before. But if I came back to the site uh, after 10:20, let's say I came back to the site at 10:25, after 35 minutes, what will happen? My first session would end and my second session would start. So when I say 30 minutes of inactivity, if I come before 30 minutes of inactivity, my first session will keep on continue. Like, that user's first session will keep on continuing. If they come back after 30 minutes, their first session would end and the second session would start. Okay, so that's one way the session gets counted. Other way is, now right now I came through like direct. Okay, I just search for Mintra.com. Let's say I again search for Mintra, but now this time I'll come through ads. Let's say I come through this ad. That means my first session will get here, my first session will end, and here my second session would start, because now this time I've came from another source altogether. Did you understood how does the session gets counted? And you can change this default setting, and you should change it. Imagine 30 minutes of time period is a very big time period you're giving for inactivity. Ideally it should be max 2 to 3 minutes, even for a normal website, or let's say max 5 minutes, not more than that. Okay, now let's go back. So we understood what is user acquisition and traffic acquisition report. Now let me just show you other one. In cohort, the demo account doesn't show any data I've usually seen. Okay, so great. Now it's reflecting. Last time when I checked, I couldn't see it. So basically, on an average, it will tell you. So there's an extra thing if you would see. Okay, average 120-day value is an extra metric that they're trying to give you. Okay, so this is more specifically towards the ad side. Okay, so here what Google Analytics does is it calculates the sum of all the purchase, subscription, and some ad revenue for the first 128 day, and it will tell you what is the lifetime value, okay, of each user from each of the channels. So this is basically gives you the LTV data, lifetime value of the user. Okay, would I say is it precise? No, because I don't know how they are doing this tracking part. They might have tracked it in a very different way. Okay, we usually don't refer to the cohort reports, you can ignore it. Now lead acquisition report is not applicable again for this brand because they are all into e-commerce. Hence you would see new lead, qualified lead, converted lead, all of them are zero. Okay, this user key event, it's showing some numbers because it is considering all the event. Okay, if I remove all of the event, you won't see this number as well. This is applicable when you are working for any lead generation brand. Okay, for lead generation brand, new lead would be amount of lead you have calculated. Qualified lead is out of that how many were correct lead, and converted lead is out of them how many have actually bought the product or the service. So now here we are seeing all zero number because this is a e-commerce website, so hence it is not applicable for them. Okay, and non Google campaign is basically if this brand is running any campaign apart from Google ads and they want to see the performance. So now campaign is basically ads part. Okay, so if you are running any ads, okay, apart from Google ads, and you want to see that campaign's performance, then you can see it over here. But how this campaign performance get reflected over here is, guys, there's something called as UTM parameter. I think I've told you in the paid campaign session as well. Whenever we run ads, so you would have seen this. Like if I click on this ad, this this helps us track. So when you put this UTM parameter, this will track the data into GA. If we don't put this UTM parameters, you can't see your campaign performance in GA. Okay, so if you're running any paid campaign, guys, for that you have to add this UTM parameter. So whatever you are able to see on your Meta ads or Google ads dashboard, that same data will get reflected on your Google analytics as well. But to do that, you have to create this UTM parameters. Okay, great. So yeah, I mean, if you want to see your campaign's performance, you can come and check it over here. Okay, so that all you have under the acquisition report. Now engagement report. Okay, so in engagement report, guys, I won't show you all the sections. The important one is something I'll take you through. Overview, let's ignore against the overview of all the report. What you guys have to pay attention is on two section, which is pages and screen and landing page. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll make a note over here that for acquisition we refer to, I've shown you all the section. For engagement, I will just show you the important one now, like, which is your, wait, sorry, engagement, which is your pages and screen and landing page performance. Okay, now what is this? Okay, pages and screen is overall website pages performance. Can you see for each page it is showing you the performance? If I increase this row per page count, we'll see all the pages performance. Again, guys, same filter, date range, search bar, secondary dimension is the same. The filters remains the same, it's just that the data changes. Here you will see performance of all your website. What do I mean by performance of all the website? How many views you are getting on the page? Now views is like again, you can call this as a traffic. Okay, obviously your views would be higher than your active user is unique people. Views is like that person might have came to your website multiple times, hence you will always see your views is higher than active user. Okay, okay, so that is what it is trying to say. Then again, online active user per view, what is the time that they're spending on those pages on an average. Okay, again, what kind of event, like this is all event, you can choose specific event. Okay, how much, again, how much transaction you're getting. Now if you could see for transaction, it is only showing on your checkout page because that's where you do the transaction, right? Hence it is showing you that on the checkout page we have got a revenue because that's the place where you majorly do the transaction part. Okay, again, you want to see how much purchase, add to cart. If I put a purchase filter, again it will majorly show on the checkout page. See this, because that's where you do the checkout, right? So this will show you how your pages are performing. Now what do you mean by bad page performance? If the user is spending a very less time on that particular page, that means there's something wrong, right? Your home page time spent is also very less, 18 second, right? So if you see some of your category pages not performing, see now the store.html page hardly has some time spent. So you know that what pages you need to rectify. This report will help you understand that okay, what are the pages which are not performing and we should rectify them. Now landing page, then what is the difference between pages and screen and landing page? Landing page are specifically performance of those pages that you have used for your ads or for your promotion. So for your ads, for your influencer marketing, for your referral, you give specific URLs, right? If you want to see the performance of those URLs, please check under the landing page section. So your pages and screen will give you performance of all the pages, but landing page will only give you performance of those pages that you have used in your promotions, promotion of your paid campaign or influencer or affiliate. Make sense? Again, the metrics remains the same mostly. If you would see, it's just that here you have session ka count, and then active user, new user. I think I've already discussed all of this metrics. Now for monetization, guys, I won't cover the monetization entire part. I'll just show you one part of monetization and then I'll pause for the day, okay? Because it will be very overwhelming if I rush through it. Now monetization, as I mentioned before as well, this is for your e-commerce brand. Okay, if you're not an e-commerce brand, this is not for you. Now here the major, again, all the reports are very important, but the first one is your e-commerce purchase. Now here, if you would see, can you see item name? Item name is nothing but your product name. Okay, so when you see item name, that means it's your product name. Okay, and it will show you performance of all your product. Okay, now this is not just products which are getting sold from Google ads or something. This is performance of your all the products on the website. You want to know which product is performing well on which channel, then you can put a filter. Again, you can put a secondary dimension and find that out further. You want to see, okay, this product is getting sold out from where? From Meta ads, for Google ads, from SEO. You can put that filter. But as I said, this product performance report will help you understand all about inventory management, a very big business decision for e-commerce brand out there. Okay, now for example, let's just see this. Okay, I'll take 2026 data. Let's just take a very recent fresh data. Okay, so far in 2026, let's just see what products have been performing well. Okay, can you clearly see it's nano banana sweatshirt? Okay, but now, no, this is not, because it is not in proper sync. So I'll just filter it from highest to lowest revenue. Okay, so ideally it is Google Osaka heavyweight tea. Okay, now obviously it is showing you how much revenue it has generated, but it also shows the entire flow. For example, this particular product was only viewed 347 times. There are other products which were checked out on much more time, right? Can you see this one was checked out for 1999. This nano banana sweatshirt was seen 2137 times, right? Correct. But if you would compare this and this, okay, this product was checked multiple time, but it has add to cart has suddenly dropped 282. This product was checked very less time, but it has a very good add to cart. So you have to see this analysis, you have to see the entire flow of that product purchase, right? Now again, why this has a very high revenue, it can, because there's a good chance it has a better AOV, average order value, as well, right? So you have to see it on those lines. Now there is one problem, okay, in this demo account. Can you see this? Google Unisex Eco T Black. Now the tracking, there's some issue with the tracking over here. Why? Because it doesn't have any view, doesn't have any cart and directly item purchase. So that means there's something wrong with the tracking for this particular page, right? So this also help you understand if you're tracking data properly or not. Again, when I say tracking problem, code might have been misplaced, there would have been some issue and the brand needs to rectify it. Am I clear, guys? Now let's say we understood, okay, this product has performed well overall, or let's say your client would ask you that whenever they do a 2026 planning, they compare and see how what worked in 2025, right? So if your client would ask you, okay, let's just see how 2025 went for us, so you can just put the data of this, like this, see what were your top performing product, which channel has derived. Now again, we could see top performing product, by the way, the priority should be given to revenue over item purchase. So just filter it from highest to lowest to revenue. And what are your top 5 products, right? Again, for this unisex eco tea black is a very good performing product, and if its tracking is not doing properly, you have to for sure go and rectify it. Okay, now your client would want to know, okay, then if this are best performing product, because now they will have to do the inventory management, right? Let's say they would want to do an inventory management, where they would want to see, okay, in which city, or for which age or which gender, if it's very specific to that, then they can keep the inventory ready. So what you can do, again, you can put city, age, gender, platform performance, and see that which city has got them lot of purchase. So you can, for that city, you can keep this product inventory ready. right? So you can do a lot of inventory call over here. You'll understand, okay, from which platform or channel you should push this product more, right? So I would want to see, okay, from which channel this products got sold out, right? I hope you're able to. This unisex eco tea black was again performing really well from direct. It's majorly direct for them, but it could be a different insight for you guys. So it is not just for your marketing that, okay, this report would let me know that, what product should I push next, what should I cross sell, what should I upsell. The major importance of this report is all your inventory management. Okay, which products we should keep in stock, which, let's say you find out in 2025 there were some product which didn't got sold out at all. Now what would you do? You might have to give it for free as a freebie, or you'll give it at a very lower cost, right? So you have to also, this is what I mean by inventory management decisions that you will take, and there are many brands who rely on this report to take this kind of decisions. Clear? So it is not just marketing, guys, is what I'm trying to say. A lot of business decisions comes from here. Okay. Then pause. Now there's something called as purchase journey and checkout journey report, guys. Here it will show you the overall journey of your website, but it is breakdown in very different way. Can you see this? There's a table. So this journey you are seeing for device. You can see such kind of journey for other filters like city, language, browser, right? Now for example, the default one was device. Okay, can you see over here? Now what this is trying to indicate, okay, like how many people came to the website, okay, then out of them you can just do a comparison if you would want to over here. How? Let me add a comparison. Mobile and web, and you can see, right? So it will show you that how much you're getting from mobile, how much you're getting from web, and ideally which is performing well for you guys. Okay, now what it is trying to tell you is that, can you see mobile has got a lot of session start, like there are many people who are coming from mobile compared to desktop, but when it comes to checking out some product, there was a sudden drop in mobile, but in desktop it was very better. So for session start, yes, mobile is good, but when it comes to spending some time doing add to cart, checkout, or purchase, desktop has performed better than mobile, right? So session at for start, mobile was doing all good. Later on, it was a U-turn, and desktop has performed well in the last year. So it's a very good insight that you have to keep spending more on desktop, because this desktop is giving you the highest amount of purchase and revenue out there, right? Similarly, you can see for city, language, and other filters. You have to see the entire journey. Okay. Then you also have something called as checkout journey report. Now, what is the difference between purchase journey and checkout journey? Like in this report, after like add to cart, okay. Let me just turn off the toggle. I don't want to see the comparison. Right, but here if you would see, it's only what, yeah, session start, view product. It's like you have checked the product, then you went to add to cart, then you did checkout and purchase. But there are steps between checkout and purchase as well, that is not covered here. So to see that where did the drop happen, because in checkout and purchase as well there are multiple steps the user would do. So that is something you see in the checkout journey report. In the checkout journey report, it will show you more in-depth steps from checkout. So can you see, after checkout there are two more steps that you do. You add your address if you know, and then you give add your payment method, right, and then you purchase. So this will tell you where did the drop happen. So can you see, there's a very big drop between shipping and payment, and again after payment and purchase there's a very big drop. So it was all good between bin checkout and add shipping. After that the user has dropped out, and obviously that's the time where major people think to go back and think again, right? So in purchase journey report, the starting lead was from mobile. Mobile was leading, but since you came from add to cart, the lead was taken by desktop. So it's an insight that you're giving to your client that, okay, we should give equal importance to desktop as well for this brand especially. So I think we stopped at purchase journey and checkout journey. I think I've already discussed purchase journey and checkout journey, the difference between both. Purchase journey shows like the overall overview, but checkout journey covers the middle part that happens between the checkout and the purchase, which is shipping and payment. Again, you can see this flow for multiple things like browser, gender, age, language, city, region, country. You can compare as well, as I've told you. There's a compare toggle over here. Now, in the promotion tabs, okay, if the brand has done some specific promotion, okay, you can see, you can kind of track how did that promotion worked for you. So there's a separate section given for that. And lastly, like in transaction as well, we don't ideally refer to the promotion and the transaction section, because anyways the promotion is part of a campaign, so we get that in the acquisition report. Okay. um, Again, transaction is more with respect to the IDs, okay, people who have purchased, and we can track some of the IDs, so you can see performance for that as well. But again, as I said, not that important section within the monetization one. The important one is our e-commerce purchase journey and checkout journey. Okay. Then you have this retention report. Now, as I mentioned, retention is like, um the time that the user has spent on your site or app, and like how many of them are returning each day, and what is their LTV, what is their lifetime transaction value. Okay. So retention is like how well you're able to retain the client. Okay, this is what we mean. Now, in this retention report, guys, ideally one thing, like, see, now the tracking, I can't comment that the tracking is proper because I haven't set up this demo account. But one thing that your client would be very interested to check is this average 120-day value. Basically, what is the LTV, lifetime transaction value of that consumer. Okay, so they want to know that, okay, once the consumer came on board, how many of them were new, how many of them were returning users. So like out of like 37K new users, there are like around 8.9K returning user as well. Returning user, as I mentioned, the one who have previously visited your site. And the second thing the client would be very much interested is to know their average 120-day value. 120-day value, as in like in the last 120 day since the customer came on board, how much, um what is their lifetime transactional value. Okay. So again, that is something that they get tracked, but from brand to brand it differs. Okay. The last report is the user report. Now, user report, as I mentioned yesterday as well, user report is all about demographic and tech. Okay, so your client has any question with respect to any question related to demographic or geography, you have to refer to this section of demographic details. Okay. Again, if you go over here, you can get the data from country, region, city, language, age, gender, interest. Okay. When I say interest, basically the audience have what kind of interest. Okay. So uh, you know um like if you're doing any running any meta ads, or you're running any Google ads, and there also you need to input some targeting, interest targeting, so you can pick up from here. So you understand that, okay, what kind of interest your audience has, and how are they converting, so you can know what are your top performing audience with this section. Obviously, apart from that, you have gender, age, language, and all. And then this audience section is something that you have to customize for your brand. Okay, this is more with respect to what kind of interactions they have done. So I've told you yesterday as well that this audience, like all user, non-purchaser, recently active user, engaged user, user in San Francisco, this is all customized. Okay, you can customize this audiences based on their interaction, and you can track how are they performing. So this is not the default one. The default one are under the demographic detail. These are customized from brand to brand. Okay. So some brand, like this brand, merchandise store, want to track how the users of San Francisco are performing. 7-day what churning users, 28-day top spenders. So they have customized this is not something the analytics will create for you. Okay. And the last one is a tech report, where as any question related to tech. Okay, like starting with browser, if you could see, so you can see what if which is a browser which is performing well for your brand. Okay, ideally it is usually Chrome, the OG. Okay, there's no other apart from Chrome. You can see device category, like which device is performing well. You can see model as well, so you want to know, okay, what kind of people are purchasing from my website, like what kind of phone they use. So if you could see, okay, by the way, just one thing, wherever you see this not set on your analytic, that means the GA is not able to track it. I think I said this yesterday as well. These people might be using VPN or incognito, and it's difficult to track the data. So that is something that goes into not set. But yeah, you could see, and there could be some tracking problem from your end as well. I'm not saying it's always the user, but it could also be that you haven't set your tracking properly, and because of which you're not able to capture the data. So but yeah, apart from that, you can see, like, there are different phone models, right? Like, people are using what kind of phone. You can, like, if I just scroll to other side, you can see how much revenue you are able to generate from those um particular devices. So if I see, like, for last year, Jan to December, which was the phone, I think it's iPhone only, but yeah. So apart from not set as iPhone, then Pixel 9, Pixel 7, Pixel 9 Pro XL. So you can just understand what devices are performing well. So you can just target specifically those desired device. You want to have some platform idea. If you're doing some promotion on some how should I say, like now, because it's only set up for web, it will just show you web. You can see for what operating system your website is performing well again. So these details are also there, is what I'm trying to say. And this is how you summarize the entire report section under Google Analytics. Okay, so just to give you a summary, in real time, we see the real time data of last 5 and last 30 minutes. We usually don't see this very frequently. Only on special occasion we try to check this report. Acquisition report will answer if you have any question with respect to platform, channel, or campaign performance. Engagement will help you answer if you have any question with respect to the page's performance. Monetization will help you answer if you have any question with respect to the user journey or the product performance. Retention will help you answer how much, like, how the users are coming back to your site, how much you are able to retain. In user, there are two type: user attribute, which will give you all demographic and geographic level data, and then in tech you get all tech related data. Okay. Now, the next part, guys, is the something called as key metrics. I think we have already discussed key metrics in our paid campaign session as well, but because it's also part of your analytics session, we'll take a, how should I say, a quick walkthrough. Okay. Of Because again, you will be able to brush up your skills again with respect to metrics. This is more of like a refresher. We have discussed all of this. If you refer to my paid campaign session, you will find all of this there, but let's just go through it once again, uh, because this is again helpful for analytics. So um, yeah, what are different kind of KPIs, guys? There are four types that we divided into. You have quantitative, qualitative, lagging, and leading. Okay, again, quantitative will give you data as in number. Qualitative will represent the textual forms of data. Lagging indicator is more of like you're comparing the current metric with the past one, and then leading indicator is it will help you do the forecasting, the future trends. Okay, so ideally your metrics are divided into these four types. Okay, again, you don't have to mug up all of this. So guys, chill out on this part. No one on your interview will ask you, tell me quantitative, qualitative, lagging, leading. These are just some terminologies that you might hear, and you can refresh again with it. Like, digital marketing is not about mugging up things. Okay, so just understand the concept, that's enough. Okay, now with respect to, all this uh, sorry, with respect to all of these KPIs, we further divide into multiple indicators. Okay, so you have input indicators, output indicators, process indicators, and directional indicators, and there are others as well, which is practical, actionable, and financial. Okay, now again, what each one of those would mean: your input indicator is you are trying to just analyze whatever available numbers that you have, available resources that you have. Okay, your output indicator is which will indicate the final result of your entire process, right? Your process indicator is you're trying to show some effectiveness within the process. Your directional indicator is more with respect to the performance of your, like, overall organization in general. And then you have something called as practical indicator, actionable indicators, and financial indicators. Okay, practical indicators are more of like you're challenging the existing process. Actionable is more with respect to how you can again check the future actions, or the ability of overall of your organization. And lastly, your financial indicators are like how sustainable your company can be or your brand can be. Okay. Now, there are different kind of KPIs, and I think I've discussed all of this with you guys. Okay, we have um we have went through this in the past as well. Okay, so return on asset is more of like return on ad spend. You remember we discussed revenue divided by ad spends, right? Now, and return on asset can also be revenue divided by the amount of money you've put on your brand overall, right? Lead conversion, I've already mentioned this in the past. Lead conversion is like how much leads you would be able to generate, and out of that how much you were able to convert, right? Customer retention rate, basically once the customer buy from you, for how much time you are able to retain them. Okay. Employee turnover rate is more with respect to how much business you're getting from your employee. Okay. Now, you have customer lifetime value, I've already spoke. Once, let's say, if I'm a Mintra's customer, Mintra would track how much revenue I'm trying to bring on the table since since the first day I've bought product from Mintra till date. Okay. Cost per lead, cost per acquisition, now these are two different things. Cost per lead is how much you have paid to get details of the consumer, that is cost per lead. Like, just if I share my detail, my name, number and email ID, so how much a brand has paid to get this detail of mine. Cost per acquisition is how much the brand has spent to acquire me as a consumer. So one is cost per lead is like just getting the detail of the consumer. Cost per acquisition is like it's acquired, I've been converted. Now for the conversion, how much they have paid, right? So I think we have discussed this in the past as well. uh, Now again, when we talk about your metrics, um, some of your quantitative metrics can be measured to understand how effective your business would function. Okay. And again, these are some things that the brand usually check: how much views you have got, what is the engagement, lead, sales, how much business you could get, are you able to achieve the goals or not. There are some vanity metrics as well. What has helped with process development, how your project has been working, how your product performance has been doing. So now, then, what is the difference between like KPIs and metrics? Okay, so people tend to get very confused that what is KPI and what is metrics. Okay. uh, KPIs are with respect to some specific timeline. Okay, so these are metrics. Okay, so all metrics are KPIs at the end of the day, is what I would say. So when we say KPIs, the name is key performance indicator. Okay, like we just, key performance indicator means that you are just taking few important metrics. Okay, so there are multiple metrics out there in the market. Okay, when I say KPI is only those metrics which shows exact impact on your business. Okay, so these are metrics only, but which are with a very specific timeline. Okay, they are very action oriented, right? For example, metrics is impression, reach, cost per click, cost per lead. But what is a KPI? My KPI is cost per lead, because that is showing an action for my business, right? So the full form of KPI is key performance indicator. So your keep again, this KPI thing varies from brand to brand. Okay. Now, with KPI, you can kind of track the progress towards your key business goal. As I mentioned, it will help you to do a lot of strategic decision making. It is kind of relevant across all your departments, and it has a very high level of perspective. When I talk about metrics, again, they are kind of unit of measurement. How we are measuring session is a metric. Revenue was also a metric. Okay, but so okay, uh, how should I say? Metrics is more of like different things that you're trying to measure. From those metrics, there are some KPIs as well. Okay. Now again, metrics will help you to drive some measurement. It shows the performance of overall process of your business. Okay, so when I say overall process, it start from your reach to impression till the end of revenue as well. Okay, again, it will give you a context with respect to your business activity, kind of relevant to some specific department to department as well. And it has a low level of perspective, because again, people get confused when you show all the metrics. Imagine I'm creating a table where I'm showing you all the metrics, you get confused that okay, what should one check? But KPIs, as I said, is very business oriented, very specific, right? So that's how you can divide between KPIs and metrics. um Again, like for example, over here, if you are talking about sales growth. Okay, uh what one would check, um when it comes to KPI versus metrics. Okay, so your KPI is more with respect to, if you would see, we would see that how much revenue we were able to generate, right? How much we were able to grow our business. But in metric, you will see the ratio, you will see the bifurcations out there, right? So metric will try to divide your data in a very like starting from the user or the product till the end of the conversion. But KPI is like pretty straightforward, is what I'm trying to say over here. Okay, now, see, when it comes to measuring your KPIs, there are some procedure that one would take. Okay, and now this is very business to business oriented. Okay, starting with, uh, you should know for your brand what do you mean by success. Like, you have to define your success. Okay, as I said, for e-commerce brand, success could be their return on ad spend. For some of them, it can be profit of ad spend. For some of them, it could be lead. Some of them, it could be quality lead. You have to define, like, this is brand to brand. Okay, they have to define what is their success. Okay, how do they define their success? Okay, then you have to use an accessible and transparent system. When I say system, is like platform where you can see this number. Okay, then you have to share the updates with your team and stakeholders. Okay, you have to report your KPIs to your teams as well, and then you have to try to improve the performance based on the results of the KPI. So this is how we measure the KPI. First, we have to define, okay, what metric or what is the KPI for our business success. Okay, how would we measure it? Then you have to also discuss this with your stakeholders and your team member. Okay, then once you get this clarity, you can start reporting that KPI, like seeing that numbers. And then ideally, obviously not, if I just see my ROAS is 2x, I don't have to sit idly, right? I have to make sure that the performance is improving. I have to increase the ROAS as well, right? There are some techniques that the brand again use to measure the business metric. They prioritize their objective, they rewrite their objective, because see, what you planned on first day won't remain the same in next few months or next few years. People do a lot of pivoting. Okay, so when at first whatever objective you're writing, probably there'll be a lot of pivots that we do. And this is not just with respect to business, this is also with respect to marketing. The first day I started my campaign, it won't remain the same till last year, because then what are you testing with? Okay, so you have to do a lot of pivots based on things, what work, what doesn't works, right? So you have to rewrite your objective. You have to set a benchmark as well for your business metric. You should know, okay, for my business, this is my benchmark. Otherwise, how would you achieve anything, right? So now, how do you put a benchmark? You have to see the industry standard. Okay, you can't say that, okay, if a clothing brand is getting a profitability of 20%, my electronic brand should also get a profitability of 20%. No, not possible. Industry to industry, the benchmark varies. So you have to do the right industry benchmark. You can't compare clothing business to a tech business, right? You can't compare B2B to B2C. So you have to find what is your benchmark, what is your benchmark business metric. Okay, again, use some action for your learning indicators, and then keep measuring your plan. That's how business try to measure their metrics. Now, guys, there are many tools, as I said, where you can track all the KPIs. The one that we have already checked is Google Analytics. Okay, there are brands who use this tool called as Salesforce as well. Okay, very popular in the market. It will help you to create a dashboard of each employee as well as the entire company. Okay, so it's very popular solution for KPI tracking. It will help you to create some personal dashboard for each of your employees and the business in whole as well. A very popular tool. You might have heard about this tool called as Salesforce. Then there are other tools as well, like there's something called as Coro. Again, it will help you see overall, you know aspects of the business on like one single dashboard. See, guys, Google Analytics is mandatory, I would say. This is like, how should I say, uh, you there's no option for it. You can't say that, okay, instead of Google Analytics, I'll do something else. This is like your OG. Okay, the remaining one, you can choose any one or two out of this. You don't see, as a business, you shouldn't use all the tools in the market, because trust me, it's very confusing. Okay, what you can do as a business is, at the start, you can try using all the tool, and then stick to those tool which works well for you. Okay, for example, when AI got introduced, I used all the AI tools. I've used ChatGPT, Perplexity, Cloud, Gemini, Notebook, LLM. You tell me, and I'll name it. When I was using all of this, I understood which one is helping me with what kind of answers. Okay, and then I just stick to one or two tool, because see, it looks very fancy that I'm using this tool, that tool, but it takes a lot of time, it drains a lot of energy as well. Try attempting by yourself. If you tell me that, okay ma'am, I'm using all the AI tools in the market, ChatGPT, cloud, whatever you could think of, it will drain your energy, it will make work more confusing. So at start you can check out all the tools, but later on you have to stick to one or two. You can't sit on just testing out on all the tools. It will drain your time, it will drain your energy. Okay, so like in business or in marketing, this term, I mean, more the merrier doesn't work. Okay, you first check out all the things that are there in the market and choose to pick the right one for your brand. That's it. Okay, so if you think more the merrier would work, no, I'm not saying you shouldn't test out. First test out and then stick to one or two. Don't keep on working on all the tools till your lifetime. It doesn't make any difference. At the end of the day, every tool is the same. The function is also kind of the same. It's just that the kind of, I mean, for AI tools, some might answer in different way. But if you can use one tool, you can use other similar kind of tools as well. It is not a big brainer. All of them have kind of replicated in many ways. Okay, so if you can use Salesforce, you can use Coro as well, is what I'm trying to say. Then there's one more tool called as Data Pine. Again, in businesses many brands use this. It is again a very advanced analytical tool. It has a very great interactive dashboard. Again, you can find out new relationship and you can kind of detect the trends as well. Again, these are all fancier tools. Okay, so hence I said, if you are using Google Analytics and if you are using one or two business tools, that is enough. You don't have to use Data Pine, or you don't have to use Init Soft. Like, you can't have to use all of this. I'm just showing you what are the options which are there in the market. You as a business have to go and find out the right one for yourself. Okay, so there's something called as Init Soft as well. Again, you can list down the names, you'll get the PPT, and you can try to check out by yourself. And you can figure out which one works. The OG is your Analytic and Salesforce. These are some options which are there in the market, but for me, I've always, for me, Analytics and Salesforce has worked well. Okay, worked well as in those are OGs, and I've been using them for the while, is what I would say. So there's Init Soft, again the same thing. It will help you to create all those visualization dashboard and all. Tableau is very great. Okay, Tableau is something, try learning this. Okay, um, so what in Tableau, what we can do is we can also connect our analytics to Tableau. Okay, so you can connect your analytics to your Tableau, and it will automatically refresh data from analytics and other web apps. So if you are using any other web app, you can see all of their summary in Tableau. Tableau is a great platform, one can try out. Okay, simple KPI, again same like in its soft, create some dashboards and all. There's something called a smart sheet. Again, here you can create some visual status of project, summary report, goals, deadline. Again, you can, now if you don't want to use this, you can use your Google Data Studio as well. Okay, this is all with respect to how well report you can create, customization, visualization. There's something called as target dashboard, again does the same thing. So there are many in the market. There's something called as I dashboard, which is there in the market. There's this app called as Handy KPI. Okay, now this is like a mobile app, and it will control your business KPIs, and it will it will majorly focus on some mobile data visualization. So you don't have to refer to the desktop. The only difference between this is you can access it, like, it is very mobile friendly kind of an app that they've created. Okay, because what happens whenever we want to see numbers, personally me as well, I find it very difficult to check it on my phone. Like, if you'll ask me that, ma'am, can you open your analytics on your phone and tell me the number? Trust me, I can't do that. I am not used to only, I mean, whatever dashboards I use, I'm used to using it on my laptop or big screen. I don't know how to navigate on phone. I don't know how to see it on phone. So if you're someone who's very busy moving around and you still want to see numbers like this, use Handy KPI. It is very mobile friendly, is what I would say. Your analytic platform and all are not mobile friendly. Trust me, the way the experience that you get on your laptop and try opening your Google Analytics on phone, it is very, I don't know, it's very annoying as well for me. Like, I can't function. I can't even spend like few minutes if I'm opening that link on my mobile. Okay, and then there's something called as Clipfolio. So again, it is a cloud-based app. Here you can share some real-time business dashboards. Again, web browser, monitor, mobile device can be used for all. But as I mentioned clearly, even if you use like one or two, in all of this, the most important was your analytics, Salesforce, and Tableau. Okay, and then Handy KPI, in case if you're someone who's very busy person, can't open your laptop, and on the go you want to see some numbers. Okay, There are some tools for metric tracking as well. So again, similar to Google Analytics, there's this tool called as Stat Counter, but it will show you numbers in a very simpler format. Okay, but again, guys, the OG is OG. I would say I've checked all of these tools. I personally prefer analytics. This is a very good tool that I like. There's something called as Crazy Egg. Okay, so now this tool and similar like this, there are many in the market. So there's something called as Microsoft Clarity. Okay, so you can check Microsoft Clarity as well. There's something called as Mix Panel as well. Okay, now what this tool does is you have to give your website URL to them, and heat map, it will record your website activity. So it will tell you, like it will kind of capture what's happening on your website. So can you see this yellow dots, blue dots and all? This will show you like where your user is spending a lot of time on your page. What is the section they're clicking the most, what is the section that they're ignoring? So this heat map is nothing but it is trying to show you where they're spending time on your page, like what interaction they're doing. Did they, like, if you see a lot of interaction on the banner, it will show you in properly in blue and yellow, right? So I personally like such kind of tool because you understand uh, what exactly is happening on your site. Now you can use this tool you call as Crazy Egg. There are other alternatives also in the market called as Microsoft Clarity and Mixed Panel. Okay, I was just trying to, because actually I'm still so I have my business page, but once again, so what I'll do, because I'm not able to log into my backend of my website, probably in the next lecture I'll show you this clarity part. Again, this is like your Crazy Egg only. Very easy. You just have to. So what happens? The way you have Crazy Egg, the similar way you have Microsoft Clarity. I prefer Microsoft Clarity. So what you have to do, you just have to give your business detail, and they give you a code to paste on your website. Okay, so they will give you a code. Like now my website is a WordPress website. Okay, so they have, okay, let's just do it right now. I'll do this in front of you guys. Give me 2 minutes. I'll log into my WordPress account. So it's created on WordPress, by the way. And what I'll do, I'll try to do this in front of you guys only. So it's like your Crazy Egg. It's just that I'm using another tool for this, but the same use case. Okay, so here they will give me a code, and I have to set this up. So, okay, by the way, for obviously this, so it depends on what you have created your website, okay, but you have to install the code, okay. So it completely depends on platform to platform. People use different platforms, okay. So for my website, because it's created on WordPress, I've logged in here. They also tell you the step what to do. So they're asking me to install one plugin called as Microsoft Clarity. What is the plugin, guys? On WordPress, plugins functions like an app. It's like, imagine WordPress account is a phone and plugins are like app. Like, you, if you want to use different things, you have to install plugins for that. Okay, so you can call plugin as an app. Okay, so here I have an option to install this plugin. I'll go over here. I'll search for the plugin that I want. So I want Microsoft Clarity. My website is pretty new, so we might not see a lot of okay, it's not appearing. There's some issue. If it doesn't show up right now, then we can try out later as well. Think, not sure why, but it is not popping up. Okay, let me try again. Let me try doing add plugin. Yeah. Yep. So here we are. We'll install this plugin. Once this gets installed, we have to say activate. Okay, so you can refer to this. Yeah. So I would say I want to do this for my own website. So I just selected my website name. Okay, and then I can say get started. Because this is a new website, I'm not sure how many heat maps you will be able to see, but right. So can you see right now it is not showing any number ideally because it's a pretty new website. Like we have hardly created like few days back for this. Okay. So right now it won't show me all the data, but in future, okay, it will show your data like this. It will um it like the code automatically gets installed. You don't have to put it, you just have to give your website URL and the code automatically gets put it on your website. So if you see, we don't have to give any code as such. Okay, I have already given my website details and it will start tracking the performance. Now the problem is, because the tool is only set up today, what we can do, by next week we can come back and see if we see any performance over here. Okay, and also second thing, that because my website is pretty new and it has less traction, hence it will take some time to collect the data as well. Okay, but probably in the right now I can try go and do something. We have discussed heat map. Heat map will come back and we'll see later again. Let me, I mean, once we see some data from my page, well, I mean, because it's just set up today, we won't see enough data. And obviously this website should get a good amount of traffic as well, because it's a B2B business. The traffic is not that huge, but yeah, we can see later on. Just remind me next week to go through this once. Okay. And yeah, I think that not just showing one user anyways. Okay, we will keep this the way it is. Now let's go to the next part, which is, yeah, we stopped at crazy egg. Now Twitter analytics. Okay, so Twitter analytics is more of like, if you have a Twitter account and if you're running any ads in general, or if you're a brand who's posting there, it also has an analytical tool where it will tell you, the kind of followers you have, how they're responding, what kind of engagement you're getting. It's like your Instagram analytics only. Okay, again on Facebook also we see something called as Facebook page insight, where you see how your page is performing. Like a basic idea on the kind of likes you have got, how many people your post was able to reach out to, what is your engagement. So again, it's a free, these are all, how should I say, free platforms which are embedded in your social platform itself, right? You don't have to pay for this, is what I'm saying. Okay, then there's something called as web trend. So web trend will help you understand what kind of content usually perform well overall with respect to your digital marketing channels. Okay, again, would I say it's a great tool? No, I mean, your analytics anyways give you this answer. Okay, so why you want to take more load of using 10 other tools out there? Google Alert is a good tool. I think we all know about Google Alert, right? So what Google Alert would tell you is, um, it's more about, it will help you focus on evaluating your marketing campaigns results, and it will also set the frequency of some automated alerts. Okay, where your brand has been mentioned, any interaction for your brand in general. So you can set up Google Alert as well. Google Alert, one should put it out. So your, like, you can either link your website. Okay, you can monitor in general as well. So let's say I want to create a alert. Sorry, I'll just choose one of my ID, delete it because there are many. So I'll have to use another website of my own, but I can say I want an alert for this brand name of mine. I mean, the website is taking some time to load, but it's a very easy setup, is what I would say. YouTube analytics, again, if you have a YouTube channel, you can analyze your channel performance in the YouTube analytics section. Again, give you idea about your views, your channel performance, AdSense revenue as well, if you are allowing to run ads on your channel. Hotjar, again, it's about the same thing I mentioned. It's like your Microsoft Clarity. It is like your mix panel where you can measure the performance of your landing page and blog. Again, it will record your sessions on the website. It will help you understand where exactly time has been spent on your site. So Hotjar is like your Microsoft Clarity. It is like your crazy egg tool only, okay, nothing new. Hootsuite, it's a good tool for competitor analysis. Okay, I like Hootsuite when it comes to computer analysis as well, and it is also good tool to understand how well you can do your social media marketing. Okay, so here you can track your overall social media performance. By the way, this is a paid tool, it's not a free one. See, all this tool, most of the tools are paid. Okay, the free version just give you an overview. Okay, so at the end of the day, you have to pay a premium price if you want to use the best feature of the tool. Hence, it's recommended you just pick one or two tool and buy a premium for it and use it, instead of doing all the free stuff on all the 10 free tools. Even the free tool will won't allow you. After some time, after 30 days, it will ask you to buy a premium, or it will ask you to try it with another ID. So instead of going into all of this hassle, as I always say, pick up just like few tools and get started. Okay, so Hootsuite is overall good to check your social media performance across the channels. Okay, so let's say your brand is on Twitter, on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram. Now, if obviously all of this platform has their own analytics section, but again, it gets very chaotic if you have to go and check each of the platforms. So you can get numbers of all of this platform in one tool, which is Hootsuite. So if you want to monitor overall your brand social media thing, instead of going to each of the social media platform, just you can buy a subscription of Hootsuite and you can track it like on one platform. Okay, and there's something called as kiss metrics as well. Again, it is more with respect to measuring the performance of your website and app, but as I said, you already have Google Analytics for this, so one shouldn't buy a premium platform. One shouldn't pay for a platform or a tool like this. Okay, um so I think we can now go back and see. It's not loading. Okay, well, I'll check this later again. So far, guys, this were the amount of tools which are there in the market. I'll reiterate for the very last time. Not necessary you have to use all of them. For each, as I said, the OG is GA, which will give you most of the answer. Okay. Then for social media, you can choose Hootsuite. I recommend that. Or there are other platforms like Hootsuite as well, like you have HubSpot and all. You can choose any of one. You should have Google Alert. You can have one for business called as Salesforce or something on those lines, and one you should have for your heat map to see how your website has been performing. So you can either use Microsoft Clarity, or you can use Hotjar or Crazy Egg. It's up to you. And then lastly, if you want some handy app like this. Rest, would you ask me that should we check all the tool? I would say no. Okay, most of the brands you'll be working with, they would have checked all the tools and then they stick to one or two. Like I've been working for the last 7 years. I haven't worked. I mean, like we usually stick to one or two tool, and that tool is by default selected by your client or by your manager. In case if you have some new recommendation, you can pitch, but no one want to take that hassle because you have so many things on your plate. No one has a time to explore so many tools in the market, right? So my preference has always been to use the OG one, which are there in the market for a very long time, who has really good reputation, and I've already disclosed the name of those. Okay. Now in analytics, we have discussed the report section entirely. Let's go to the next part that you should know, which is the advertising section. Okay. And I told you not to close your demo account. Okay. So now in the advertising section, guys, uh, I'll just talk about some important section that one should know. Okay. The most important one over here out of all is something called as key event attribution path. Okay, if you hover to that, can you guys on your screen as well go to the advertising section and go to key event attribution path quickly, so we all can see it together, and I'll show you what exactly is that. Now this is a very interesting report, and trust me, I rely on this a lot. Okay, and this helps me a lot to convince my client on various factors. So what exactly is this report is trying to show you? Key event attribution path. First thing, attribution path means, see, a user doesn't convert through one channel. At least in today's world where you have so many option, you you have to ideally track how did the user got converted. When I say how did the user got converted, first time from which channel they came to the site, then second time from which channel did they came to your site, and ideally from which channel did they got converted. This is what we call as attribution path. Attribution path would mean that what is the user journey. Like for example, I got to know about the brand while I was googling around. Then I also saw their social media ads, so I clicked from there. Then I also saw some email from them, and lastly I got converted from some of their YouTube ad. So this is my entire path, okay, and this is what this report would tell you, that what is the user's path for conversion. Okay, so before I discuss this topmost part, let's just see this table. Okay, I'll increase the row per page for this, and let's check this for last year. Okay, so I'll choose a date range of Jan. Sorry. Yep, here. So let's just see this for the last entire, and I'll just show you how to read this report. Okay. Okay, so now if you see, it's pretty confusing when you see it for the very first time. But what this report is trying to tell you is, guys, what is the user's path. Okay, so this brand last year had generated around this is a revenue count. Okay, so how did they generated this revenue? Okay, what was the user's journey majorly? Okay, now if you could see, the first one shows direct as 100%, so that means this much amount of revenue just came from direct. Okay, like people directly search for the brand for the very first time and they got converted, is what it is trying to say. This amount of revenue directly came from organic search, like they, for the first time, only in one go they took the action and they bought the product. Okay, similarly, through paid search ad, this is the amount of revenue they generated, like the user searched for something, they saw an ad, and on the first interaction only they got converted. Okay, now till here you could see only direct one, organic search. Can you see here it is showing 111? That means like the person just searched directly and they got converted. They searched to organic, they got converted in the first time itself. Now from the fifth line you can see into two. So what does this into two means? The first time user went to the website to organic search, they didn't got converted. The second time when they went, they got converted. Okay, so hence you'll see two over here. Two touch point means they went through the same channel. Once they didn't got converted, second time they got converted. Right? Similarly, you'll see organic search three. That means third time when they went to organic search, they got converted. Now see this. Okay, this one. Sorry, I'll just scroll down a little bit. If you see the 12th one, this is completely different. It says paid search and then organic search. What is it is trying to say? The user took two journey. First, they came to the website through paid search, so they might have googled around, they saw an ad and they clicked on it and they went to the site, but they didn't got converted. Later on, through SEO, they got converted. Right? I hope you are able to understand what exactly it is trying to show. So this is showing you the path. Okay, so they have divided how much revenue you have got and from which path you have got the highest revenue. Okay, like you would see some longer path as well. Like if you see this 36 line, the user came through paid search, then got converted, then they came from organic search, they didn't got converted, and finally they again got converted through paid search only. This is something that you guys also do, right? You visit a website from different channel and there would be one channel from which you will convert. Okay, now how do we use this report? Okay, what is the point of seeing this report? First thing, there are many times when your paid campaign doesn't work. When I say paid campaign doesn't work, you are running some social media ads, you might be running some text ads, you might be running 10 different ads, and you are seeing that it's not getting conversion. Okay, and your client would come back to you saying that, guys, we are spending so much money, but why are we not getting conversion? That time, this report really helps to save, to get to buy out some time from your client and convince them to keep on running paid ads. Okay, I'll tell you how. So now, if you could see, I'll just show you this 12th line. Can you see the user got converted through organic search? But how did they got to know about the brand? Through paid search, right? So yes, my paid campaign is not able to get a lot of end conversion, but for a lot of conversion, the first interaction was paid search. So imagine if we were not running paid search, the user would have not come to know about our brand and they would have not got converted. So all this 28,995 of revenue that we have generated, it was not possible if we were not running paid search. Though the user didn't got converted to paid search, but they got to know about the brand for the very first time through your search ads, right? I hope you understood this. Again, here as well, you earned 10,000 of revenue through paid search only, ideally, because that was the first interaction. The consumer got to know about your brand from there, right? So you can find such kind of touch point to convince your client. Does that make sense, guys? So you can download this report, you can download the data and show it to your client. That, see, directly, probably end conversion is not through my platform. So attribution model, I think I've taught you attribution model, right? Last click, data driven. In paid campaign, I've taught you attribution model. So in Google Analytics, you can see, like, now there are only two attribution model. If you remember, in my paid campaign session, there's last click and there's data driven. Last click is like the last platform through which you got converted. Data driven will see your past performance overall. Okay, so like this will just show you exactly that if for channel wise how much revenue gets calculated if you check it through last click, and how much revenue you can see when you see the data from data driven attribution model, right? For example, let's just see this. Okay, for direct, it is showing the same number, but if you see for organic search, okay, from last click it shows a very high revenue, 5 lakhs 54,000. But when you see as per data driven attribution model, the revenue is little bit lesser, because in data driven attribution model, it sees the overall credit performance of this channel. It doesn't just see that, okay, when was the last time the user clicked and they converted from organic search. No, it sees the overall flow, that how much credit this channel has bought when it comes to awareness, consideration, and then purchase. Ideally, we rely on data driven attribution model and not last click. Last click is pretty biased. It says that the person who click, I mean, the last channel you clicked and through which you got converted, that should get 100% credit. But as I said, it is biased, right? You're not giving credit to awareness channel like other channels out there. So hence we always stick to data driven, because data driven will check the overall performance of the channels and then they'll give the credit. It usually checks all the past performance as well. Okay, now in your analytic there's something called as explore. Now what is the use case of this explore? Okay, now this one is to create your own custom dashboards. Okay, why you have to create your own custom dashboard? As I said, you have to use analytics in and out. Okay, it is not a tool that you'll open once in a while. At least in weeks you might be using twice or thrice based on how data driven your client is. Now why you need a custom report is because, see, every time why you have to go to the report section and put 10 filters and then show the data, right? See, there are some standard report that your client would want to check on weekly basis, on daily basis, or on monthly, quarterly, and yearly basis. So we do a lot of reporting as well. Okay, so there are some standard daily report that you might have to send weekly, monthly, quarterly, or and lastly yearly, right? So why you want to always go to the report section and put the filters, download the data? It takes time, right? So what we usually do for our standard reports, okay, and we know, like, these are some standard reports that my client would be asking anyways. So for that we create some custom reports. Okay, so that there are specific kind of question your client would ask you on weekly basis or monthly basis. Create a custom report for it, instead of always going and putting all 10 filters out there. Okay, so now here there are different kind of reports. Okay, some of them are pretty complicated for you guys, so I'll just show you the basic one, the one that you should know. Okay, so this is a free form report. Okay, this is something that you guys can use on a very frequent basis. Now what is the good thing? Please understand how this free form report gets created. Okay, what I'll do, this looks very confusing for you now, so I'll just remove everything so that there's no confusion. I'll keep this blank. Okay, so can you see now the report is entirely blank? Okay, first thing, what is the USP of creating this custom report? The first thing is you can create a report as per your wish. Second thing, you can put more than secondary dimension. So if you knew, in our report section we can only put primary and secondary dimension. Primary dimension is already there, and we can put only second filter, which is like secondary dimension. What if your client asks you to put more third filter, fourth filter, and fifth filter? You can't do in the report section. There's no option only to do it. Okay, so let's say I'll try doing it to in front of you guys right now. So let's say I go to the report section. Okay, my client want to know that which channel. Okay, let's say I'll talk about acquisition report only. Okay, my client want to know all this channel. Okay, the revenue that I've the conversions that I've got from all this channel, it came from which city and which age group. Now they are asking for me to put two filter. I can put city filter over here, but is there option for me to put the age filter? No, right? So the client want to see three dimension and then they want to see the number, so it is not possible to do it over here. Hence you need the custom report. Okay, in custom report you can put maximum five dimension. So you can put five dimensions, you can break down the report in five ways, and then you can present your numbers, right? So which is a good thing, which is not possible over here. And trust me, there are clients who want to see very in-depth data, so they will ask you to put all, they might ask you to put more than two filters for sure. Hence we don't do it over here. We create a custom report, we keep it created, so whenever my client want to go and see, I can just open that custom report instead of wasting my time on putting filters every time. Okay, now how to create this report? So don't worry, I'll show it from everything from scratch. So there are two section: variable, setting, and output. Okay, this is what we call as output. So whatever changes I make in variable and setting, it will reflect in our output over here in the white blank space. Okay, what is variable? Okay, so in variable there are few things that you can do. First thing is your report type. Okay, so right now it is a free form report. There are other report type as well. For you guys, I'll just show you one or two. Okay, so you can ignore this part. You can choose your date range over here, like for what date range you want to show your number, right? So if you, let's say I just want to do this for Jan, I can just select Jan. Okay, now before I talk about segment, you should know dimension and metric. We all know what is dimension, what is metric. This is dimension, this is metric. So here you have to choose what dimension you want to see on this blank screen. Okay, so I'll remove all of them to show you to how to add it from scratch. So I'll just remove all of them. I won't keep any. I'll just keep one or two. If you want, I can remove that as well. Let me just remove everything. Okay. So it's completely blank. There's no dimension. There's no metrics over here. Okay. Now you can add your dimension and metric of your choice over here. Okay. So let's say I'm your client and I'll tell you guys, show me a performance of a performance breakdown of, okay, channel plus platform plus city plus age and 10 other things. Okay, so your client would ask you something like this: for metrics I want to see numbers like session, I want to see revenue, I want to see, I don't know, time spent, something on those lines. Okay, so your client would ask you, they'll ask you something like this. First we'll add dimension. Okay, so what is dimension? You can either search from it. So we want channel, so I'll say channel. Okay, I want platform. So for platform, what we choose source slash medium. I've already spoken about this, right? My client also want to see some city breakdown, so I can search for city. My client also want to see some age and gender breakdown. I can select age, I can select gender, whatever my client would want to check. So you can search from here, is what I'm saying. Okay, and you can say confirm. So now it is reflecting over here, but it is still not reflecting over here, right? It is still blank. I'll tell you why. First, let's add all everything over here. In metrics, what metrics you want, you can search from here. So I want sessions, right? Where's my session? I want to see average session duration. I want to see, right? So whatever purchase revenue, I think purchase revenue is correct to see. Then we want to see some engagement, right? Engage session, engagement rate, whatever you want to see. You want to see user count, right? You want to see how many users do we have, so you can choose that as well, right? So we have new user, we have active user, I'll say all of that, okay? But if you could see, still not reflecting over here. Why? Because whatever things you add in variable, it should be added in your setting as well. Okay, now in setting there are a lot of things, okay, and I'll show you one by one. Okay, ignore the technique type is like how you want the report to be presented, so we'll keep fee form only. Ignore this visualization and this type. First understand how to create a basic table. Okay, so I'll scroll down. We'll start from row. We'll talk about the segmenting later because that is for comparison perspective. Now, can you see here? They are telling you what you can add in row. Can you see it says drop dimension, column also says drop dimension, and value says drop metric. So they are clearly giving you the hint what you should add, right? So here you should add dimension. Here also you can add dimension. In value, you should add only metrics, right? Second, you can increase this, how many rows you want to show, how many columns you want to show, so you can keep it to max so that you're not missing out on any column or whatever it is. Okay, now first thing, here in column I'll add all columns that I want. What I want to see my channel column, right? So I'll say channel. Then I want to see my source plus medium column. It will reflect, don't worry. Now here in the metrics, let's say I want to add session, right? So now can you see the table got created? If you don't want dimensions in column, you can put in rows as well. It's up to you how you want the table to be created. Okay, I'm not saying it should be in this way only. If you want to add it in row, here you add your channel. Okay, so can you see now it is looking properly? It's better you add it in rows. You want source and medium. So now this is primary dimension, this is secondary dimension, right? I want to add third more dimension, I can do it over here. See, so now I'm able to break down my data in 3 layers. This is not possible over here. Okay, this is what I was trying to say. Okay, I can add more if I want to. I can select campaign as well if I want to see campaign level. So here I can say, okay, let me just see campaign level as well. I can put fourth dimension. See, now here in metrics, I can choose what metrics I want to see. So I have selected session, I want to see revenue, I want to see active users, I want to see engaged session. Whatever metrics you want to see, you can create it. So the USP is you can add many dimensions over here. The way that you have a restriction of two over here, that is not there, and you can create your own customized report. Okay, so that's how you create this table. Now one more thing, you can put a filter. Like when you're showing this number to your client will get confused ki kya bata rahe ho, like guys what you're trying to show. Okay, so whatever specific your questions your client would be asking, you put a filter of it. Let's say your client just want to see for direct as a channel. Okay, they don't want to see other channel performance in general. So you can say that different default channel group, okay, should contain, here you write the name of the channel which is direct and you say apply. So now whatever data you will see would only be for direct and not for any other channel. See, so it's easy to show this way is what I'm trying to say. So this is the use case of creating a custom report. This is what we call as custom reports. And it is helpful because it is one time you create it, you don't have to create it again. You save this template. And whenever your client want to see any numbers, just go over here and show it to them based on whatever date range they want. Okay. Now this segment thing is more with respect to comparison perspective. Okay. So let's say your client want to compare that, let's say they want to compare between direct and paid as a traffic in general. So here you can see, now this will show it in this way. It will create like, yeah, see this. Okay, can you see? So they have created two section. This is for direct. So all these metrics are for directs over here. How much from direct, and then this is from paid. So it's more for the comparison perspective. Okay, it's up, I mean most of the client doesn't ask to make it so complicated, but it's up to you. Okay, you can change your visualization format as well. If you don't want table and you want it like in donut chart or something, you can do that. But again, you'll have to create everything from scratch over here now. Okay, like you'll have to choose your let me, I want some channel over here. So again, like you can add your own breakdown. Again, it's up to you. You can make it in different format. You want to show it in line, you want to show in dot, you want to show like a bar chart. So it's up to you how you want to present it. Again, this is more for presentation perspective. Okay, this is something that you can use if you are using very frequently this particular custom reports. Okay, there are other custom reports as well, guys. So like free form, the second most used is something called a segment overlap. Okay, now this shows you, obviously when you do marketing there's a lot of overlap between multiple channels, multiple platform. So when you, this is good for to show the overlap in general. Okay, the same filters, guys. You add your dimension, you add your metric, scroll it to the settings section and you'll see an output. So it's in a similar manner only. Okay, it's just that you can customize the way you want it to be. But the whole point of the segment overlap report is you can show an overlap. For example, how many users are there, like if you would see over here, like it is just trying to tell you that how many users are coming from tablet, plus also they belong from one age, particular age group. So you can do that kind of comparison. If you just want to do a comparison between mobile and tablet in general, there's no overlap. Can you see? There's no overlap between your mobile traffic and tablet traffic in general. So you can show, you can create such kind of segment and you can show an overlap over here, is what I'm trying to say. So you can see that, okay, is there any overlap between your direct traffic and paid traffic? No, not at all. Right, but is there any overlap when it comes to mobile from both of them? So see, yes, there's a good overlap. This is a overlap between user coming from direct plus mobile. This is a overlap between user coming from mobile plus paid. So now this particular part which is in green, that clearly means that this is from a different channel altogether. So whenever you want to show such kind of overlaps on maps and all, you can use the segment overlap report. Okay, then I think even if you know this much, it should be fine. Funnel is more of like, again guys, it's the same report but the presentation is very different, is what I would say. Okay, this is this thing, like I told you, I have shown you this in monetization, right? In monetization we were seeing this purchase journey and checkout journey. So to see that journey, right, this is where we see the funnel exploration report. Okay, so now let's say you want to see, um okay, so you want to see what is the performance of a specific gender starting from they came to the site to the time they got converted. So you can put the dimension of gender and see this here, you will clearly see, right, which gender had good amount of session start, ideally which gender has given you a lot of conversion. So again, this is this thing, it's the same thing over here. Okay, the only customization again you can do over here is you can add lot of filters to it, which is not possible over here. Make sense, guys? So this are, I mean, you don't have to use all of this even if you know. Okay, guys, majorly the most used one is the free form. Okay, in free form the client can clearly understand. Rest all the three reports, I mean, this the use case is the same. You have to select your dimension and metrics and segment in the variable. Okay, you drag it them to your setting section, with adding all the rows, dimensions and value. They will tell you, see, they have given you hint where to add metric, where to add dimension, so it's clearly visible. You put your filter and show an output to them. Now obviously how you want to present them, it's on your choice. You think your client is doesn't have much idea, they get confused with table, use a different format. So we will be understanding metrics for three media, which is paid media, owned media, and earned media. Okay, so we divide our medias in three types, guys. Paid is something we all have been going through for a while. We'll also go through what is owned media and what is earned media, and what are the metrics one brand would check for all these three, uh, media types. Okay, so again, paid media, when I say paid media, the word means that you are doing paid advertising, you are running ads. Okay, and for those ads you are checking the metrics. I think I have discussed all these metrics in the paid campaign sessions. Okay, I have spoken about what is click through rate, impression, cost per click. I don't think I have to reiterate on this again, right? The only thing I think I didn't spoke, do you guys remember anything about quality score that I've mentioned to you in the past? Anyone? because I'm not sure if I've talked about the quality score. I'm pretty sure on the other metrics, but quality score I don't recollect if I have spoken to you guys on this. It looks something like this, okay? So here on your dashboard, you'll see you add your keywords, and for each keyword, it gives you a quality score like this, okay? And what these are the three factors on which your quality score gets decided. It's your expected CTR, it is your landing page experience, and it is your ad relevance, okay? Now, um, what exactly, and it doesn't give you a score for it, it will tell you whether it's average or below average or above average, okay? So average means that you don't have to do much work. Below average, that means obviously it needs some correction. Above average is obviously all good, okay? Now, how do you work on this? Okay, landing page experience is not much in your control, I would say. It, like, you know, for landing page experience, you have to ask your developer to do execute it, okay? Like, you can't make changes to the website, it's not in your control. But when Google says that your landing page experience is below average, that means probably the speed is not good, or the UI UX is not good, or the details that you're mentioning in the ad is not reflecting on your page. It could be any of the reason. You have to go and find out one, and you have to ask your developer to correct it, okay? uh, Ad relevance is in your control, so you have to make sure that your ad is on to the point. It talks about all the USPs. It You have added your keyword in your ad copy. We have seen all of this when we were discussing paid search ad, I'm pretty sure. And then if your ad relevance is good, automatically your expected CTR also becomes good, okay? It doesn't create much impact over there. So quality score is again one of the metric which we didn't discuss, but yeah, rest all the metrics, guys, over here that you could see, I have discussed all of them in your paid campaign session. I had given an Excel file as well with all the calculation for this, so it's better I don't go through it again. So what I'll do is I'll quickly take you through earn media, okay? So now in earn media, it is more with respect to um one second. Okay, so what exactly do we mean by earn media, guys? Okay, guys, just give me 1 second. There's some issue with my screen. I believe it has stuck. Okay, coming back to your own media. So paid media, earned media, and own media. Okay, paid media we have clearly understood. It's all your ads. Okay, then you have own media, and then you have own media. Okay, earned media is all the brand attention that you have got from PR, reviews, and all. Okay, this is what we call as earned media. Own media is something that you guys own. Okay, your website is something that you own. Your blogs is something that you own. Your YouTube video is something that you own. Okay, so ideally your medias are divided into three types, and all the for all the three media you have a different metrics to check. Paid media we have discussed in the past. I've just discussed about quality score. For earned media, when you are getting brand visibility through some PRs, through some reviews and all, some of the metrics that you should check is that search visibility. Like when you do any, if you get any earned media, is it increasing your search engine visibility in general? Like, are people searching more for your brand after doing this? Okay, are you getting a lot of referral traffic, right? What is your page score? So this is more of like part of your SEO. That does that so basically, if you are getting a lot of traffic on your site, and authentic traffic, it improves your page domain authority. Okay, it's basically a score that is been given by a tool called as Moz, and Google kind of trusts that score a lot. So higher the page domain authority, better is your visibility on the search engine, and better is your ranking. Okay, again, if you do any earned media, please see if you are getting increase in the organic traffic. Is it when you say, when I say that social share of voice, that means that are people sharing, like, does this impacted any word of mouth? Are people resharing a lot of content for your brand or not? Okay, so always try to check this metrics whenever you're doing any own media promotion. When I say own media is something that you guys own, okay? Like your company page, or your Facebook page, or your YouTube channel. Okay, now for that as well, there are some metrics that you should look after. Like, check the sales. Okay, see how much sales you're able to buy generate from your own media. Then you can also see your churn rate. Basically, it is a percentage which will tell you that at what stage your customers have stopped making any purchases from your company within like a time period. Okay, Also, you can see your cost per lead from your own media, see your engagement rate with your customer, see your customer retention, how much you are able to retain them. Okay. Then also see the conversion marketing is more with respect to how many people actually got converted from your website. Okay. See how much brand awareness you were able to generate. Then obviously your customers LTV, like retention and LTV is two different things. Retention is like till what time you were able to retain them, till what time they were hooked to your brand. LTV is more with respect to revenue perspective, that how much revenue you were able to generate from that particular consumer. How satisfied are they with your brand is something also you should check. Okay. So ideally, paid, earn and own media, I would say all the three has their own importance. You can't say that okay, if I just do paid media, I don't have to do earn and own media. Because what happens, I'll tell you, digitally, when you do digital marketing, um, let's say there are many brands, and this is one of the problem that that they are facing a lot. All the brands who are heavily dependent on paid media. Okay, so now I know many startups, all the new age small business brand, there are many who just do paid media ads. Now what the problem is, if they stop doing paid media ads, their business will drastically drop. Okay, so they are dependent on paid media, they are dependent on Google, they're dependent on Meta. Okay, major of the platform. Now what happens, because like them there are many other brand as well, there's a lot of competition. You yourself would have faced this, right? You see ads of so many brands. Okay, you've been bombarded by ads of so many brands. Imagine if they, and there are many businesses who are just relying on paid ads. And the major problem is, okay, because there's so much competition in the market, even after running so many ads, there are many businesses who are not doing it profitably. Okay, now what happens, they can't stop doing it as well, because they know if they stop doing it, their entire business would drop. So it is always suggested, when you start digital marketing, don't just be heavily dependent on one side. Okay, don't just be heavily dependent on paid. Side by side, work on your own and earn media as well. When I say work on your own media, ask people to talk about your brand, do some PR, do some review, ask people. There should be some word of mouth, right? There should be a lot of there should be a lot of social sharing about your brand. So focus on that part as well. Okay, apart from that, do something with respect to your own media, like have a good website. Like for example, if you're an e-commerce brand, you can't always be dependent on Amazon, Myntra and all this aggregator to sell your product, because they take a heavy commission on it, right? So the more dependent you become on such kind of platform, that impact your business overall profit, right? So it is always said that okay, give focus, you can get started with the aggregator, but side by side, work on your website, write some good blogs, create some good YouTube videos, so that if you do a mix of all these three, you won't be dependent on one. Okay, so if any of this doesn't perform, you have other to back you up, right? And this is like one problem that every startup is facing right now. They're so much dependent on paid media ads that they it's like, they can't stop doing it, because if they stop doing it, the business will drop. While they are doing it, they are not doing it profitably, because there's so much competition, right? So now they're understanding that, just to quickly grow their business, they have made a very huge mistake by being depending on paid ads. So what they're doing, they're putting some efforts on PR, influencer, creating their website, creating their blogs, channel, video content. They're focusing on there as well while they are doing performance marketing. And the next goal of this is that once this started picking up, they can reduce their paid media spend as well. So it's a good thing. So if a brand has done a mistake like this, what now they are doing is they are focusing on this while they are doing paid media ads, and slowly when they see some business coming up from earned media and own media, they are decreasing their media spend on paid media. They won't completely stop, but yes, they will decrease their time and the money that they're spending on it. Make sense, guys? Okay, so starting with measuring metrics and calculating ROI for the display campaign, guys. Um, we all know what is display campaign. You have already learned what display campaigns are in your paid campaign sessions, if you remember. Just to give you a brush up again, display campaigns were those um, banner ads that you can see on third party websites and apps. Okay, so I think I had shown you some of the example would used to look like this, right? Like this picture. So now what today we will be focusing on, how do we measure the effectiveness of such kind of display campaign, and what are the metrics that we look after. Okay, so starting with okay, first thing, display campaigns, as I clearly mentioned, these are your visually engaging ads to reach out some relevant audience. We have in the paid campaign, we looked what when we are working on the paid campaign thing. If you remember, I've shown you more towards the setup side of it, that how do we set up the display ad. We never discussed, what are the metrics we will be checking, or how do we optimize it. So we never spoke on those sides. So this is what we'll be discussing now. In display campaign, guys, there are three important metrics. First is a viewable impression, then display impression share, and then product relevant on-site interest. Okay, viewable impression is, see, a ad is called viewable in with respect to display campaign is when 50% of it is shown on the screen. Okay, so what do I mean by this? Imagine if let's take an example. Okay, let's just take this picture. Imagine, you visited this particular page. Okay, and when you're going through this page, you are seeing these two ads. Okay, now this ad is called as viewable impression because you have at least seen 50% of this ad, right? This ad will also be considered as viewable impression because half of the banner is visible. Okay, now a display ad on this page, there will be some ads which would be shown at the bottom as well, right? Not necessary it's on the top. Imagine you went to the site, you have seen both of these ads, they are viewable impression because you are seeing 50% of it, but there would be some ads which will appear at the bottom. Okay, now imagine you didn't scroll and you didn't check that ad, so that ad doesn't get any viewable impression, it will just get impression. Okay, so this is a difference. Impression is number of time your ad has been shown to the consumer, but now in the case of display campaign, when the user visits such kind of websites, and on that website multiple brands are trying to show their ad, okay, what is called as impression then? So in that case, we consider something called as viewable impression. So if a user has seen these banners, okay, at least 50% of such banner, then this is what we call as viewable impression. Now there's something called as display impression share. Okay, um, impression share, the word impression share means, guys, is that let's say if your ad can be shown 100% of the time. Okay, but due to some reason your ad has only appeared 40% or 50% times, this is what you call as impression share. Okay, so impression share, the basic concept of share says that out of 100% that you were supposed to get, okay, to show your ad, out of that how many times your ad was actually shown to a consumer, that is what we call as an impression share. Now obviously there are times when your ad, like, you can't show your ad to full potential. Okay, and there could be multiple reasons behind it. It could be that you don't have that kind of budget. Okay, let's say because of budget, you have the opportunity to show your ad 100% of the time, but you don't have that kind of money to spend. Second could be, you don't have that quality ads. Okay, so now because of quality, Google is not giving you that opportunity. So if you improve your quality, your ad can be shown 100% of the time. Now the same concept is applicable for display impression share. It is more with respect to how much percentage of the time your ad was shown to the consumer compared to your overall capability. Okay, again, so all these numbers like viewable impression, display impression share are been, you can see this on whenever you run ads on Google Ads. Okay, you will see this metrics. Now what it is trying to tell you, so I'll just open one more. Okay, so you will get, like, you will get this percentage kind of a thing when you're running ads, okay, and on your Google Ads specifically. Now obviously for whichever ad it shows your impression share is 100%, that means it doesn't need any improvement. Okay, but there'll be few ads for which your impression share would be 50%, 20%, so on and so forth. Okay, what that is trying to indicate, that out of 100% of the time, only 20% time your ad has been shown, so 80%, you still have 80% opportunity left. Okay, so that's the meaning of, like, in case of display impression share, it means the same. Out of 100%, how much percent of time your ad was shown to the consumer. Okay, and how much scope of improvement, which is like, what is the scope of improvement that your ad still has. Okay, then there's something called as product relevant on-site interest. Okay, now this will kind of calculate, um how much page views has been increased and new users, with respect to filtering some, um, memberships which are leading to those pages. So it is more with respect to the number of audience who have came to your site. Out of that, how much people were actually interested. Okay, there's something called as positive up. There's a spelling error over here, guys, but it is more with respect to the positive uphill. Then there's direct, organic, and paid search channel health metric, and there's something called as branded search demand. What exactly all of these three metrics would mean is, positive uphill is more with respect to um, like how positive impact your campaign has kind of created with respect to the overall brand perception. Okay, then you have something called as direct, organic, and paid search channel health metrics. So what exactly we are trying to say is, like, out of all this channel, what is a health metric? So when we say health metric is more with respect to um what is the engagement of the user coming from direct or organic or paid search. Okay, so better the engagement rate, better is the health metric. Okay, then there's something called as branded search demand. Okay, branded search demand means that, okay, you're running so much display ads. Okay, did that created any impact on increase in with your brand term? So let's say you're running so much advertisement, are you seeing that more people are searching for your from your brand name directly? Okay, so this is what we mean by branded search demand. So whenever we do such kind of activities, whenever we run so many advertisement, one thing that a client would want to check that, okay, we have run so much advertisement, people have got to know about us now, are they now directly going on Google and searching from our brand name instead of searching for some very vague queries? Okay, so again, why all these metrics? This, because all these metrics are very important. We always discuss about, okay, how much conversions we have got, how much results we have got. So we always talk about direct metrics, but these are some indirect metrics that ideally impacts your overall brand image. Okay, so whenever you do marketing, because you're so much caught up with revenue, ROI, and all, you tend to forget to see, okay, what is your viewable impression. You tend to forget to see your impression share. See, if you don't see your impression share, how would you know that what is the scope of improvement? Right? Like, if you don't know what is your impression share, you won't understand how much you can leverage on that ad. So let's say your one ad has an impression share of 20%. That means you still have 80% of leverage, as in you can make some improvement and make that 20% to 100%. Right? Again, if you don't see what is a positive appeal, or what kind of engagement you're getting from different channel, or is your brand search volume increased or not after running so much paid campaigns, or after running so much display campaign, you won't understand the exact impact of your advertisement. Okay, so these are some of the metrics that one should check whenever they have free time, I would say. One of the reason people tend to ignore all these metrics is because everyone is caught up with numbers, everyone is very caught up with direct revenue numbers. Okay, now I think we have already spoke. So for viewable impression, benefit, as I said, it will provide a superior metric to capture the number of ads. It will help you to strategize to measure your performance. It will also shift from how much impressions have been served and how much has been viewed. Okay, so impression served means total impression that you have got, but impression viewed as in how many people have actually seen that ad. Right? Now again, you, as I said, you have lot of scope of improvement when you see this metric. Okay, you can try to improve your site load time and your ads. You can do some A/B testing on your page, or with respect to your ad. You can also try to optimize for a better viewability. Now there's something also called as non-viewable impression. What exactly does this would mean? So it means that the ad was not shown for a specified time with at least 50% of its area visible. So basically, as I said, like the ads that might be on that same page at the end, but you guys didn't scrolled only till that time. Right? So when you go to a page, there would be multiple ads on that page. It's just that the ads that you haven't checked are non-viewable impression ads. Okay, so now there are different factors that also are part of non-viewable impressions. Scrolling before 1 second. So let's say you just land on the page. Okay, the ad is at the top, but you have just scrolled down directly, so you have not even seen that ad for at least 1 second. That is also non-viewable impression. Okay, entering the slot to the viewport did not occur. Again, you didn't visited that particular page. You are scrolling before the ad loaded. So now there are times when on a website there are a lot of advertisement that has been shown. It takes time to load. Like, I'll just take an example right now. So now here, can you see? I'm just scrolling. This ad is still loading. Now I just scrolled. That is also non-viewable impression. Why? Because I have not even seen for a second. Right now it will get a viewable impression because I think I've spent few seconds now. On this page, pink will have page. Now this is an ad that I'm seeing. So obviously it is a viewable impression. But there would be some ad which would be at the down. Okay, so let's see if there are any. I believe here there might be some ad that might pop up. See, now imagine I didn't saw this ad. No, I didn't scroll. Right now I scrolled. But if I would have not scrolled, this would have been a non-viewable impression ad. Okay, so this is the meaning of all the three metrics. Okay, um, now there's something called as eligible impression. Okay, it is more with respect to there are two things that makes your ad eligible impression. Okay, it is like basically okay, let me try to make it easier for you guys. So let's open an Excel sheet and then try to understand it. One second, sorry guys. Okay, so now if there are some ads, okay, so there are many times when you try to um save particular ads. Okay, or you can save some ads, you can save some posts. So again, that are more of part of the eligible impression. Okay, now these are, as I said, there's this terminology called as active view enable tag. Okay, and this try to successfully communicate this to Google servers. Okay, so basically, if that particular ad has an active view enable tag enable, it can directly communicate to the Google servers, and it makes it to be an eligible impression. Okay, so these are more with respect to ad units that users tend to download and they try to save it on their devices. Okay, um now I think I've already spoke about viewable, non-viewable. Let me just go through your. Okay, now measurable and non-measurable impression, guys. Measurable impression, it is more with respect to, it can be measured with active view technology. Non-measurable is something that you can't measure. Okay, now why you can't measure some of the impression? Again, as I said, there are times when those ads, the tracking is not been done. Okay, so all these banner ads, they have a tracking enabled on it. For example, like if I click on it, can you see this has a tracking enabled? If you could see UTM medium display or not. But let's say if the tracking is not enabled, likely the ad has been shown and it just have a basic URL, you can't measure it. Okay, so if the trackings are enabled, yes, you can measure the impressions and all. If it's not, if it is not enabled, it's difficult to calculate the numbers. Okay, now I think I've already spoke about impression share and loss impression share. Again, just reiterate. um Impression share, the formula, by the way, to calculate your impression share is, the impression here is the impressions that you have achieved. Okay, so I'll just write it. I can't edit it, but let me just write it over here. So in your Excel sheet, just to make your life easy, I'll write it over here. Oh, sorry. So impression share is more with respect to received impression divided by, like, how much was your capability, like what was your total eligible impression. So let's say you are telling that you want to show your ads on Times of India website. Okay, so obviously you have a capacity to show your ads for 24/7 on Times of India if you want that slot, right? So your impression share, how would you calculate? Basically, how much impressions you have received by divided by how much was your scope of achievement, right? So if that percent is 20, 30, whatever it is, you have a scope of improvement. It is what we are trying to say. Ideally, guys, you don't have to calculate any of this metrics, this metrics would be there on the platform. The whole reason we are discussing this metrics is if there are times when this tend to get asked in the interview. Okay, so I'll tell you what is the most common question that you get to ask in the interview. So if let's say you do explain that what is impression share, okay, like okay, what how much impression I have received divided by the total eligible impression. Now imagine if you guys say that, if your client the person who's taking your interview would ask you that, okay, right now your impression share is 60%, how would you make this impression share 80%, 90%, or probably 95%? This is where you get stuck. Okay, so now what are the ways you can improve this impression share? First thing is you increase your budget. More the budget, more the ad that can be shown, and better your impression share would improve. Let's say you have a budget but still you're not getting a good impression share, then it is more with respect to the quality. Okay, your ad quality is poor. Because your ad quality is poor, Google is not trying to show it to your to other consumer. Because always it's not about money, right? Probably let's say your ad is not that attractive, people have no hardly clicked on that ad, then Google won't allow to show your ad, right? So either you improve your quality or your budget. Make sense? Now there are times when the client, when the interviewer also go very much in depth, they might show you a creative, and they'll ask you that, there's some like Google is, we have budget, but for this particular display ad, our impression share is very less, can you tell us how we can improve? So then you'll have to give them a suggestion that how can they make the ad better. Right now, if it's a remarketing ad like this, you can't make any improvement because this is automatically fetched. Okay, this ad, guys, it is not created manually. This gets automatically fetched based on what product you have seen. So before I joined the call few hours back, I was checking some home decor products. Simple. Makes sense? So this is something you can't control, but there are some ads that you manually create, the banners that you manually create. So now if that has a poor impression share, you might have to rework on that particular banner, is what I'm trying to say. So don't just memorize the metrics. Okay, no one nowadays, it's anyone can ideally, no one has to memorize as well, because you have knowledge available so at so many places. The interviewer would ask you how you can make this better, how can you make those metrics better, what are the actions that would you take. So always focus on optimization. Not it's okay if you can't, even if you explain this metrics in your own term, that is completely okay, but make sure you know why your impression share is down, how can you improve it. And I've already told you both the reason behind it. Okay, now the next point is calculating your ROI. I think we all know what is ROI, return on investment. I've been speaking on this particular terminology for a very long time. Okay, so again, no need to mug up the metrics, but what is the benefit of calculating it? Basically, it will help you to understand the profitability. Okay, you can do some comparative analysis with your competitors to understand where do you stand, and again, it's kind of easy to calculate. The formula to calculate your ROI, again, you can take your net profit, okay, divided by how much you have invested. Now obviously, adding time to it is very difficult. Okay, I mean, you can do time comparison as well. I'm not saying you can't. So cost of investment differs. Okay, cost of investment can be money, cost of investment can be time as well. For example, guys, okay, right now I'm giving this lecture to you all. So for me, my cost of investment is not money, my cost of investment is time, right? How much time I'm giving to you, that will be replaced here. I won't have to select money, I'll have to take. So when you do service kind of business, uh let's say you're a freelancer or you're a consultant, you guys are not putting money, right? It is more with respect to the time that you're giving, until unless you're doing some marketing activity to capture those leads. Okay, that's a different thing. But always there, for some businesses, money is considered as cost of investment, or sometimes time is also considered as cost of investment, is what I'm trying to say. So you take your net profit divided by how much investment you have given into 100, because we want it into percentage. Okay, this other way as well, people take investment gain, investment base, like how much money did you put divided by how much gain you have got. Okay, so I believe it's easy to calculate your ROI. Now there's something called as attributable ROI. Okay, It is more with respect to when a brand want to understand, what is their month over month sales growth. Okay. um, and this is what we call as attributable ROI. So sorry. Now, how ideally this is getting calculated, guys? You have to take your sales growth, okay? Again, you have to minus your average organic sales growth. Like what? So, how much sales growth you have got through paid? How much sales growth you have got through your marketing activity in general, like from your organic and paid both, and then your marketing costs, and again divide by marketing costs. This is more with respect to understand. Uh, like, how should I say? This is more of like an assumption that many brands do when they want to understand month over month sales growth. Why? Because there are many, like for real estate, okay, let's say, or for education, or for B2B, uh, there are some leads that you might have generated 2 months back who are getting converted after 2 to 3 months, right? I mean, it is not e-commerce that people just went, bought, and things done, right? In lead generation, or any B2B or real estate or education or finance business, you might have got the lead today, but it might convert few months back, right? So to do have a better calculation on those perspective, you should take attributable ROI. I hope you understood. Now, how do you calculate the performance of PPC campaigns? Okay, first thing, why you need to evaluate the performance of your PPC campaigns? Because you are paying for each click, each ad. If you don't evaluate the performance, you won't understand what are the leakages. Okay, whenever you run any campaign, or whenever you're spending money, okay, whether it's on your business, whether it's your marketing campaign, there will be some leakages, and you have to fix that leakages so that you will spend less and you'll get more business, right? The same is the whole point for evaluating the PPC campaign. Find out the leakages, fix those leakages, and try to spend that exact money but get more leads, or get more business at the end of the day. Okay. Now, um, some of the metrics that you'll have to go through when you're evaluating: conversion rate. We all know what is conversion rate. Basically, the number of people who came to the site, how many people have actually converted. Okay. Quality score, I think I've already told you, this is for each keyword, 0 to 10. Higher the quality score, better is the performance. If the performance is better, automatically in less CPC you'll get more clicks. Okay. Impression, we all know what is impression. Now we have also learned what is CTR, which is click through rate. And average position, basically where do you rank. So if there are 10 brands whose ad has been shown on one page, where exactly your ad has been shown? Is it on the top, is it at the bottom? Okay. Other metrics, I think we all know: impression share, I've been speaking for this for a while. CPC, um, how much you have spent for each click. CPA, how much you have spent to acquire one customer, cost per acquisition. Okay. Like, I have spent 500 rupees to acquire this customer, this is what I mean. ROAS, return on ad spend, I've already spoke, how much X of return you have received. Okay. Now, um for different campaign, you can calculate this ROIs. Okay. So let me just, sorry. Okay, so the first one is non-recurring revenue and non-service based sale. Okay, so what do we mean by non-recurring revenue? Okay, uh, let's say you do an MBA from one organization, like let's say you did an MBA from Accelerate Jamshedpur, or any other college XYZ. I'm saying, okay, it's a non-recurring revenue, right? It's like a one-time revenue that you have given to that education, to that particular college. Okay, so for them, if you want to calculate your ROI, you will take your revenue minus whatever marketing spend has been. So let's say you're a college, okay, who is just giving MBA. Obviously it won't be a recurring revenue that will keep on getting. It's a one-time revenue that you're getting from the students, right? The fees that they're paying. So how for them your calculation of ROI is very pretty simple: revenue by minus how much you have spent to acquire that particular student. But, okay, if your brand is such which gets keep on recurring sales. Now what do I mean by that? A e-commerce brand, Mintra, let's take an example of Mintra. You are a lifetime consumer of Mintra, right? From the day one you got like, I'm buying from Mintra since my college time. Okay, it's been 7 plus 8 years, 8 years now, more than that I would say. So what I'm someone who's giving recurring revenue to Mintra, right? So now for how Mintra will calculate ROI for me as a consumer, right? So what they will calculate, they'll take the customer lifetime value, as in like how much revenue I've generated so far, and they will minus the acquisition cost. So how much they have spent to acquire me. Now how much they have spent to acquire me, they have to calculate all the ads that they have shown to me in general, is what I would say, starting from the first ad that I've seen to Mintra to all the remarketing that they do. Did you understood both the difference? The first one was more with respect to one time purchase brand. This is all for one time purchase companies, right? And the second one is more with respect to, which is very specific to your quick commerce and e-commerce, where uh, the consumer keeps on buying from you, right? So for them, for you to calculate ROI for such kind of brand, you have to take how much total revenue you have generated from that so and so consumer, minus how much you have spent to acquire that so and so consumer, starting from day one till date. It is not that one time you show the ad and it's done. They send you email, they do remarketing to you, even if you are a converted customer, guys, okay, even I am a converted customer for Mintra still shows me so many ads, right? This Wari brand, for which they were showing that remarketing ad to me, I'm already a consumer of Wari ideally. Okay. Like I have bought a lot of products from them. They don't, even if they don't do remarketing, that's fine. But for them, they have to calculate from this perspective. They have to see how much product I've bought from the site since the day I know this brand for the last 2 years. So till date, how much let's say I might have bought a product, total I might have spent 10,000, hypothetically I'm saying. So they have to take that number minus how much they have spent to show those ads to me. So now again, they would know that calculation, and that can let them know what is the ROI from me as a consumer. Okay, now let's understand there are some tools in the market, which you guys can use. Okay, there's something called as ruler analytic. Again, you can identify what was the source of your lead. Google Analytics, we all know what is Google Analytics. There are other also tool called as Kissmetrics. Kissmetrics is good because it will tell you how much page, how what are the pages the one has seen, what was their bounce rate, how much time they have spent. Again, by the way, the recommend one is Google Analytics because it is free. Rest all are paid one. Okay, they will ask you to upgrade the platform one or the like, they will keep on upgrading, they might charge premium as well. So what Google Analytics done, ideally, all these tools do the same thing. It's just that Google Analytics is free. These tools are also free, but for free version they don't give you the insight the way Google Analytics would provide. Okay, and I think whenever you want to track end to end ROI, guys, make sure you start checking from starting from how much monthly visitors you are getting which are unique, like who have not visited before, right? How much traffic you are getting from each channel, what is your cost per lead, what is your cost per acquisition. I hope you all know now the difference between lead and acquisition. Lead is one who went on the website, gave the detail. Acquisition is that person who gave the detail has now been converted, right? Customer lifetime value, the conversion rate, ROS, landing page performance metrics, keyword average. Ideally, all the metrics are kind of important to track the end-to-end ROI. Okay, and lastly, to improve the ROI for any set of campaign, guys, first you should know what is your main metrics. Okay, you have to, as I said, explore different marketing channel, because no one can assure you that this channel will work for you. You have to do your own A/B testing to find that out. Even I can't give, like, if a brand comes to me and asks me, Jigisha, tell me which channel will perform best for me, I can give them standard channel name, but I will still tell them to try out once, let to do them their own testing. Okay, again, experiment using test and learn approach. I have already told this, right? This is the same thing that I said right now. You first test, you learn, and then you apply the same thing. Do your A/B testing, do some survey for some sample, and checks keep on checking how much you're spending and how much business you're able to get. Now what exactly is this sheet? So you can see my screen, I've opened one Excel sheet. Okay, and basically if you would see, it has a lot of numbers, right? Can you see, it's all data, like there are so much data, there are so many sheet with so much of data. Okay, now what exactly is this? So what happens, guys, is whenever you are working, as I said, like whenever you're working on analytics, whenever you're working on paid campaigns and all, any of that sort, optimization plays a very important role. Even if there are times when you want to acquire a client as a freelancer, they would want to see your capability, that can you actually handle their account or not. Okay, Now how would they check that capability is, they will send you an Excel sheet like this, which has the performance of their campaign. Okay, obviously they won't reveal everything. For example, like here, instead of keyword name, they'll give you this ID of the keyword, so that they don't disclose it to you that what keywords they are using. Okay, so they'll give you an Excel sheet like this, and they'll tell you, okay, this is the data of my campaign performance. Can you give me some insights from this data and tell me what is the optimization I should do? Right, this is, if you can solve this, it makes you capable that, it will create an impression in front of that client that yes, you can handle their brand. Because see, when it comes to numbers, when it comes to paid campaign, when it comes to analytics, it is all number game. Okay, so if you can crunch that number, if you can get some insight, for sure, I'm pretty sure that you'll get that client on board. And this is one of the way they check it. Okay, so I've worked with many freelancing gigs where they share what they do, because they can't give you their Google Ads access, because they'll have to test out, right, that how capable you are to handle their account. So what they'll do, they will give you their campaign performance data, and they'll ask you to evaluate it and tell them, if you come on board with this data, what are the changes that you would do which can make my campaign performance better? Okay, so I hope you understood the brief. What is this Excel sheet all about? So this, imagine, this Excel sheet was, by the way, shared by one of my past client. um, and I had, like, this was my first client, so I still have this sheet with me. My first freelancing client it was, so I still have the sheet with me. And not the Indian kind, but this was more of like with respect to the international market. Okay, so now I'll try to show you if you come across such kind of instances, because see, as I said, setting up campaign is very easy. Anyone can do it with the help of Google. They can YouTube it, they can do things like that, but no one would teach you how to optimize, or how to see numbers, or how to make those, get some insight from that number, pitch it to your client, that how can you make those numbers more better. Right, so you will also come across such instances. What we are trying to figure out is how, now imagine they give you a sheet like this, what should you do with it? Right, so this was given for a Google search campaign. Okay, so all the sheets were given for different campaign. This was for a Google search campaign, rest was for display and video campaign. Okay, by the way. Okay, now this is for the search campaign. I'll just rename this, I'll call this as like for search campaign keyword. Okay, so search campaign is all about keyword. So that client gave me this keyword list. Now obviously, as I said, they won't disclose you their keyword name. So they'll give you this in some random numbers. Okay, and they'll tell you that, tell me how would you improve this campaign. Now when it comes to improvement, they'll tell you what is improvement for them. For example, here they've told me what is their target. They, for this campaign, they want, they want the campaign target to be the cost per acquisition. Okay, CPS, cost per acquisition, should be around 129. Okay, so they have already told me that this is a benchmark. Now I have to give them an insight, how can they reach this benchmark. Okay, okay, now HVHE is high volume and high efficiency. Okay, keywords. So I'll divide my keywords into high volume, high efficiency keyword, high volume and low efficiency keywords. Sorry, low volume and high efficiency keywords. And then lastly, low volume and low efficiency keywords. Okay, what do I mean by this? First thing, what is volume and what is efficiency? Okay, here in our case, what is volume, guys? Okay, so if you see this table, what is volume? Okay, volume is nothing but impression, right? When I say volume, that means how many times my ad has been shown to the consumer, right? Volume is equal to impression in our case. Okay, so I'll just write it over here. In our case, volume is equal to impression. Then what is efficiency? Efficiency is nothing but this target that my client has told, CPA. What do I mean by efficiency? Efficiency as in how well, with less money, how I'm able to get more business. That is what we mean by efficiency, right? I want to spend as much less money as possible and try to get as much business as possible from it. So that is what we mean by efficiency. In this case, clicks can't be an efficiency, right? When I say efficiency, that means I want my end business, right? I want my end goal to be achieved, right? So in our case, efficiency is the cost per CPA, the CPA target, right? So here I'll say CPA is my efficiency. CPA is nothing but cost per acquisition. Do you guys agree with me so far? Yes, no? Did you understood on what basis I'm dividing my keywords? So I want to divide my keywords in 4 types. First type would be which has very high volume and a high efficiency. Second would be which has a high volume but a very low efficiency. Third would be which has a low volume, but so when I say low volume, less people are searching for it, but it has a high efficiency. That means it has a very good cost per acquisition. When I say good cost per acquisition, it has a low cost per acquisition. And lastly, a low volume, low efficiency keyword, which has like it has a less demand and also its efficiency is bad. Now, how would I do this? So, first thing is let's add some columns over here. Okay. Now, first thing first, guys, I have impression over here, but I don't have CPA for each keyword, right? First, I'll have to calculate the cost per acquisition for each keyword, right? This is the overall campaign target. Like my client want to achieve this target, but for each keyword, if you could see, there's no CPA given. So first, I'll have to calculate the CPA, right? How do I calculate a CPA? What is the formula to calculate cost per acquisition, guys? How much you have spent? So I think we have learned this in the past. To calculate your CPA, you have to take your amount spent divided by how much total conversion you have received. Okay. So can you see, we can see cost over here, right? So I'll take my cost divided by my conversion, and this is my CPA. Now in Excel sheet, I don't have to calculate this formula for each one of them. If I double click over here in the corner, it gets automatically, the formula automatically gets dragged down to the bottom as well. Okay. So now I have, for each keyword, I have the volume, which is impression, and I have the efficiency, which is CPA. It's just that now I want to divide all these keywords into 4 buckets. Okay. So what I'll do to create those 4 buckets, I'll create 4 sheets over here and I'll call them HV, HVLE, LVHE, LVLE. Okay. I hope I'm clear. Now how to do this? So I'll go over here. So first thing, guys, see, for high efficiency, the client has already given us the benchmark that the benchmark should be 129, right? Like for efficiency, what makes a keyword high efficient keyword? First thing, okay. So efficiency is equal to my CPA. Now what makes a keyword high efficiency keyword? Anyone which has CPA lower than 129, don't you think so? My client has given a target of 129. Any keyword which has a CPA below 129, doesn't that make it a high efficiency keyword? Yes, right? But now the problem is, for my volume, which is equal to impression, I don't have any benchmark given by my client, right? My client has didn't told me what do they consider as good volume. So what I'll do, I'll take a median of this number. Okay, I won't take an average. Okay, so but I hope you guys know what is it. First thing, do you guys know what is the difference between average and a median? Guys, do you know what is the difference between an average and a median? Yes, no. Okay, right. Now, can anybody tell me in this situation, like for this impression, why I'm saying that I'll take a median and not an average? Can anybody tell me in what situation you should take a median and in what situation you should take an average? I'm pitching that I'll take a median for this, not an average. Can anyone tell me what is the reason why I'm choosing a median number and not an average number as a benchmark for volume? You can see the numbers, right? These are the numbers. Why I'm saying that I'll take a median and not an average, guys? Right. So median is a middle value. Okay. I could have taken an average, but the problem is the numbers are not in how should I say, same line. Basically, there are numbers which are very less and there are numbers which are very high. So if I take an average, it is a unfair number that I'm trying to take. But a median is like the exact middle number, right? I could have taken average. When in what situation you can take an average if your numbers are like this? Like let's say it's somewhere on the same rate. So if it's 65, if it's 62, if it's 58, I can take an average, right? But if my number is like this, how should I take an average of this? I shouldn't, right? Median would be better for this then, right? So now what I'll do, I'll take a median of this impression and I'll put it over here. First thing in my doc also I'll write, so thanks Ayad. So first thing, my target is, I've already mentioned efficiency is equal to CP is equal to high efficiency. That means my CP should be lower than 129 because the client has given the target. Now high, what is high volume for me? High volume should be impression. What should be impression for us? Yeah. So I'll go over here and I'll calculate my median. First, I'll remove this column because it will create some ruckus. I think I've already, if you want, we can keep this. Okay, volume is equal to impression. I've already mentioned in the doc, so I'll delete it from here. I don't want any theory part in my Excel sheet. Never put some theory, a lot of theory over there. Now, what I'll do, I'll take a median in Excel sheet. I can write the formula. I can go to this. I can, so to go down, you have to say Control Shift down and enter. Okay, this is my median number. By the way, if I take an average, what would be the number? We can check once. So it's somewhere closer only, but I can, median is a better number to be chosen because it gives you an exact middle number for such varied number that we have. So what is our median? Our median is 43323. Okay, so what makes a keyword high volume keyword? Impression higher than or equal to, very important, we should never forget equal to 43323. Okay, 43323. So I've wrote the exact number here. Also your CPA should be lower than or equal to 129. Did you understood so far? So what makes my keyword high efficiency? Which has a CPA lower than 129 or equal to 129. What makes my keyword high volume? Which has an impression higher than or equal to 43,323. I hope we are clear. Guys, did you understood this so far? By the way, if your client doesn't give you a target, let's say the client doesn't give you this target CP of 129, you can do the same thing. The way you find out a median for impression, find out a median for your CP as well then. And then choose that as a benchmark. Your middle number is your benchmark basically if your client doesn't give you any of this target. Okay? Clear? So in our case, we had a CPA target, but there are times when your client doesn't give you a CPA target as well. So the way you have chosen a median for impression, choose a median for your CPA as well. Okay? Clear, guys? Okay. Now, how would we divide this keyword? So let's put some, now I'll do this bit quickly. First, I want high volume, high efficiency keyword. Okay. So for high volume, high efficiency keyword, what is the filter I should put? Okay. So first, high volume. Here I'll go at impression and I'll say number filter. Okay. I want high volume, right? So I'll say greater than or equal to. Correct? So I'll say greater than or equal to 4,323. I believe that's a number. 43. So what I'll say here, my filter. Okay, so I'll just write it over here. Filter on Excel should be for impression is greater than or equal to 43323. Right? So I'll say 43323 and I'll go back to my Excel and I'll say okay. Can you see my some of my keywords got hide down? Now after one there's directly 3, 4, 5 is not there as directly 6. So basically any keyword which has an impression lesser than 43,323, those got hide out. Okay. Now I'll go over here and I'll put a filter of efficiency. What makes my keyword high efficiency? Again, number filter. Now here I want say greater than, because efficiency means a lesser CPA. So I have to say less than or equal to 129. Okay, I'll write down over here as well. And CPA lesser than or equal to 129. Okay. So I'll go back to my Excel sheet. I'll say this and okay. And again, some keyword got hide out. Can you see? Basically, now these are my keyword which are high volume, high efficiency. So what I have to do, I will take this entire table, say Control C, and I'll put it over here because I have to put other filters as well, right? So these are my high volume, high efficiency keyword. How many keywords I have? uh, 683 around. So out of a list of 1600 something, 683 are my high volume, high efficiency keyword. Impression greater than equal to, and CPA here also it should be greater than or equal to 129. So now I want high volume, low efficiency keyword. How will I get high volume, low efficiency keyword? I have to keep the same filter. For impression, I won't change my filter because it is already correct. Okay, I want high volume. So it's already greater than equal to 43323. I won't change this. What I have to change is here. Okay, now I want low efficiency keyword, right? High efficiency I've already got. So for low efficiency keyword, what I'll do, I'll say number filter equal to, now instead of less than, I'll say greater than 129. Okay, and now these are high volume, low efficiency keyword. So again, I'll go over here, I'll copy this keyword, I'll paste it over here. Okay, so I've already wrote impression greater than or equal to, and CPA should also be greater than equal to 129. That makes them low efficiency keyword. Okay, now next, low volume, high efficiency keyword. What are low volume, high efficiency keyword? What are the filters that you would put? Impression now here should be, now, because we want low volume, it should be lesser than or equal to 43,323. And high efficiency, that means CPA should be again lesser than or equal to 129. Okay, so first, low volume, high efficiency. So here now I have to change both the filter. Okay, first, my impression here, instead of greater than, it should be less than. Okay, or equal to 43323. Okay, and here my CPA should be number filter less than equal to 129. Okay, so we are done with this. This is my, sorry, low volume and low high efficiency keyword. Again, I'll put this table over here. And lastly, low volume, low efficiency. So for low volume, low efficiency, the only thing I have to change is, I won't change my impression because it is anyways lesser than or equal to this. I want to make this low efficiency. So I'll put, instead of less than, I'll make this greater than or equal to 129. You should be very good with an Excel to do this very quickly, guys. Is what I was trying to say. I'll put it over here. Okay. So last thing is also done. I'll just put the theory part over here for your reference. So impression lesser than is correct. CPA should be higher than or equal to. Okay. Now what I'll do, we have got all the keywords. Now we have to first cross check if the keyword count is correct or not. Okay. So what I'll do for each, what is my keyword count? I'll just calculate this. For here, how many keywords do I have? How do I find that out? You can take it from top to bottom. Here in the corner, you see the number kind of called as count. So here it is 683. So I'll just write my keyword count for this keyword list is 683. Then for this one, how many keywords do we have? Around 163. Okay, so 163. Then for LVHE, how many keywords do we have? I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Give me 2 minutes. 665. So I'll write 665. And last but not the least, for LVLE, what is my keyword count? 181. Okay. So I just want to cross check if the numbers are correct or not. 181. Give me a second. 665, 163, 683. This is how much 1692 total keyword. If I calculate the total of all the four sheet, it is 1692. And here my total keyword should also be 1692. So that means that we have copy pasted the correct data. So you should always cross verify whatever data you copy paste to any other sheet. So now what are my total keyword? I've removed the filter, by the way. My total keyword is how much? 1692, right? Here for each list I've wrote the count, it is also 1692. So I've copy pasted the correct data is what I was trying to cross check. Okay, now what do we do next? Like, this is something we have just got the list, but again this is not enough, so you have to give provide more data to this. Now what are the other data that you should provide? Okay, so what you should tell your client is, you should ideally tell your client that for each of this four list, okay, four list of keyword, how much you're spending. Okay, so let me just write it over here. Total spend of HVHE. Okay. Total conversion of HVHE. I'll tell you why. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. I'll just calculate this and then I'll explain it to you. Okay. Spend percentage of HVHE, conversion percentage of HVHE, and last but not the least, sorry, I'll write this down. Cost per conversion of HVH. Okay, so for each list, guys, you have to find out their keyword count, how much that keyword have spent in total, how much conversion they have got in total, what is the overall those keywords cost per conversion, what is the spend percentage, and what is the conversion percentage. Okay, and I'll tell you why exactly we are calculating this. Just be there with me and please pay a proper attention to why I'm doing this. Okay, like it will take probably at least like 5 to 10 minutes, but like just see first how I'm calculating this. Okay, first I want total spend of my HVHE keyword. So basically how much I've spent on this HVHE keyword. What I'll do, I'll quickly put a sum formula. I'll go to my amount spent, which is this here, enter. So we have got total spend of HVHE. Total spend, total conversion for HVHE, again same, I'll take a sum, I'll go to conversion column, I'll say enter over here. Okay. Then cost per conversion of HVHE. How will I calculate cost per conversion? This is my total spend divided by my total conversion. So see, what is my cost per conversion? The average cost per conversion of my HVHE keyword is only 30. My target was 129. So this is way below the target, which is such a good thing, right? Guys, I hope you're understanding this. So my client has given me a target of 129 as a CPA, but my HVHE keywords are getting a CPA of 30. Guys, so I have to show my client, right, that when I say that these are my high perform, high volume, high efficiency keyword, what exactly do I mean by this? So look at the amount of cost per conversion they are getting as per the overall target. Did you understood this so far, guys? Okay. Now next, I've also sent something called as spend percentage and conversion percentage. What do I mean by this? Okay. So here I have to tell my client that the amount of money I'm spending on this, all the keywords, okay, how much exactly I'm only spending on HVHE keyword. Same, the amount of conversion we have got from all the entire campaign, how much percentage of conversion we have only got from HVHE HVHE keyword. Now, how do we calculate this? To calculate this, first we want total campaign spend and total campaign conversion. Okay. From where do we get that? From the first sheet, this one, which has all the campaign data. Right? This has all the campaign data. I want the total, right? So here I'll put the sum formula again. I'll go over here. I'll take the cost of my entire campaign. Okay. I'll take the conversion of my entire campaign. So let me go up. Conversion is over here, right? So if you would see, let me just put this, I'll keep this in rupee. Give me a second, because we are not able to read the number easily, hence it's better to format it. Right now I'm keeping currency rupee. You can keep whatever currency of your choice, or whatever client you're working with. Okay, now what I'm trying to derive by this one is that out of how much percentage. So okay, let me just first do this and then I'll explain it to you. Okay, now see this, what I'm trying to tell my client is, when I calculate this is, what I've done, I took how much I've spent on HPHE keyword, I've divided by total campaign spend. So what I'm trying to tell my client is that out of 38 lakh 39,658, we have only spent, okay, sorry, I've taken wrong this was my campaign spend divided by this, sorry. So we have only, out of the total campaign spend, only 13% has been spent on HPHE keywords. Okay, and conversion percentage, if we see, this is the conversion of HPHE and these are the total conversion. How much percentage it is? 44 percentage. So what I'm trying to tell my client is, these are the keywords on which we have only spent 13% of the total spend, but the amount of conversions we have got is almost half, right? 44%, half of the total conversion. So what we are trying to tell our client is that, see, we are spending very less on this high performing keyword, we should spend more money on this. Guys, did you understood why I was calculating all of this? You have to tell your client as well, right, that actually how much we are spending. So if you see this data, what it is trying to show, that out of 38 lakh, we are only spending 5 lakh on this best performing keywords. And out of 37,000 conversions that we have got, out of that, half of the conversions are from this campaign, this keywords only. Did you understood this, guys? Yes, no? So the whole point of doing this calculation was to show my client the impact. That, see, these are the keywords on which are performing really great for you, but the problem is you're spending very less on them. Clear? Now, similarly, you have to calculate this thing for each of your sheet. Okay. By the way, I'll write the formula over here again for your better understanding. So, how did I calculated cost per conversion? We know this, cost divided by conversion. For this one, spend percentage, I have taken spend from HVHE divided by total spend. Again, conversion from HVHE divided by total conversion. Okay, this we know how I've calculated. Now this one. So the way I've calculated this, I'll calculate the same for all the three sheets. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll quickly calculate this and then we'll do a summary together. Okay. So I'll just quickly take all the numbers over here for my reference. Guys, by the way, you also try performing this on your end. I mean, that's how you'll become good at Excel, is what I would say. So let me do this for all the three sheets. You guys just observe and then we'll do a conclusion together. HVHE, this one is now HVLE. So I'm just replacing all the word. Quickly, total spend of HVLE. Some spend is over here. Enter. Total conversion. Again, some conversion is over here. What is my cost per conversion? This is my spend divided by conversion. I'll put a money sign to it. So see, my client's target was 129. This keywords are getting a CP of 631 and we have spent how much? 11 lakh. So basically on poor keywords we are spending a lot of money, but on good keywords we are hardly spending any money, is what these numbers are trying to show. Okay, now imagine if you would have evaluated one keyword, it would have taken ages, but with such kind of tactics you can do it in a much more quicker way, is what I was trying to show. Okay, lastly, spend percentage. This is total spend divided by this. We want this in percentage. Again, this is my total conversion divided by this. I'll convert this into percentage. Now, what am I trying to indicate here is, now see this, on this keyword, we are spending 30% of our total spend, but only 5% of conversions we have received. So basically, on best performing keyword, we are spending very, very less, but on bad performing keyword, we are spending like anything. Right? I hope you guys understood this. Guys, please say yes or no in the chat, though I'm not seeing the chat. I mean, it's better. Now again, I'll do the same thing for this remaining two sheet very quickly. HV, LE, I would replace it with LVHE. Place all. Give me like 5 minutes max and I'll calculate all this and then we can discuss this together then. Sum of spend over here. Let's go up. Sum of conversion over here. Where is conversion? This. Again, cost per conversion, this divided by this. Spend percentage, this divided by this. And lastly, cost per conversion, sorry, conversion percentage, this divided by this. Okay. Both we want in percentage. And where do we need currency sign? We need currency sign on here. And lastly, here. Okay. And the last one, I'll just quickly take this, put it over here. Value only. My keyword count is completely different, so I'll paste it over here. This is LVHE, replace it by LVLE. I'm just changing the naming convention, okay? Nothing fancy. Quickly, this I'll calculate again. Keyword count was already calculated. Sum of spend. Let's go up quickly. Sum of conversion. Enter. Cost per conversion. Spend percentage. Conversion percentage. Okay. Quickly, let's give spend cost per conversion sign to this summary, and lastly for conversion also this two should be in percentage. Let's remove the decimal factor for this. Okay, so what I've done for all the four key thing, I've created a keyword thing. What I'll do, I'll just copy paste it in one page only so that we can evaluate it together. I'll paste by value for this as well. I'll take this, put it over here. It's okay, you don't learn this. And then the last one is this. I'm just putting it at one place so that we can do a very better comparison for each one of them. Okay, let's do a formatting as well. Total spend, cost per conversion, total spend, cost per conversion, and then total spend, cost per conversion. Where is the currency sign? Let's remove decimal. Last but not the least, this should be in percentage, this should be in percentage, this should be in percentage. Okay. So I think I have done a proper formatting as well so that we all can read this numbers very easily. Now what numbers are trying to denote? Okay, this entire box. What this is my summary to my client. Okay, what the summary says is that for this entire campaign that you were running, Okay, first problem is the keywords which are not performing well, okay, which is HVLE in our case and LVLE. If you see for both of this is basically our not so performing one, I would say. Why? Because clearly for this keywords, guys, we have spent so much, like almost more than half, right? We have almost 28 lakh has been out of like 38 lakh that we have spent on the entire campaign. 28 lakh has been spent on non-performing keyword, right? And it has barely given you any conversion, like 1832 221. Look at the cost per conversion, 631 752, way much higher than your target. So it has spent how much? If you see percentage wise, it has taken 73% of your total campaign spend, but the conversion percentage is nowhere close to 10 also. It's only 11% basically. Whereas the keywords which were performing well for your brand, which is this and this, for them, we have hardly spent how much? Like 13 plus 14%, 27%. But the amount of conversion it has given is around what? 89%. So what it is trying to indicate that to our client is that, see, you are spending so much money on non-performing keyword, but for the one which are performing so well, you're barely giving any money to them. Did you understood this analysis that we were able to find? Now imagine if you were, if you were asked to check this for each keyword, how much time it would have taken, and how much time I took to do this. Like probably 20 minutes we would have done this. Because I was explaining as well, it might have taken 10 more minutes. But do you think this was a more efficient way to analyze this data, guys? Yes, no? Guys, yes or no? I hope you all are here and you are not sleeping and I was the only one who was performing. Right? So imagine if you would have checked all this keyword performance one by one, it would have taken ages. But if you know Excel, if you know such kind of basic logical analysis, you can do it in a much more quicker way. Now this is the insight, okay guys, this is just an insight that you have given. You have to tell your client the optimization as well now. Okay, now so what would be optimization? First thing, guys, I'll just say this and then we'll take a break. Okay, so give me, like, I'll take probably more 10 minutes. I'll discuss this, that what is optimized. This was just an insight. Okay, this is our insights. This is not my optimization yet. Okay, this is my insight. Now for optimization, what I'll tell my client, first thing, I don't have, you should never tell your client that we will pause this keyword. Okay. The most rookie mistake that most of them do is they tell their client that, okay, the keywords which are not performing, let's pause them. Okay. No. When you say such kind of things, your client think that you're too lazy to work on it. It's like you're giving up. Okay. So never create that impression that, okay, this is a non-performing keyword. Let's just pause them and end the story. You can't do that. Okay. So then what would you do? Okay, so you should always answer in a way that, okay, for this keyword we can see how we can improve. Okay, I'll give you the improvement logic. First thing, let's talk about the performing keywords. Okay, so first thing you have to tell your client is, let's create a separate campaign for this performing keyword. Okay, so separate campaign for the performing keywords. Why? Because guys, on Google ads at search level, you can't control the budget of each keyword. Okay, the reason we are telling this is because we can't control the budget at keyword level. On Google ads it's not possible. You can only control the budget at the campaign level. So if you want to give now what will happen if you keep your campaign the same way, it will show the same pattern. For the non performing keyword it will spend more, it will give you less conversion, and for the performing one it will hardly spend anything. So what you have to do, how should I say, you're just sorting, you're taking out your good apple from the bad apples. Okay, so this campaign, from this campaign you'll take out your good apples and you'll create a separate campaign for them. Okay, that's your first thing. Second thing, now even for this good performing keywords, there are some keywords for which you can't make any improvement. Why is that so? you would see an impression share column for each one of them, right? Now, if you see over here, there are some keywords which has a very high impression share. Okay, so any keyword which has a impression share of anything above 90, okay, you can barely make any improvement for them because they have already reached their peak. Okay, all these keywords are at their peak performance. You can't make any, because out of 100%, half of, like, almost 95% their ad has been shown. So you can't say that you can't spend more on this keyword, is what I'm trying to say. They have already reached their limit. Okay, so you have to tell your client that apart from this keywords, we will try to scale on the keywords which has not have a good impression share. So how many keywords you had over here? 665. Out of that, almost 51 keyword has reached their peak. So you can only improve the remaining keyword, is what I'm trying to say. Did you understood this, guys? So you'll have to tell your client the next optimization that we will increase spend on those keywords which has impression share, ISS impression share lesser than 95%, because that's the only obvious thing that you can do. Make sense? Guys, did you understood the logic of impression share? If the keyword has already an impression share of 95, what improvement you will do? It's already at the peak. So you have to tell your client about this as well. Okay? This is what you'll do for your good performing keyword, because you're anyways performing well. Okay, for the bad performing keyword, you have to, as I told you, you have to tell them that okay, we'll work on them. But when you say you'll work on them, you can't give this vague answer. It's like I'm telling you guys will do this, but I'm not telling you what exactly I'll do for it, right? So you have to tell them what exactly do you mean when you say you'll work on it. Okay, when I say I'll work on it, I will work on their, let me just show you what. Can you see this quality score? If you see, all this non-performing keyword has a very bad quality score. Okay, so let's just see how much quality score, like how many of the keywords have a good quality score. So good quality score is, let's say, anyone above 5. Okay, so out of 163 keywords, okay, for them, only 42 keyword, not even half, 42 keywords have good quality score. Rest all has a quality score below 5. Okay, so what do you have to tell your client, that when you say you'll improve this keyword, you mean you will improve the quality score of this keyword. If you improve the quality score of this keyword, automatically the keyword performance also improves. Okay, so for this keywords, we will improve quality score of keywords below 5. And still, after doing that, if this keyword performance doesn't improve, then you have to pause it. When you say you'll improve the quality score, you will check 3 factors. You will check the landing page experience, you will check the ad relevance. So this is how you have to speak to your client. You have to first give the insight, and after giving that insight, you have to tell them what optimization would you do. This shows your capability. Not setting up the campaign, yes, that is also shows the capability, but optimization is what you get paid for. So if you pitch your client in this way, if you give such kind of insight, that's when they come on board. This is what we call as optimization. This was just like verbal optimization. Obviously, when I apply, it's a different ball game altogether. So we have, so I hope you understood how to do this raw data sheet. Now, guys, your client would also share you some data with respect to the targetings that you have done. So all this sheet that you could see: demographic demise, demographic gender, demographic geo, display website analysis, display audience analysis. Okay, now I would want you guys to brainstorm, so I'll give you this as an activity. Okay, you try it out and you tell me what would you do for this. Okay, I'll just give you this sheet. Okay, this I've already done this for you guys. Now this, the other data is very easy to analyze. So what let's say for demographic device, okay, you could see there's a, again there's a target given by the client for CPA. Okay, now here it's only about CPA because there's no impression or anything of that sort. Okay, so you have to tell, like, let's say for each campaign, okay, which is the device which is performing, which is the device which is not performing. Okay, how would you analyze this? What do you guys see? What do you guys think? What, how would you do this? Let's say your client give you this demographic data, and they have given you a target of 172. For each campaign you have to tell them which device is performing for them, which device is not performing for them. Okay, so I'll just do this for one sheet. For all the remaining sheet of gender, geo, website and audience analysis, guys, you will do it. Okay, so I'll just show you how to do for device. The same is applicable for other sheets as well over here. Okay, so again, for here you'll have to calculate the CPA. How would you calculate the CPA? Cost divided by number of conversion. You'll drag it down, and then you have to see for each campaign. Let's say for campaign A, everyone has a CPA below the target, right? So let me just, okay, so for A, all is good. Okay, all of them are below 172. For campaign B, if you could see for tablet, it's around 169, closer to 172. So you can tell your client that, okay, now whenever you see those devices which are not performing well, guys, in optimization, guys, you don't have to say that we will pause this tablet. You have to say we'll do a bid adjustment. Okay, and whenever you see, okay, so what do, by the first thing, what is bid adjustment? Bid adjustment is nothing but, let's say for this campaign, okay, your normal bid, your normal cost per click bid is 100. Okay, so in bid adjustment, for those devices which are performing well, if you say positive bid adjustment, what you're trying to tell Google is that, okay, overall for my campaign I'm willing to spend like cost per click of 100. But for the one, let's say for this one, you are saying I want a positive 50%. Okay, let's say you say plus, let me just write it over here, positive 50. So on the platform, how it would look, I'll show it to you. But if you say positive 50, what you're trying to tell Google is that for oral campaign, I'm willing to bid for each click around 100. But for this one, I'm willing to bid 50% higher than my overall campaign bid. So even if for this to get some convergence from this device, I'm willing to pay 50% more. Okay, now for this one, you can say a negative bid adjustment. Negative bid adjustment as in, and it's not 50, you can change it, you can make it 30, 20, 10, however you want. So now what do I mean by negative 30? That for overall campaign we are bidding around 100. Okay, but for just for this device, I don't want to bid around 100. Okay, I want to bid below 100. So when I say negative 30, I am okay to bid around 70 if I'm able to get some conversion good. Otherwise, I'm okay to not show my ad on tablet. Okay, so this bid adjustment on the platform looks like, let me, this, see this, can you see? Can you see? So there are three devices: mobile phone, computer, tablet. Instead of saying that we'll pause this device, let's say for them mobile was not performing well, so they did a minus 50% bid adjustment. What do they mean by minus 50 bid adjustment? They're trying to tell that, okay, overall for my campaign I'm spending 100 rupees per click. For mobile device I want to spend half of it. Okay, so let's say 50. I'm only willing to spend 50 rupee per click. If I can get conversion in 50, great. Otherwise I don't want to spend money on mobile phones as a device. Does this make sense, guys? Yes, no. So instead of saying that we'll pause this device, say if the device is not performing well, we'll do negative bid adjustment. If the device is performing really well, we'll do a positive bid adjustment, because we still have a buffer. When I say we still have a buffer, see this, your target is 172. For all this three, for this campaign, you are getting a very lower CPA. So even if you increase your bid by 50%, still your CPA would be below the target only, right? So if you add 50 to, let's say if you do positive 50 to this one, your CPA will go around 150. Does that make any harm to your campaign? No. Probably you'll get more conversion. Did you understood what is bid adjustment, guys? What is positive bid adjustment? What is negative bid adjustment? What we have discussed, there are some tools also in the market which can help you to, do all this kind of analysis. Okay, so for all your post campaign analysis or whatever campaigns you are running, whenever you want to do some analysis, guys, there are many tools that can help you out. Okay, so example, for keyword, you can use this three tool. So keyword hero is more again like a free tool which will give you data like this that we have done. You have Google search console as well, guys. Google search console is more for your overall website performance, and then again Google analytics anyways give you that data. By the way, in your Google keyword planner tool as well, we had checked. Okay, so there, like, how should I say, wait, you get the insights of your keywords. If you remember, when we were doing Google keyword planner, there also you get an insight that, okay, what is their search volume, what is their competition. So whenever you want to get some keyword insight, I always recommend you use Google keyword planner tool, which is free. And apart from that, if you want to deep dive further, then you can use Google Analytics. Okay, now there are other few metrics that a brand tend to check. Okay, this is not just with respect to marketing, but like overall in general. So there's something called a CES, which we call as customer effort score. Okay, this will help you understand uh, how much, like, and basically how should I, okay, how much effort, amount of effort a user has to put to complete a activity in general. Okay, so this will how should I say, if you're like, by the way, the formula to calculate your CES is sum of your effort rating divided by the total number of respondent. Okay, now like for example, let's say if your CS would rise, your customer effort success score rises, that means your customer need more assistance to achieve their goal. But probably it could be because a very low speed, or could be a very unclear policy restriction. Now this is required. Now what do we mean by effort? Okay, effort of your customer with respect to understanding your brand. Okay, so if your customer effort score is less, that means you have to put more focus on them to let them educate them further, so that it's easy for them to understand your brand, your product, and your services. Okay, this is done at overall brand level. I'm not saying this is done for marketing level, but that is more with respect to overall brand level. Okay, you have something called as net promoter score as well, which we call as NPS. Okay, now this decides how satisfied your customer is and how they are loyal towards your brand in general. Okay, so to calculate your NPS, you take percentage of promoters, percentage of detractors. Okay, now basically, if you have a great percentage score, that means a customer would highly recommend your product and service to someone else. Okay, and they don't if there's a less NPS score, that means you need to again educate your consumer more about your overall brand perception. Okay, so then that's where their NPS score would increase. Again, this is not marketing, but this is overall brand level. You also can calculate your customer satisfaction score. So for calculate that, you can take number of your satisfied customer divided by total number of respondent. Basically, your overall consumer, out of them, how much them are actually satisfied into 100. Again, if your CSAT, like customer satisfaction score, uh, decreases, it will indicate that there's some issue that really needs some attentions, like with respect to your brand. Okay, so if your brand is going through um, you know a revamp, or you are changing some brand guidelines, you are adding some more inventories, you're relaunching it in a different way, try to take calculate the CSAT score. So you can circulate survey. By the way, to calculate all of this NPA, CSAT score, and all of this, you can circulate a survey to understand how your consumer feel about your brand. Okay, by the way, if you know, have you seen those kind of surveys when you're watching any video on YouTube? There are some questions that comes up, that how many of you have used any of this brand for your skincare. Have you seen those questions, those service question that comes um, while you're watching some ads? Yeah. So in digital way, you can run those kind of survey as well. One is like you circulate through Google form, but whatever you see this coming on YouTube, no, this is what we call as brand lift surveys. Okay, so brand lift surveys, the brands who do heavy promotions, like I mean, for Adobe we do this very frequently, and this is called as BLS campaigns. Okay, so brand lift survey campaign is for us to understand that whatever promotion we do, what kind of impact people have about our brand. So what we do is we ask a question, we give options. In that option, one of would be our brand name. So let's say for Adobe, I will run questions like which of this tool you have used for your graphic designing. Is it Canva? Is it Adobe? Something like this. So now the more the people who select Adobe, that means people have better presence about my brand, right? If people are responding very less, or they're choosing any other brand compared to my brand, that means I still need to do a lot of awareness. So this is what we call as brand lift studies. Okay, this is understand. Okay, with whatever marketing activities you are doing, do people actually recall your brand or not? Because see, the problem nowadays is there's so much bombardment of so many different brands. This is more to understand how much the consumer is able to retain. Okay, am I clear? So like in a very, if you don't want to spend money, you usually do a free survey form, like you circulate it in your friends, family circles, all of that. But ideally, the exact way to calculate all this customer satisfaction score or your NPAT, any of this NPS, ideally you should do a brand lift study. Okay, so in brand lift study you can figure out what questions you need to ask and give some options. Obviously, give an option which is very difficult as well, so that ideally gives a better insight. Okay, there's also something called as time to resolution. Again, how it will try to understand how well your customers are prioritized. So for TTR calculation, you can take total time taken to resolve any request divided by total number of resolved requests. It is more to understand, like a lower TTR will consider that your TTR value is good. Basically, how much priority you are trying to give to your client, to your consumer. So let's say your consumer has said there are 100 queries that you have in your chat box. Out of them, how many you have actually resolved, or how much time you have taken to resolve that, right? So this should be lower the tat, better is your, again, overall brand image. And ROAS is something that I've already taught. Okay. um Now, guys, one more thing: when you do any post campaign analysis, see some behavioral data. Okay, find out, when I say behavioral data, it will give you a very clear picture about some patterns. Okay, or interaction with your customers or with your partners or other application in general. Okay, so you can see it, you can, again, to do this behavioral data, you can use any analytical tool. Okay, you can do some offline surveys again to understand that. um, Now, for example, let's say you have launched a new app. Okay, um, if like your behavioral data will help you understand analysis, like who are the users who are using new feature about your app. So for example, all these banking apps keep on upgrading their app visuals, right? Like for example, recently HDFC Bank has changed how their apps look like, right? So whenever you launch something new or anything of that sort, try to understand how people are responding to it, right? So for example, for this brand called as HDFC, when they created a new app, they would be for sure tracking that, how people are responding to these new features, right? What are the processes the user, how much effort the user is taking, is it smooth for them to use it or is it very difficult for them to navigate it? Okay, uh, are they engaging with that app, or like they're not able to use case it? So always this behavioral data will you make you understand that if you're making any changes with your brand, like when I say brand, it could be a brand revamp, it could be a website revamp, it could be your app revamp, but just see the process, like how people are interacting to those changes. Okay. um, Again, to do your behavior analysis in a very better way, I would say, again, the standard practice is you first understand what is your KPI, what KPI derives that the behavioral data is correct. Okay, so what KPI, again, the KPI, key performance indicator, keeps on changing from brand to brand. It could be install for some, it could be app engagement to some. Okay, see how engaging, when I say map the series of event, that means how engaging they are with your overall website or app. You can create a tracking panel for them, understand their unique behavior again. And if you find a very like good insight, let's say one of your app feature, let's say there's some problem with the CTA and people are not clicking much on the CTA button, so that means it needs a revamp. It probably will have to change the size, you'll have to change the toggle, the way it looks. So this is what we mean by effective behavioral data. By the way, to do this, you can use heat maps. We all know what is heat maps. We have Microsoft Clarity, is something that we have already discussed in the last lecture. Okay. uh, by the way, you can also analyze your app data. So to analyze your app data, like for to understand the performance of your app, um, what you have to do is, there are some how should I say, there are some tools that can help you do that. So Adobe Analytics App Flyer is the most used one, by the way. It so whatever app install campaigns that brands run, what are app install campaign, when you go to Google Play Store or your Apple Store, when you search for any keyword, there are some promotions also which pops up. So not every time the organic app name would be shown. Below up above that you would see ads of some other apps as well. Okay, so to analyze how your app campaign has performed, one of the best tool is apps flyer. Okay, more than analytics. So if you Google Analytics also helps you to track your app performance, but I always say app flyer is the best in the market. Then Adobe Analytics for app I haven't tried, so I'm no one to comment. Smart Lock is again kind of a pay tool. You can check it out. Apple App Analytics I've only worked once, so again I can't give a strong opinion on that. But I've frequently worked on apps flyers. So app flyers, I've again it's like your analytical tool only, but for app basically. Better feature, better insight is what app flyers would give you compared to your GA or Adobe Analytics for that matter. Let me learn now. We'll go through e-commerce marketing funnel, guys. So one second. Now for e-commerce, guys, how do you set up your e-commerce marketing funnel? Okay, so before we start, we all know what is a basic e-commerce funnel, starting from awareness to decision to consideration to conversion to retention. I think I've discussed this in the past. We all know this entire funnel. It starts with awareness, right? Then people get interested, then they purchase, and then they repeat. Okay, now what are the steps that one should follow when they try to create this marketing funnel? Okay, first is you identify your customer's journey, right? Try to map it. We have seen this in Google Analytics where we were checking all the product performance. We have done this in the monetization section. We have already seen this in the demo account. But just like a summary, first you need to map the consumer's journey, right? Basically identify what are the channels that is giving you maximum traffic to your product. What is the average number of user touch point? Basically, what does this mean? uh, what is the page where they're interacting the most? Is it the page view, like the product page, or the add to cart page, or the wishlist page, or the purchase page, or the checkout page, right? Next, again you have to analyze funnel for each conversion stage, starting from you create a plan to asking the consumer to buy your product. Okay, so like once you create your page, basically you have to track the entire journey. Okay, you also need to understand which is the point where the consumer, where basically where your customers are turning into lead. Okay, so what are the channel which is giving you a better quality lead? Again, if you remember, we have seen that in the monetization report where we add a secondary filter of this channel, if you remember. So we were seeing product performance analysis, then we saw that which channel for these products are driving more purchases, right? So it's the same thing, but like in a theory step. um Now what, so there are different funnel strategies for each pages on e-commerce. First, let's discuss what are the top funnel strategies for increasing traffic for the product page. So if you want more people to come to your product page, okay, what are the strategies that you can apply? First thing, you can do a very good SEO for that particular product page, right? Create a good keyword strategy, add all the important keywords for that particular page, right? You can use social media to again to uh, specifically talk about that category or that particular product. Again, you can run some ads, you can do some influencers and affiliate marketing. um, when it comes to offline also, what you can do, you can you like on your newspaper or any of thing that sort, you can create some catalog pictures as well. Nowadays there are brands who are adding QR code and all of that for their offline print as well. Okay, so if you are doing some offline advertising, you can do some celebrity endorsement in those ads. You can run some media rich ads are basically those animation related ads. Okay, animated or video ads which are shown on third party sites. Okay, and again lastly, you can do some retargeting. So if you do all of this activity, automatically the traffic on your product page will improve. Okay, next, again you have three funnel. It's similar to what we say in awareness, consideration, and conversion, but there's another terminology for this which we call as middle funnel, upper, so sorry, middle funnel, bottom funnel, and after sales strategies. Okay, so middle funnel is basically when the user is at a consideration stage. So what you should do when a user is at a consideration stage? uh, do a very good email marketing. Okay, so share some product update, some blog post or a ebook link. Try to share them a detail how to guide, right? So try to educate them or communicate with them the exact feature of your product to the consumer. And again, try to make your communication as easy and helpful. So you can help them with some chatbot, or you can create some FAQ question kind of a thing. Okay. Apart from this, you can add a really good CTA, so which can make them, push them to buy a product. You can add a feature to improve your lead qualification efforts, so you can add some more questions, so that can, if they're taking effort to fill that particular big form as well, that means they're genuine customer. Okay. And again, as I said, smooth experience on your page. For increasing, making sure your bottom funnel is great for any of your e-commerce brand, again, do some customized presentation for your client, advertise on white papers, give some free trials. Trust me, works wonder like anything. So all those cred, Google Pay, they give you a scratch card that buy a product for only 100 rupees, or take a free demo, right, of Ghana.com or chat. But what Perplexity did, so Perplexity in India, they collaborated with Airtel, and they said that we'll give Perplexity for free for what, entire 1 year. But now they have stopped doing it. So people, because the people got so much used to that AI tool, now people will themselves go and buy the subscription. Right? I'm not sure how many of you knew that Perplexity was kind of free if you use Airtel SIM in India, and then people got hooked to it. Now people have to go and buy the subscription, and there are many of people who will go and buy it, because nowadays end to end everyone is using AI tool. Right? You try to advertise your case study as well, because that is the kind of a testimonial for your brand. If you showcase them what is your past case study, how you have improved any brand performance, that will impact. Right? And again, you can create some great personalized content, so this will improve your bottom funnel strategies. When we talk about after sales strategies, basically once a consumer has bought your product, what are the after sales service that one should do? uh, Ask them to give some referrals. Okay, it's because they have already bought the product, they can refer your brand to someone else. You can do some reselling, again, upselling and cross selling. You can give them some reminders of your new launches. And lastly, gratitude. Not every advertisement or not every marketing should be only about pushing your product for them. Like, you shouldn't always push them to buy your product. You should be you should have that gratitude. So, there are many emails that your clients send, that we are happy that you're a customer and we would want you to be with us in this brand journey. You might get such kind of emails from the brand, so that is more with respect to showing gratitude, that you are one of the consumer. And that really creates a good impact. It doesn't looks very pushy, it's very subtle way of doing a marketing. Okay. So you have to use some subtle way as well, is what we are trying to say. Lastly, how can you get more conversion on some e-commerce offers? Okay. So if you want to boost your e-commerce conversion, few things that really works wonder. You can provide some live chat, customer experience, and a detailed product description. So if the better the service, okay, the better the chat service, or the better the product descriptions that you provide, it's easier for the consumer to take the next step. Okay. Again, send the abandonment cart email. So abandonment cart email is, you added the product to the cart, you didn't buy, they'll send an email saying that, okay, for you we have given like more 10% off. So again, that will push you to buy the product. You have to optimize your website for mobile device, because we all know most of the traffic for e-commerce, if depend, if it's a e-commerce with which has furniture and all, people will come through desktop mode for a better experience. But if you are a brand like a clothing brand with a low AOV and all of that, most of the traffic comes from mobile. Okay. Try to do some A/B testing for your different web pages to understand, okay, what is the page for which people are responding more, like what feature is that, like you can A/B test with different feature on different pages to understand which feature you should keep retained on your entire site. um you should also use some high quality images and video. Trust me, a brand would consumer would judge you if they see very pathetic video shoots or a picture shoots, because that's your first impression, right? So you shouldn't risk that. Again, some personalization. And lastly, you should show the review of your consumer. You can also send it could be a video testimonial, it could be a text testimonial as well. Whatever feels well, you can do it. But overall, if you do follow all the steps, it will improve your overall e-commerce marketing funnel. Okay. A/B test, Sayed, as in, let's say you have an e-commerce website. Okay. So let me explain this way. So now this brand, okay, they what they do, they always A/B test with this banner. Okay. So when I say A/B test, you can you can create a version where you'll create different banner to see which one people are interacting more. For example, is this banner working more? So if yes, then that could be majorly because of that pricing thing that we saw, that it's getting for 1699. So when we say A/B test, keep on changing your website frequently to understand how people are reacting to it or how people are interacting to it. There are many brands what they do. So let's say, and what you can do, let's say, okay, so let's say this particular brand itself, what they can do, when they can make some changes to their home page, they can make some changes to their category page, and they can run two separate ad. From one ad they take them to the home page, from the second ad they can take them to the category page, and they can see for which page people are responding more or having a better interaction, right? Am I clear? So for this, you can't do any practical implementation. You have to give suggestions to your web developer. Okay. So if you're making a, if you like ask your web developer to do this feature, that feature, and then in your ad, okay, try to test it out. Basically, for one ad, you give a direction to home page. For a second ad, you give a direction to product page. Automatically, you'll understand which page is performing well for your ads, right? So when we say A/B test, keep on adding different features to your website and test out through your ads, that from your ad, when the user comes to A page, and from your ad, if a person goes to B page, which has a better engagement. So website, you can make the changes, you can give recommendation to your developer, but from ad level, you are the one who will control, right, on which page one should go to. Clear? Great. So we are done with this. Okay, so now we have already discussed what is bounce rate, but let's just try to understand this in a very detailed way, that because people get always get confused between a bounce rate and an exit rate. Okay, uh, let me make it easy. Okay, so how do we differentiate between bounce rate and exit rate is something like you can consider this as an interview question. Okay, um okay, I'm just trying to frame it in a very easier way for you guys. um okay, so first thing, bounce rate would ideally for is that, when we say it represent the percentage of visit in the session, that means, like, as I said, how many people clicked and they came to the site. Sorry guys. Okay, so your bounce rate would consist of basically how much percentage of the visit is from the session. Basically, like how many people like clicked and came to the site. When I say session, that means they're like the first session has started. Okay, now your bounce rate will only get registered if the user exit from the entering page. Okay, what do I mean by the exit from the entering page? Basically, I said Mintra.com. Okay, and I went back. This is what we call as bounce rate. Okay, what is exit rate? I clicked on Mintra.com. I clicked on home, hand and face page, and then I closed this tab. This is what we call as exit rate. So when I say for bounce rate, this line is very important. It gets registered if the user exit from the entering page. Entering page as in from the page that you entered the site. If you bounce back from there, that is called as bounce rate. Clear? Guys, entering page is an important keyword over here. Okay, so you came to a from whatever link you came to that site. If you exit, if you leave from there, that is what you call as bounce rate. But exit rate is basically, you might go to other pages on that particular website, and if you go back from there, that is what you call as exit rate. So again, I'll just try to show this to you. I came to minta.com and I said back, this is bounce rate, because I exited from the page where I visited. So I exited back from home page, right? I left from home page. The page that I visited, I left from there. This is what we call as bounce rate. Now what is an exit rate? If I go to a beauty page and I go to conditioner, and then like I go completely back, so that is what we call as an exit rate. Exit rate is basically, it is independent of the user's last activity. Okay, so in bounce rate, there is only one page visit. One page visit as in the page from which you entered the site. Okay, that is, and you bounce back, so you have just visited one page. But in exit rate, you might have visited more than one page. Guys, your understanding was the difference between a bounce rate? Then it's not considered as a bounce rate. Krish, if they have spent some time, you won't call that as a bounce. Bounce means like in few seconds. When I say few seconds, like 2 to 3 seconds, if they just go back from the page they have entered, that is what we call as a bounce rate. And you have just interacted on that page only. You haven't went to any other page. So the main key difference between a bounce rate and an exit rate is, in bounce rate, you entered, let's say you clicked on the ad, you came to the home page, and you went back only from that page, is called as a bounce rate. So you have only interacted with one page on that site. But in an exit rate, what will happen, you will enter to that page. Okay, there you will go to any other page on that website. Okay, and then you will come back, that is what we call as exit rate. So in exit rate, you will be interacting with more than one page. Okay, did you understood the main keyword, everyone? In bounce rate, the page you are entering, from there only you are bouncing back. But in exit rate, the page you are entering, and then from there you're going to multiple pages, and then you're coming back. So in bounce rate, you're just interacting with one page. In exit rate, you will be interacting with many pages, and then you'll come back. Yes, no? Guys, this is your keyword. There's only one page visit in bounce rate. In exit rate, there are multiple page visit. Everyone, is this clear? Because this is like a very confusing question that an interviewer tend to ask. That was it. What is the difference between a bounce rate and an exit rate? Am I clear? Okay, great. Again, what does the bounce rate depicts? It will depict a lack of overall engagement. Okay, now exit rate kind of depict that there's some issue with the web page. Why? Because that person has already visited many other pages on that same site, so that means there's some problem with the web page, not with the engagement. Engagement issue is with the bounce rate, because the person have just visited your homepage, and they just homepage or any other landing page, so they didn't even spend some time and they went back. So the problem is with the engagement. But with exit page, there could be some issue with the web page, is what we are trying to say. Okay, again, your bounce rate, higher the percentage of bounce rate, that means um lesser the engagement. So you should always try that your bounce rate percentage is less. Okay, you can't work on your exit rate, because exit rate is not in your control, but bounce rate is in your control. Okay, so how do you calculate bounce rate? Total one page visit, okay, and total visits to the website. So very clear, one page visits only. And to calculate your exit rate, you have to take number of people who exit the website divided by number of views received. Okay, so the main keyword is your one page visit over here. Now, by the way, there are benchmarks for bounce rate. Okay, so you should know what is the percentage. So if your bounce rate is between like 64 to 40, it is good. Okay, like, but if it is like, how should I say, higher than 70%, that means you need to fix it. Okay, so like if you're like this, like anything that goes above 40 is like, it's an alarm for you, that you need to look after your bounce rate. So obviously, as I said, lower the bounce rate, better is your user engagement with your site. But anything that's, if it touch 50, that means it's an alarm for you guys. And if it goes above 70, then it's a very high bounce rate and you need to fix it. Okay, so it will basically, higher bounce rate is usually there when one is like you're redirecting them to a wrong page. Okay, or you're miscommunicating, like your ad shows something else, your website shows something else. That is also one of the reason. Or there are times when your website speed is low, your UI UX is not great. So there could be multiple reason of a high bounce rate. Okay, now for every kind of a page, there's a like a landing page can have a bounce rate of 70 to 90%. Blogs also have a bounce rate of 70 to 9%. E-commerce site should have a bounce rate lesser, because see, e-commerce website has multiple pages, so ideally a person should go and engage instead of just coming back, right? Again, content website can have a benchmark of 40 to 70. If you are a lead generation page, try to have a bounce rate only between 30 to 40. If you are for desktop, it can be around 42. For mobile, it should be around 16. So these are like some benchmarks. If you exceed that benchmark, now landing page, obviously you should have, like, it is not like you have to you should have between 70 to 90, but try to like have below that. It's just that most of the time it's difficult to control the bounce rate of landing page and blogs, because blogs, why, I'll tell you why. Blogs is like a very big written content, right? So people find it very boring to go through it, right? Even in landing page, it depends. If you're taking them to a bad landing page, it's not in your control. But if you're taking them to a website like Mintra, which has so many sections, which has so many category, ideally person shouldn't bounce back. They should get hooked to your site, right? So you can follow this benchmark as a guideline. Next, how to reduce your exit rate and bounce rate. To make sure your bounce rate is less, again, set realistic expectation, very important. Don't give false expectation to your consumer that in your ad you're saying flat 50% off. When they go to the site, there's no close to 50% offer. That means you're giving a unrealistic expectation, or or you're manipulating them. Okay, don't attract any irrelevant traffic. Okay, we have to attract only relevant traffic. That means, um, let's say you are a finance company, but you're targeting those who are interested in entertainment. It's a wrong targeting, right? Again, create multiple landing page, because you can test out and improve your usability. Basically, there shouldn't be any grammar error. Your content should be good, the UI UX should be good. Again, if you make sure if these things are fixed, your bounce rate would be good, like it will be on a lower end. Okay, again, have a proper organized layout, as I said, like how structure your website did, again, part of UI and UX. Improve your page load time. So if your website load time is very high, like it is taking 1 minute, people don't have patience to wait even for 2 to 3 seconds. So you have to make sure the page load time is very less. Okay, and please don't give any irritating pop-ups. Very important. You might have yourself experience, right? If you are scrolling a website and it is giving a lot of pop-up, it's very annoying. And especially when you're doing any shopping for e-commerce brand, it is a big no. Please don't give any random pop-up. It disturbs your experience. If it's a blog, or if you're reading something, that can be still ignored. But if you are at the stage of buying some product, you're seeing the feature 10 other things, and imagine those pop-ups are appearing, right? You wouldn't be okay with it. Last but not the least, for exit rate, you can create some exit surveys. Okay, so if you create some surveys, it will help them to retain more. Like it usually it has been seen that you can create some survey forms, and that will help them to retain more than 50% of the visitor. Again, no pop-up, you can redirect visitor to some other similar products. Have a good call to action button, right? And lastly, do some A/B testing with different features on your pages. So again, all this thing of with respect to improving your bounce rate and exit rate, guys, it's not in your control. I would say it's more in your um developers control, like they are the one who will execute. But you should know like what is a good landing page, what is a bad landing page. You should, and you're, again, you should be like, how should I say, how would you know that? The more the ads that you run, the more the pages that you check, that give, ideally it gives you that idea that, okay, this is a good page, this is a bad page. So to learn this, you'll have to ideally frequently go visit multiple pages, analyze different brands, different pages. Okay, that's how you learn. Like, this is what I have learned on understanding how what makes a page good or what makes a page bad. I used to run a lot of ads. I used to check my competitor's website. I used to analyze, okay, what are the features that they have added that my website doesn't have. And I used to not copy, but I used to take some inspiration from there, and I used to guide my developer that, try to make all these changes and see if that improves our website performance or not. Clear? Guys, am I clear with exit rate and bounce rate? Okay, so guys, what I've done is I'll create the Google Analytics account in front of you guys from scratch. So in case you guys are working for any website and you have to do it from scratch, how one can do it is something I'll try to show. Okay. Um Let me also, by the way, I'll show you the setup on two sites. Okay, one is of that if you have create a website on WordPress, how you can set up Google Analytics. Second, there's also one platform called as Google site where you can create a free website. Okay, so there also I'll show you how to set up the Google Analytics account. So I'll try to show you how to set up a G account for a WordPress website and for a platform like site, Google site. Okay, if you have a coded website, guys, that is not also a problem. For coded website as well, what can be done is there's one tool called as Google Tag Manager, so I can show you how Google Tag Manager also works. Okay, so let me show you for WordPress, and then for this, and then I'll show you for one more. Okay, so for WordPress, guys, whenever if your website has been created on WordPress, the first thing you should do is, let me, okay, so I'll just deactivate. I hope this got deactivated. Google Sitekit. Okay. So, guys, I'll try to create a account from scratch again. How to create a Google Analytics account from scratch? Go to Google Analytics. This time we'll do the entire process, starting from putting the code to everything. Okay. So you have to go to Analytics tool. Okay, get started. I'm doing this for my family business website, so you guys can also do it for your own websites in future. Um, I'll write the name of my company. Okay, over here. I can just stick on to all the things that I want. Property name should also be my company's name. Time zone, India. Currency, because I'm residing in India. If you're residing in any other location, please make sure you change this. Okay, this is business and industrial. It's a small company. Okay, I can choose all this objective that I want to generate lead, I want sales, I want web, I want some engagement. Okay, and if any of this objective is not mentioned over here, you can say other business objective as well. Okay, say create, um, agree to their terms and policy. Okay, now here, okay, I'll say web. Please pay proper attention here. I'll give my website URL. So this is my website URL. I'll put that over here. Remove the HTTPS because it's already there. Now, whenever you set up a Google Analytics account, guys, please make sure this is enabled enhanced measurement. So, what it is trying to say that once you give your URL, will automatically by default, okay, this is a default setting that they'll start tracking what page people are visiting, how people are scrolling, if there are any clicks, right? If there's someone has engaged with the video or if there's some interaction with the form, all of this will get automatically tracked. Okay, so keep this enabled because we want that. Now site name, again I'll put that and I'll say create and continue. Okay, now here I have to go inside my website, go to this arrow. Now there are different ways to put the Google Analytics code. Okay, one is install with WordPress. So if your website is made on WordPress, you can choose this option. If your website is a coded website, then you have to choose this option of install manually. Okay, I'll show you how both of this option can be used. I'll show you the first one for WordPress because I mean that's the common way people create their website. Okay, so for WordPress, I'll say next over here. Okay, and now what I have to do is here, so for WordPress there are plugins that can be installed. As I have already mentioned in the past, plugins act as like the way you have apps in your phone to use different functions. Same is a use case of plugin. Imagine plugins will help you, like how you have Google Play Store to install different apps. Similarly, plugins is one of the section in WordPress where you can install different plugins to help you make your job easy when it comes to your website creation or adding some features, right? So there's this plugin, and I'll go here to add plugin. So this plugin name is Google Site Kit. Okay, so you can go to add plugin in your WordPress account and you can say Okay, here. Can you see Sitekit by Google? So I'll say install this. I hope so far you were able to. I hope you have understood so far where we have reached, because I can't go back. Okay, so any of the part that if you're not understanding, feel free to stop me there and there itself. Okay. It does take some time to install, so let's just wait for that. Okay, and then you have to activate this. Okay, so once you activate it, you can go to that particular. One second. Hmm. So I'll go to this setting for that particular thing that I've installed. Okay. Okay, it's showing already connected. But by the way, if you want to reconnect this, okay, so now for me it's already connected, but I can edit it. Okay. So let me. Okay, so can you see, please? What I did, I deleted my past Google Analytics account. Okay, so now if I want to connect this again, what I'll do is first I'll disconnect it from here. Here I'll say connect to more service. I'll say set up analytics again. Okay. Okay, so now automatically with my ID, so this ID, okay, and the account I've created for this, it is getting matched over here. Okay, how to cross verify that? Can you see this ID N1S8WKPJRM? It's the same thing. Okay, so ideally when I give this name, because I see what you have to do for the whenever you create a Google Analytics account and whenever you create your WordPress account, make sure you're using the same email ID. So automatically the detail gets switched. Okay, you don't have to do anything else over here. You just have to say complete setup. See. Okay. So basically, my Google Analytics has been set up. It's done. The setup is done. In future, you're doing, you can follow. They have given you the step that what plugin to install, how to do it. So it's the same step that I've shown you. Okay. Now there's other way as well. Like if your by the way, if your website you have created on this tool called as Google Site. Okay. So what is Google Site? Again, it's like a free tool which allows you to create a free website. Okay. I believe for your capstone. Okay, probably for your caption you might have to create like a dummy page on Google Site and then connect Google Analytics for it. So in case if you're creating a website on Google Site, it is also easy to connect Google Analytics for it. Okay, what you have to do, you have to search for Google Site and you have to click on create your first site with Google Site. Say create a site. Okay, so go to this page. You can create your portfolio page, anything of that sort. Okay, so let's say I want to create my portfolio page. I can go over here, right? So you can edit this page, you can create this page. It's like your Canva where you can plug edit everything. Like if you want to add more page, like you want to add more home page or anything other page, you can do that. So it's like your Canva where you can edit things. Okay, you can edit this, you can remove this picture. But how to set up the Google Analytics for Google Site? You just have to go to the setting bar. Okay, and you can see an analytics section over here. And here, okay, you have to give your measurement ID. Now what is a measurement ID? This is your measurement ID, this. So you just have to click that, give it over here, and done. Okay. So just in case for your capstone, if you are required to create a website, you can create a free website on Google Site. Okay, and for that, if the capstone asks you to connect your Google Analytics account to that free site, this is how you do it. Same procedure, everything is same. It's just that instead of WordPress, okay, once you give your website URL, they will give you this tag ID. You can copy this tag ID, go to your Google site and give it over here. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah, so hence I said, Sayed, that in free, see now, even if your website, in the free WordPress website also, you can connect a Google Analytics account without the help of plugin, okay? But it's very complicated because you have to edit the header code. So basically, you'll have to edit the entire theme of your site. So I don't recommend that. So what you guys can do in your capstone, if it's required, create your website on Google site instead of creating on WordPress. And it's very easy. I mean, it's not complicated. You just have to go to setting, go to analytic, give your analytical ID. That's it. You can do it even for a free WordPress website. You can set up Google Analytics code without the help of plugin, but it's just that it will change the, like, you'll have to manually edit those code, okay? And I don't recommend that. Even I can do it, but the reason, okay, so I'll tell you where exactly it's been done, just in case if someone is interested. So you have to go to your appearance and theme, okay? And when you go to your appearance and theme, like, this is the theme that I'm using right now for my site, okay? So I can go there, I can say customize. Okay, so then you have to go to the header, and there you have to give those codes and all. So I don't recommend that, because again, for at least for me, this website has been created with a lot of efforts. If I make some changes with the coding, it might disrupt the entire website, so I don't want to do that. Hence I use the plugin, okay? In your case, if it's been asked to do, do one thing: don't create a WordPress website, create it on Google site. Much more easier to connect your Google Analytics account there. Okay, don't create it on WordPress. I've just shown you for your, like, future reference. If you, in future, if you are creating a website on WordPress, how can you do this? Okay, so I'll just close this. So now see, even if I cancel the tab, it will stay intact. Okay, I don't want this ideally, because I'm anyways using this measurement ID for my WordPress website. So I have just removed it from here. Okay, if I want to create a Google Analytics account for this site, I'll have to create another Google Analytics account, and I'll get another measurement ID code which I need to place it over here. The code that I've given to WordPress site and the code I've given to portfolio site shouldn't be the same, right? I can't use the same measurement ID for my WordPress website and for my Google site. It is then, the what would be the problem? There'll be problem with tracking. So what I'll have to do, if I creating, let's say I have two site, one for WordPress and one for Google site. So for Google site, I'll create another Google Analytics account, and for that, from that Google Analytics account, whatever tag ID like this I get, I'll put it over here. Okay. So hence I've removed it right now, because I've anyways used it from my WordPress account. Okay, so I have set up my analytic account, right? So now, because I've redone the entire part right now in front of you guys, it will take some time to collect the data. Okay, if you could see, data collection isn't active for your website. If you have installed tag more than 48 hours ago, make sure they are set up correctly. So because I've just set up it right now, it will show me this error, because it will take at least 48 hours to start reflecting the data. Okay, but at least after 48 hours, guys, when you, so because for me this is done, I'll go to my home. Like, after 48 hours, please come and check your real time report. Okay, right now my real time report won't show any data, because it will take time to reflect, it will take time to get connected. Okay, but by the way, on my WordPress, I will see the performance of my site. Little bit, let me see, can you see? So it is showing me some data like last 7 days and all. But on the analytic, it will take some time to reflect. So check your analytic account after like 1 day, at least 24 hours or 48 hours after 1 or 2 day. Come and check and see if you are seeing some data or not. Okay, just one more thing. Let's say I've set up Google Analytics for my WordPress website, right? So it is also my job to cross verify if it's been placed properly or not. So what I'll do, I'll go to my website and I'll use this Chrome extension called as Google Tag Assistant. It will, if the Google Analytics code reflect over here, that means, the code has been set up. So I'll just check this once. Can you see it is reflecting? Right, my Google Analytics code is reflecting. It's the same ID, right? KPJRM. So I'll check it over here if it's the same over here in the admin part. Right, it is correct. NY set KPJRM. So that shows that yes, my website has been connected. But as I said, it will take some time to reflect the data. Make sense? Did you guys understood how to connect your website to Google Analytics? Any questions, everyone? Because you might have to do it for your capstone. Okay. Now, once you create your Google Analytics account, guys, as I told you, there are few settings that you should change in your GA account. Okay, so now for my this account, there are few settings that I would change. The first setting that the first setting change that I'll do is with respect to the session duration. You remember the default? If you remember my past lecture, I said that the default setting in Google Analytics says that one session would end after 30 minutes of inactivity. So it's a very big time period that has been set by Google Analytics. Ideally, I should go and edit it. Okay, so that's the first thing that you should ideally do. Please always go to your, let me just show you. So you go to your data stream, again, go over here, and there's an option to configure your tag setting. Can you see over here? So go to configure tag setting, and once you say configure to tag setting, just click on show more. See, adjust session timeout. Can you see? Set how long session can last. So when you go there, see right now what it is. Can you see 30 minutes of inactivity? Adjust session timeout. Okay. A session is initiated when an app is open or foreground, or when a web page is open. A session ends after a period of inactivity on the part of user. The default timeout is 30 minutes, that can be adjusted. So I have to make sure I change this. I will give around 5 minutes. Okay. So if the person is not active on my website, after 5 minutes, my session should end. Make sense? You can also change engage session timing. Okay, so what is the difference between session and engage session? Session would mean that the yes, the person has landed on the site. Okay, it's there, like right now I come to this site, my session has started. Okay, engage session means that they are scrolling, they are clicking, they are hovering around, right? So for engage session as well, give a at least in 10 second they should, this is correct, 10 second is fine. Okay, so what you're trying to say, that my first, like if anyone lands on my site, okay, sorry guys for the background noise. So if someone land on your site, okay, and they um how should I say, they go to another page. So let's say right now I went to the site and now on my Google Analytics, if I don't come back to my site in 5 minutes, my first session should get ended. Okay, and then if I come to the site after 5 minutes, the second session would start, right? If I come back to my site before 5 minutes, the first session will keep on continuing. Same for engage session. If I don't show any engagement on my site in the next 10 seconds, my first engage session would get closed, and the second engage session would get started. So I'll just save this, that I'm giving a session timeout of 5 minutes, and engage session I'm keeping 10 seconds. Now, the next part, very important, is setting up your events. Now, you remember I told you that event is something that you are the one who'll set up, okay? Right? I hope you guys remember when we were checking the demo account. I'll open the demo account also side by side so we can compare and we can cross check. I'll close my WordPress backend. I think I should. Uh, okay, let me just close it. I don't need it anymore. So I'll open the demo account as well to check few things side by side, and it will give you a revision as well very quickly. So now, if you remember, the demo account had event and key event. Okay, like I'll just go to one of the report to just quickly show. So let's say we are in acquisition report. This is a demo account, and this is the account that I've created. Now here, you remember there was this event count and key event, right? And I told you this is something that you have to create. It doesn't get created automatically. You are the one who will create all this. Okay. So now how to create this event and key event? You go again back to your admin. Okay. And there you will see this option of events. Can you see this? So go there, create your event. Okay, now here there are few events that I created. So can you see the one which is in dark gray? This was something that I created. There's one event that GA has created automatically for me, which is for purchase. Okay, I can, let me just unmark. I don't want this to be a key event. So okay, whenever you create an event, if you want to create a new event, always go over here and say create an event. Okay, give a name to that event. Okay, now for my website, I don't know what key event I should create. Let's say contact us. Okay, so I want to create sorry, I want to create an event that whenever a person, you know, comes to my contact us page, and once they give their detail, I should, how should I say, I should give a hint that the person has submitted the form. Okay. So basically, I'll just write like some dummy numbers. I'm just writing some random numbers. Give me a second. Jigs. Okay. Jigs at the rate. Because I want to go to that landing page. Hence, I'm just giving some detail. Company name, jigs, let's say industry, okay, NA, and I'll say send message. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll create an event for submit form. Okay, or let's say contact us, that how many people have submitted their form from contact us. Okay, now it's up to you, do you want to call this as an event or a key event? Okay, I told you. So if this is a key event for you, turn on this toggle. If it is like a normal event that you usually have on your site, like any random interaction, then you turn this toggle off. Let's say you are creating this event called as how people have scrolled. Okay, by the way, that gets automatically tracked, so ignore that. But you are creating an event of how many people have went to my product page, so that's not a key event, right? Like it's not that important, so you don't have to turn on this toggle. But for me, the contact us thing is very important, so I'll turn on this toggle and I'll call this as a key event. Okay, now, because here it's a lead generation thing, I don't have to give any value. I'll say don't set a default key event value because it's lead generation. But if it's an e-commerce, please choose this option. Okay, so I'll say don't set a default key event value. Counting method. Now, how I want to count this contact us. Okay, so there's something called as once per event, there's something called as once per session. Okay, um, now once per event says count an event as a key event every time a user interaction happens, and once per session says count an event as a key event only once with a particular session. I would say always once per event because anytime a new user come and interact and go to my contact us page, I want that to be tracked. Okay, so I'll say once per event. Okay, and then lastly, here you can choose create without a code. So I'll say my website name, I'll say what kind of this is, so it's like more of like a form submit, and what page they visit, which should I consider as form visit. So I can just say, now I don't have a page created for this, it's a pop-up ideally. Okay, so once I create the page, let's say this is the only page that I have, so I can give the URL to this contact or something on those line, and I can say create. Okay, you can do this with the help of code as well, is what I'm trying to say. So I have created like contact us thing. Am I clear? I can edit it later on as well. I can change the counting method. I can change it from one per event to per session. I can go over here and check, give a value as well. I can go over here and, sorry, if I don't want to call this as a key event, I can say unmark this as a key event. So when I unmark it as a key event, it won't be shown over here. These are some important things that you should know, hence I'm just trying to show it to you, and it might get asked for your caption as well, so please pay attention. Now there's something called as audience creation as well. Okay, so now see, can you see there are two audience which are default being created by Google Analytics, that all user, like all the people are coming to the site, and then there's something called as purchaser, like who have purchased in the last 50 days. Now let's say I want to create a different kind of audience. Okay, so I can say new audience. Now I want to create like a custom audience. Okay, and I can add some condition. Now condition could be, let's say, event. Okay, so anyone who, I'm just checking, like it's up to you, to be very honest. So I can create an audience of a gender, right? Like I want to create a specific audience for a gender. Again, I can give some triggers over here if I would want to. If I want, I can add some more conditions over here, but I don't think for your caption they'll ask you to create audiences and all. I'm just trying to show this to you for your personal reference. Okay, I can put a filter that gender should be, let's say, female. I just want one audience for female thing. Okay, can you see? So I'll create basically I'm creating some customized audience that I want to see, okay, how specifically the female audiences have been interacting on my site. Make sense? So if you want to create like this, like, okay, I want to create an audience of people who have done add to cart. I want to create an audience of people who have visited my contact us page. I want to create an audience of those. I didn't saved it. Wait, we can do it again. So firstly, we'll give a name. We can call them. Let's say I just want to do a specific tracking for female audience. So I can say that here I can say demographic, gender, add a filter. Is one of them is female, time period as per their last interaction, and I can say save. Can you see it's here? So in case this audience thing is very customized, as I said, it depend. Your client would tell that, okay, let's just specifically track how many people are doing add to cart. Let's create an audience group of how many people have not interacted with us in the last 10 days. So if they ask you to create anything on those lines, you have to go to the audience section to create that. Clear, guys? I hope you are understanding. Yes, no. Okay. Now, last part of your Google Analytics account creation. One more thing that you guys should know. Just give me a second. I'll try to. Okay. So can you see there's something called a segment? Okay. Now for segment, there are some segment that they have already created, like mobile traffic, organic traffic, paid traffic, tablet traffic, web traffic. If you want to create a segment, like you want to create a specific segment for, let's say, um, here they have created all the kind of segment. Like, can you see the default one has direct traffic, there's organic, there's paid as well, there's mobile, web, and tablet as well. Ideally, you don't have to create one, but let's say in case your client asks you to create some segments, you can go over here. Okay. Now, what kind of segment you want to create? Do you want to create a user segment or a session segment or an event segment? Okay, it's up to you. There are some options also they have given, like there are some templates they have given you. Let's say I want to create for an event. Okay, I want to compare an event, two different events. So again, I can say my event should be session start. I can add some parameter for that if there's any. And I can just say save. So this is, I can give a name to this, that this is like a session start one. Okay, so segment is more created for your comparison thing. Okay, when what do I mean by segment here? Like, can you see here the comparison thing that we can do is for the segments. See this. Can you see? So the default one has all these options, but if you want to create more segments and you want to compare over here in your chart, like if you want to compare when you're showing your clients the reports and you want to show them. Now here, because the default option only has this direct, organic, paid, and mobile, web, tablet, but let's say you want to show your client a comparison of um two event, add to cart and purchase, or let's say add to cart and wish list, then you can't show that over here, right? Because it's not added in the segment. So in that case, you can create a customized segment of events or whatever of your choice, and then here in the comparison section you'll be able to add it. Clear, guys? So for your capstone, they might ask you to, let me just put it in word. First thing, you might be asked to create a Google Analytics account. You might be asked to create a site. Okay, website. I would always recommend create a free one on Google site. Okay, because it's easy to set up the analytical code, then set up the analytical ID or code. Okay, then you should know how to create events and key events. You should know how to create an audience. I'm not sure they'll ask you for audiences to advanced segment. Okay, that's all. And lastly, the session duration. These are some basic settings that we fix on our Google Analytics account, and then we start using frequently. But whenever you set up a Google Analytics account, these are the things that you should do at the beginning. Clear? Yes, no? Okay, great. Now let's go towards the next part. We have done enough of uh, test out. I'm just checking for each part of your capstone so that we don't miss out anything. Okay. Now, guys, your capstone will also have. So your capstone would also ask you to read the reports, okay, and give some report analysis. So I think I've already given you a practice on how to read your engagement report, how to read your demographic report, how to read your retention report, how to read your real time report, how to read your monetization report. We have covered all the reports, but just please make sure for your capstone they might ask you to go to the demo account and give some insights from acquisition, engagement, monetization, real time user. So take a brush up of this. I've already taken like one entire day to show you how to read all these numbers, how to analyze the numbers. I won't reiterate those things again, but just like a heads up that you might be asked in your capstone to read, analyze, and share the insights. Let's just say interpret for real time acquisition, monetization. What was another report? Retention, user, and tech. We have done enough practice, but please go through it again. Okay. If you know this much, I think we'll be able to do well for your capstone. Okay. So I think I've already covered this. I won't go through it again. Now, there's a case study that we have to go through together. So let's get started with the case study. This case study is of this um, a company called as Watchfinder, and what this case study is all about to understand how what is the role of web analytics in today's marketing world for this particular company. Okay. So okay uh, now there was this thing that this company uh, kind of they saw that they have seen like an ROI hike of 1300%. Okay. By because they use Google Analytics and precision remarketing. Now how they were able to do this? Okay. So this particular brand, um, what they did when they set up their Google Analytics account, okay, uh, they kind of push the user, or they try to entice the user to visit their site, uh, uh, to return and kind of complete their purchases. Okay. They also promoted traffic to their brand new boutiques. Okay. So again, for how they were able to do this, because they tracked their data on GA, right? Once they created the site, they tracked that, okay, what are the locations where people are reaching more on our site, what are some of the reasons they are getting dropped down, right? So when they were able to track all of this, what they did, they thought, okay, let's just create a goal. The first goal was they wanted the users to come to their site, return there and complete their purchases. Also they wanted people to go to check their offline store as well. Okay. Now, how did they do this? Okay. So what was their target base and what was their approach? The first thing was their target base was people who visited this website, so website visitor. Okay. Now what they did, uh, they created a audience, the way I created the audience right now on G account. They also created a audience which consisted of a list of people who showed some intent but they didn't purchase. Okay. Now how you can create an audience like this? What you can just clearly say over here in GA, you can go to your audience section again. Now there are different way you can create it. Can you see recently active, 7-day inactive user, register user? If it's for online sale, okay, can you see, can you can create a audience of cart abandoner, item viewer, high value purchaser, wish list user. You can create all of this audience. So what this brand also did, they created an audience of people who visited the site. They had shown an intent but they didn't purchase, okay. And then what they did, they try to also um, created group according to at what stage of user journey they are, where do they reside, their language and their behavior, okay. When they created something like this, when they started tracking all these patterns, this brand was able to achieve a 1300% of ROI. Their AOV increased by 13% almost. They decreased their cost per acquisition by almost 34% because they did a lot of remarketing campaign. How they were able to do the remarketing campaign? Once they created an audience of people who visited the site, had an intent but didn't purchase, they understood what is that audience size. They divided into different locations and all of that, and they did precise remarketing to them, okay. So people who sitting in London, for them the advertisement would be different compared to some who might be sitting in another side of the country, okay. And lastly, um again, like the whole point when they did was that they were able to enable the remarketing plan in a more precise way. They were able to invest that particular money that they've spent on remarketing, where they integrated Google Analytics along with it. So what many brand do, they create their audience in Google Analytics and also in Google Ads, and they merge both of them and then they run ads. Because see, if I, by the way, you can transport this Google Analytics audience data to your Google Ads account as well, okay. So when you'll go here to your admin section again, can you see Google Ads link? So what will happen once you link your Google Analytics account to your Google Ads, whatever audience you are creating on the Google Analytics account automatically gets fetched in your Google Ads. So, and what you can do, you can select that audience and run a remarketing campaign for them. So this is what the same thing this particular brand did. They created very customized audience on their G account. They basically connected their Google Analytics account to their Google Ads account, and whatever audience they were creating in analytics, they pushed it to Google Ads, and just to that particular audience, they created like a very specific remarketing campaigns. Make sense? So you, by the way, this is what every brand should do. When they create their Google Analytics account, they should merge it to your Google. They should defaultly merge that to their Google Ads account, because whatever audience you're creating over here, you can use it to your Google Ads account. By the way, you can't do this for any other platform. Like for social, you can't do this. Like you have created an audience over here, and then you want to use that audience for your Meta ads. You can't do that. It is only possible for Google Ads. And if you're running some programmatic advertising campaign, you can connect it to DV360. So any property of Google, okay, any ad platform of Google, you can link this analytic account, and whatever audience you have created over here can be fetched to that ads platform. Could be Google Ads, could be DV360, uh, could be search 360. So here these three platforms are ad platform: Google Ads, display video 360, and search ad 360. Search ad 360 and display video 360 falls into programmatic advertising. Google Ads is like your normal search marketing platform. So what we'll be understanding is, what are some different features of this behavioral pattern platform. So we'll be discussing some of the platform for it, to understand, how users are behaving, what is their purpose, what are some different functionality, and there's one kind of report also that we'll try to understand, confetti report, okay. Now to do this, crazy egg is, I think I've already discussed what is crazy egg. Crazy egg is one of the tool that many brand use to understand the behavioral pattern of the user, okay. So this kind of tool will kind of monitor, the website pages. They'll track visitors who are clicking on on their screens, okay. So from my side, we did set up an Microsoft Clarity, if you guys remember. I don't think I've got a lot of data because it doesn't get that kind of traffic, but we can just check once again. I think I told you guys to give me a reminder of this. None of you did this. I am just trying now, thankfully I could remember. Let me just go and check. So I think we did set up Microsoft Clarity to for my account. And okay, there's a new version. Let's just update that. till this load time loads. Okay, so crazy egg also have similar feature. First one is conversion opportunity. This tool will help you identify some poorly performing areas of your web pages. Okay, so basically you can go and fix it. You can do some side by side analysis. Basically, you can see heat maps. Basically you can see where exactly people are uh, spending time on your existing web pages. You can do some device like analysis. Okay, so you can divide data of user based on from different website, different devices they have visited. You can also do some web page element analysis, so you can analyze, okay, how different forms or how different call to actions are performing for your site. Okay, by the way, this is how there's also one more platform called as Snapshot. Now, Snapshot is kind of a feature of your KZA tool. Okay, and it will give you a view of the click behavior on specific part of your web pages. Again, if I have to extend this, I don't think I'll be able to extend this. I can only zoom it like this. Give me a second. So it will show you data like, okay, you know um, how much revenue you're getting, what is a like, how much time you are able to retain the user to your site. So this is like, one of the feature that the report has. Now, okay, when it comes to Snapshot, guys, this can has a different kind of features. First one is scheduled. Okay, so Snapshot can be scheduled to start tracking at a later date and time. You have something called as running as well. So in running, what happens is, when it is at an active state, when this particular Snapshot feature is an active state, it will start collecting the data about your website visitor, and hence they call it as an in a running stage. Then there's something called as a completed stage. This is like a third stage where it will show a display that the snapshot has been paused, or when it doesn't, when it is not longer able to track the visitor data, could be because the schedule has been ended. Okay, and lastly, it also show you an error like action required. Okay, so like if there are some errors with the snapshot feature, it will show you an error like this. There's also a tool called as heat map, again does the same thing. Now heat map exactly look like this picture that you could see. Okay, um let me just see if my Microsoft Clarity is updated. Okay, I can see some. Let me just show you this in a better way. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Hmm. My scrolling is only 100% because no one has scrolled much. Otherwise, we could have seen the better data. 2 minutes, guys. I'll just try to mm, just make this custom and make this from Jan 1st to March 1st. Apply. Two minutes, guys. So just hmm. Here we'll see a better recording. We don't have, actually, I don't have much data to show it to you, but let's see. Okay, so what does recording mean is it acts exactly track, what was the last time one visited my page, what page did that particular person visited, from where did they enter, from where did they exit. Okay, can you see PC, Chrome, India? So like your heat map, see all this tool are same, your heat map, your crazy egg, your Microsoft Clarity. It's just that there are few, see this, if it shows is exactly, let me see for this page, home page. It's still loading, so I can show it to you over here. Okay, can you see this? Basically, can you see this? This circles and this green sign. Guys, are you able to see this? Yes, no. Did you saw that signs over here? What it is trying to tell me is which part of the section of my website people are clicking the most. Guys, okay, so now why this is important, I can understand what. So you remember, I think yesterday Sayed asked me that, ma'am, what is A/B testing, or what changes we should do on the page. This is what this tool will help you know. So the section of your page where people are not, now see, my website is pretty new, so I don't have that kind of data to come across an analysis, but let's say your website is a very older website. You can see the heat map like this, and you can see, okay, which are the places where people are clicking, which are the places where people are not clicking. In my case, no one has clicked on my case study page yet, so that means I need to make some improvement probably, right? People are not even scrolling much because all the clicks are there at the top of the banner. Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of clicks, nowhere close to towards the bottom, right? Majorly whatever click had happened has been done on the main banner or here at the navigation menu, right? I can see, and by the way, it will show me for, like, see here, it is exactly showing me where the person has exactly clicked, right? This is for the home page. Okay, I can check by area as well. So there's an option to see by scroll as well. See, so it is what it's trying to show me that most of the people have clicked to the navigation menu, right? It has the highest CTR. I can see the scroll thing as well over here in the heat map. See, 100% of the user have reached this point. Only 60 people have reached to this particular point. And then 40. So ideally, not people are scrolling much, is what it is trying to show. Did you understood? Now this is for home page. Okay, I can check it for another page as well. Let me just check it for my product page. So I'll start with clicks to see where people are actually clicking on my product page. Not much, hardly one click, so it is not able to give me any data. Like there's one click over here, there's one click over here, that's it, right? I can see if I have good scroll for this page, that's it. So it's like a very single one page, so not a lot of scroll as well. Attention, see. And by the way, you can ask them to summarize your heat map as well. So this is like an AI feature in the tool itself. It will summarize. See this. So what now the user behavior is exactly, they have told me how people have been responding to this particular product page. Okay. What it is saying, desktop users scroll through the entire page with 66.7% reaching 100% depth. First click was split between reject all, home and header logo. Last click mirrored first click distribution. Key takeaway, the cookie consent option reject all received equal attention. High scroll completion suggests strong engagement. No interaction data for tablet, mobile indicates limited or no traffic from this device during the period. Right? So it will give you a summary as well. This is the importance of this tool. Like the way we have Microsoft Clarity, the Crazy Egg and this heat map tool does the same thing. Guys, did you understood? So what you can do in future, whenever you create your website, please set up Microsoft Clarity. So out of Crazy Egg, Heat Map, and Microsoft Clarity, I suggest to use Microsoft Clarity because I've tried all the three. Microsoft Clarity in the free version gives you a lot of details that Crazy Egg and Heat Map wouldn't give. Make sense? I hope now you can understand the use case of this. Okay, we can check this for other page as well if you want to. So let me just go to. By the way, see, they have recorded as well the engagement part. See this. Recording is basically how people are navigating. Can you see this? Guys, this is basically of how people are interacting on my page. If I want to see the recording for my home page, I can see that as well. See this. These are the, because hardly people have, I mean, it must be me only who have visited the site. See this. That's it. Make sense? So you get such kind of insights. Now, as I said, like, you can use any of the three, but all of this three tool will help you analyze where your user focus on your site, okay, and what are the frequent location where they're clicking on your pages, okay. So ideally, it this tool is used. Any of these three tools does the same thing. Basically, the use case of this tool is to understand what's working right for your site, okay. um, like if you see there's a lot of red position on your CTA, okay, that means okay there are very less people who are clicking over there. The greener dot indicate that people are spending a lot of time, okay. um, so this tool will help you analyze problems like, okay, um, see, so again, if you see a cluster like this, it will indicate you know a specific part of your site is not engaging. If you see something like this, okay, the one that has been shown in the screenshot, if you see a like this, okay, so if you see um, how should I say, a color spread out something like this, it will try to indicate that you know um, which are the places where, like, this is like a part which is non-interactive area, and it might have a broken link, or there could be some design error, okay. Then I think I've already shown you this. Like if you see a pattern, this one we have seen in Microsoft Clarity as well. This will show you how engaging user has been with your entire page or your entire content. Okay, so we have already seen that in the scroll section of the thing. Okay, so that for me it has been entirely red because for this page everyone has scrolled till end. Okay, then you have something called as again graphical representment of the user behavior. If you see a different shade color, that means, so for example for this page it was all red, that means like all of them have engaged, okay, so on the entire page. But if I check this for my home page, let me hmm, 1 second, I'll have to go back. See, so this shows the most popular to the least popular section on my home page. Red is the most popular. If you see as I go down, the lower one are the least popular. Can you see this color? How should I say? Color grade. So for me, it wasn't that least popular. We are somewhere towards this green part. Still, thankfully for my homepage, it hasn't reached out to the purple or the blue stage yet. Okay, what is the benefit of this tool? Help you to A/B test. As I clearly said, it will give you the insight that what the user do differently on different pages of your site, so you can get some insight from there and you can do a lot of A/B testing. Like now I understood that, okay, for homepage is good, but for no one is clicking much on my case study page. Even on homepage, people are majorly clicking on my navigation menu and my main banner. So when a user scroll down to the lower section, because it's not that engaging, probably hence people are not clicking, right? So if I open my website, most of the clicks I've got on my homepage is the navigation menu and the header bar, like this part and this part. But for the lower thing, it wasn't showing me much of the clicks. So that could be because probably it is very content heavy, if you could see. So I have to make it more interactive, right? I can put some pictures, write it in a bullet format, so I can do an A/B test with this. Again, this one looks very text heavy, because of which people would not be interested to read it, and hence no one has clicked over here, right? So this, I got this insight right now, just in front of you guys, right? So now I'll do an A/B test. I'll try to change this, like instead of having this a normal icon, I'll try to show my product picture over here, okay, and then I'll see if it improves anything, okay. um okay, basically you can also see the graphics, okay, and you can see some raw data point, and you can access the heat map. Again, this is how your original image look like. This is the image with heat map, so you can see, okay, in your picture as well exactly where one is clicking. Okay, so now in my case I didn't had like a picture. Let's say if this is my picture, and if my heat map shows that one click over here, that means that's the interesting part of my picture. Now this is like a very basic picture, but imagine this picture had some text, something on those lines, so you can also understand, okay, if you want to make some changes on your banners, where you should do exactly, right? Again, these are very basic pictures, so I can't show that insight. But if you have a picture which has some text and you are seeing, okay, there's a lot of click on one part of the picture, that means that is the engaging one. If you want, you can change the other side of the picture, right? um so what happens behind the scene? Okay, how does this heat map thing work? Okay, so for the picture, each picture is divided into a grid like this. Okay, and the heat map will try to depict the intensity of value capture by allocating, a color representation within each of the square. Okay, so basically what heat map does, a heat map will use warm to cool color spectrum to show, which page part gets maximum attention. And hence you might have seen for Microsoft Clarity as well, that's the scale bar that they have given you. Okay, so this is how they do it at the back end. So whenever you want to assess your heat map, um, again, it will show something like in this. So for example, there can be two axes they might have created at the back end. Okay, the primary variable across two axes would be based on different grid colors. Okay, and you can see, okay, what is the age, how much clicks you have got. Again, now this is based on a different this is majorly done for a picture which had um, so this screenshot that we have added is for a picture which had a few details with respect to a user's, how should I say, um body details. But again, if there's any picture, they divide it based into x-axis and y-axis, and they, right, like at the back end. Okay, this is done at the back end, we can't see this, but this is the psychology behind giving this color gradient, is what we are trying to say. um there are some metrics that you should check on your heat map. First one is scroll depth, very important. Please see what is a percentage. So like red bin 100% and black bin 0%. So when you see the scroll depth, it is kind of color coded. Each color will depict a percentage. Okay, the red bin the 100%, the black bin the 0%. Second one is click trend. Please always check your click trend. Uh, Now the red one would signify most interaction and the blue one would signify the least interaction. Okay, you can also see the mouse movement. You will see a picture like this. Again, here it will show you where the visitors spend the maximum time on your page. Okay, am I clear what is the use case of this tool, guys? I think we have seen this practically as well now, and you know how to set this up. I think I've taught you in the last lecture. You have this extension in your WordPress, Microsoft Clarity. For WordPress, you just have to install this plugin. You can also set a Microsoft Clarity for your coded page as well. Okay, so here I can create like a new project. I can give my website name, industry, and I can connect. They'll give me a code. I just need to make sure the code is placed on the site. Okay, guys, for my website, the search console is anyways connected, but guys, the settings are similar. You have to go over here again. When you go to connect to more device, you'll see an option to connect your search console. You just have to give your website URL and done. Okay, you just have to give the URL of your website. Automatically, it will create the search console property. Now, how does the search console looks like? So this is how your search console looks like. Okay, and let me just show you how you should read your search console, because again, part of this is also one of the analytical tool only. Okay, it's just that it doesn't give you that kind of in-depth insight the way your analytic would give you. Okay, so now the first thing of your search console that like one should check very thoroughly is your, one second. So okay, so when you, by the way, first let's go step by step. Whenever you create a search console account, what is the use case of the search console account? Because see, like your Google Analytics, even the search console account will give you an idea of your um website performance. But what apart from that search console will help you out with is, see, when you create your website search console account, it gives an indication to the Google bot and crawler that there's a one website that has been created. And now the Google, so for your SEO ranking, it is very mandatory to create a search console account, because if you don't create a search console account, it will be very difficult for the Google's bot and crawler to know that, okay, there's a website that they should go crawl. So there's like an entire process of SEO where what happens when you create a search console account, Google will get an indication that okay, there's a new website in the market. Now what they do with this information, they send their bots and crawler to crawl your page. Okay, why do they crawl your page? To understand what kind of website it is. So they crawl all the pages of your site, then they store that website's data, and now next time when anyone searches anything related to your brand, okay, and if your website is well created, it is SEO friendly, it will rank your website on the search engine result page. Okay, so this step is done so that when you create a search console account, it will let the Google know that okay, there's a website that they need to crawl. Okay, otherwise it's very difficult for them to also understand, right? And also if there's any problem with your website with respect to SEO, they will flag it on your search console account. Okay, for example, can you see, so here my like for my Google search console account, they have it shows that they have indexed 4 pages and they have not indexed 2 pages. What do they mean by indexing? Indexing is basically they have stored the database for 2 pages and for 4 pages, and for 2 pages they haven't done it. Okay, can you see what's the problem? So they have told me why they haven't done it. Okay, so there's some problem with 404. 404 is basically page not found error, so they could find that error of 404. Then there might have been some redirection, so it will let you know if they are not, if they are not indexing any of your pages, they'll let you know what is the reason behind it. Okay, apart from this, so let me, you can go to your overview and it gives you an idea of how your website is in general performing. Okay, like this has just started tracking data from February. Okay, I don't have like a lot of data. This is more with respect to overall February's data, that how much impressions I've got, how much clicks I've got, what has have been my average CTR. Average position is where my website is ranking. Okay, higher the like lower the average position, it will indicate higher is your ranking. Okay, so this should be good basically. Okay, then here it will, okay, see this, it will also tell me what were the queries for which people were able to find my website. Okay, so ideally I'm the only one who have searched for this website, so it's showing that the person searched for this particular query and after that they saw your page. Okay, again here it will tell you what pages the people have visited most, so it's been the home page. People are visiting from which country, so now if you can clearly see it's from India. But yes, my website has got some impression from US, Vietnam, Brazil, Costa Rica, and all. Okay, even in India, if you want to know specifically, go inside it and you'll get some basic data. Okay, then people are coming to my website from which device, what kind of searches. Again, day by day performance is also something that you can check. Okay, you can do some URL inspection. URL inspection is basically, is there any problem with that particular page of your site or not? So, for example, I want to see it for can just check once. Did this page of mine. So all good. Okay, the page has been indexed. It's all good is what it's trying to tell me. Okay. By the way, whenever you create a Search Console account, you have to come here and submit your sitemap. What is sitemap? Sitemap is more of like a roadmap for your website. So see, imagine if you tell me that, imagine I'm the bot and crawler by Google, and you tell me that okay, I've created my website. Please go and crawl it and store the database. And in future, if someone is searching for any query, please rank my website. If you feel it's well optimized. Now the problem is, like imagine I'm the bot and the crawler over here. The problem is that if the website is very complicated, like how would me as a bot and crawler would know that okay, from where to navigate, what all pages are there, how to crawl it, I wouldn't understand, right? So imagine sitemap is nothing but a roadmap of your website. When I say roadmap, it consists of all the URL which are there on the website, so you are giving like a file to them that okay, this is the these are all the pages that you need to crawl. Okay, if you're a website like Amazon, Myntra, which has so many pages, how the crawler would know where to start, where to end? It's very difficult to gauge, right? So you have to give a sitemap link, which is like a roadmap. If you want to ever, by the way, sitemap ideally gets automatically created, but just in case, if you know, like if you want to see the sitemap for your website, you just have to write your website and then say dash xml sometime dot sitemap. Let's see, it should ideally show up, otherwise I'll show it to you. Let me just go to my backend to show this to you guys. Wait. So I just want that URL. I'm not able to find the URL. So what I can do, I can go over here and show it to you. How does the URL look like? So see, there's a sitemap thing. It's already enabled, so I can show. Yeah. So can you see it is listing down all the URLs that one should crawl? Okay. Now this page has like multiple URLs, so it has just clubbed everything into one. See this. See this. Right. So it is more of like a roadmap for your crawlers to know, okay, what are the pages that they need to crawl. Did you understood the importance, guys? Without that, it's very difficult for the crawler to understand. And like if you don't submit the sitemap, there's a good chance some of the pages won't get indexed. Indexing is basically storing the database of your website content. Did you understood this? Yes, no. Okay. One more thing, guys. Okay. Now, when you ask the like once you submit your sitemap, guys, see for an e-commerce brand or for any other brand there might be some pages on your website that you wouldn't want the crawlers to crawl. Okay, now why wouldn't you want the crawlers to crawl? So let's say you're an e-commerce brand. Let's say you're an e-commerce brand, would you want the crawler to crawl your add to cart page or your customer information page? No, right? Don't you think your customer information page shouldn't be crawled by the crawlers as well? Guys, do you agree? So like if it's an e-commerce brand, you wouldn't want the crawlers to check the order detail page or the add to cart page or like the payment gateway page, because that has all the customers information. Even the crawler shouldn't crawl that, right? Or let's say your website has some pages which are in development, it has not been created entirely. Now ideally such kind of pages you shouldn't allow the crawlers to crawl. So how would you let the crawlers know about it? What you have to do, you have to create a file called as robot.txt file. Okay, what exactly is a robot.txt file? Basically it looks like let me just show this to you. Wait, I'll have to go back. If it's here then I'll try to show you, otherwise we can check somewhere else. uh, 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 uh. There is some issue. um I was just trying to show you the robot.txt file. Give me like 2 minutes. Doesn't reflect over here. We'll go to another section. Not sure why it's not appearing right now. Mm, okay, guys, for some reason it's not reflecting. Uh, like just give me 2 minutes. I'll try to figure out. Otherwise, I can show you another section. Uh, uh, Here. So there's something called as robot.txt file. Sorry, I was not able to remember where need to be navigated. So here, basically a robot.txt file, like right now, the robot.txt file. Okay, can you see this? So basically it's a code which says first thing user agent is equal to asterisk sign. So this means that, okay, this condition is applicable for all the search engines in general. Okay, and now you have to tell here in this that what are the pages you don't want the crawlers to crawl. So how would you let them know is you have to enable this. Okay, this remains the way it is, like asterisk is equal to wp, like disallow.
And with that, we have come to the end. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simply Learn.